into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak.
Double it in crypto! Doing all the work trials and not ninja!
We are back.
Ooh, this is nice here.
Welcome back. This is week 8 of the agony, the 8th regional of SSA, fighting to regain its territory, and it's SSA Rocket League, so it is madness and chaos. Only 2 teams representing SSA are in the top 8. On the plus side, our last line of defense in Limitless and Cosmico are looking better than ever. I'm Greybeard and always delighted to be here, but even more delighted that we have 2 new people that we are welcoming to the RLCS SSA desk in Rhino and L'Australian. For the first time on the desk, we have representation from the great island of Reunion. Welcome, Australian.
Thanks, Greybeard, and it's a pleasure to be here, honestly. I've been looking for a long time to be here, and I hope it will continue, and it will be a pleasure to do this in English for the first time.
It is always a pleasure in the watch parties to go to the Pony stream or any French stream, because you guys, I have no idea what you're saying, but man, you're bringing me along for the ride. And further, I know you're hurting a little bit because we don't have any Reunion representation on the pitch today, and especially Pony no Jutsu, who did so much better getting to the top 16 but not pushing through to the top 8. But we will rely on you to bring the flair. And then before I get to Rhino, Bromeo is back. He was on a bit of a hiatus for Regional 1, but he's going to be bringing all the analysis, the fun facts, the interesting facts and stats throughout the weekend. And I'm assuming, Bromeo, you've got that all prepped, locked and loaded and ready to fire.
I didn't know how to prep facts. What? all I knew is I had to beat altruism in the predictions this week. That's the only reason I came back, to be honest.
All right. Well, I hope you enjoy your last weekend on the desk, Bromeo. And then Rhino, fresh out of the APAC cast, you've been getting yourself everywhere. So, and now coming to represent SSA. So welcome to it. Thrilled to have you, as we are to everybody. But now we get to talk about the recap and how we got to where we are. And Rhino, going to open it to you since you are a European, and it's a pretty heavy European lineup this weekend.
It sure is. Yeah, I was absolutely going to talk about the fact that you didn't have enough EU representation on the desk for the amount of Europeans you've got in the region. So you brought me along to the mainstream. I appreciate all of you, but let's take a look at what happened yesterday in those GSL brackets. Group A was an absolute bloodbath. Couple of game 5s in the lower bracket. Genesix unfortunately falling at the final hurdle. You see at the top there, Cosmico through in the upper bracket. That is a huge, huge result for them. They have guaranteed top 6 at least. Hayward Riz also going through into that top bracket. So, yeah, fascinating stuff happening in Group A yesterday.
And then over in Group B, I mean, our best shot, Bromeo, was to have, we had 5 SSA teams over in Group A. And we go, okay, with so many SSA teams, that should be good for us in terms of SSA teams making it through. But none of the SSA teams winning their first round matches, which meant we had a lot of local on local violence in the lower bracket.
I saw you getting crushed in the team streams yesterday there, Greybeard. Yes, there were a lot of friendly fire incidents, but I think the biggest result out of this GSL bracket B was in the upper final, Limitless beating Maestros for the first time, and that's absolutely fantastic for the SSA showing. Unfortunately, Trifecta not coming through, but it was one of those weekends where we were hoping for a bigger showing from Highbor and others, but fortunately, we've still got Limitless. We have still got Cosmico, so we're still in for a shot.
We're still there. Well, yeah, I spoke briefly of the last line of defense, and that is they have got to put in a double shift over this weekend. But this is where it all brings us, is our current standings. These are the standings in the race to major. The Maestros out at front with their 20 points gained by winning the last the last regional, followed, of course, by Limitless. And really, I mean, I guess everybody who knows would assume that it's a two-horse race. I don't know, L'Australian, if you agree with that. Is it just those teams, or do you see like Hayworth Riz maybe challenging for the major?
Well, I think Limitless will probably be able to come back on Maestro, or maybe Harry's as well. I'm excited to see what's going to happen, but it will be hard because Cosmico and Limitless are going to play against, and I think Limitless will come on top.
Well, they are going to have a chance to do it this weekend, and I guess we have to talk about the fact that given Group B had one SSA team in it. That was Limitless. They finished top of that group. And a little later, I want to chat with Pyro because he made a video breaking down the grand final matchup between Limitless and the Maestros, and I'd love to get his thoughts on what he saw Limitless doing different. But they are struggling a little bit, Rhino, because they didn't clean sweep their way through as they have the Maestros. They almost went down to trifecta earlier on last night. They had to win it through in game 5 and then going down 3-1 to Limitless. So maybe clearly some chinks in the armor.
I think so. And it's going to be really important to spot that for Maestros. I will say in that game against Trifecta yesterday, they were 2-1 down in the series. And then it was like some kind of switch flips. They won the next 2 games 8-1 and 6-0. When they're online, they are online, and they had a moment where they realized we might lose this game, we might go down into the lower bracket, can't let that happen. So they showed up for the last 2 games. But I mean, shout out to Trifecta, they really put their all into that game. They managed to push them close. But yeah, Maestro's losing that and then losing to Limitless as well in that game after shows they might not be operating at 100% this weekend.
Rhino and L'Australian on the desk for the first time today. Bromeo making his way back. How well do they know the SSA players? So we're going to have a little game here of Guess the Player. And we have 5 SSA players. Well, we have their silhouettes. So we're going to see. So out the gate, starting with Bromeo, then Australian, then Rhino. Your guess on the player on the left. Do you have any idea? If not, I'll give you a clue.
I need a fat hint for that because I mean my hair is big, so I feel like I should know it.
Well, I don't know if you put
anyone.
I don't know if you put any Reunion guys, but if the first one is, I would say Tisho, but if it isn't, I don't know.
Okay, well, so this player is not playing today, but is something of a Game 5 hero. He and his team are Game 5 heroes. They seem to leave all their work for Game 5. They did that last night, but didn't make it through, falling short. And I'm just going to keep talking until someone has a decent guess. And okay, so there is a little bit of friction on their team, but they seem to be adapting when they get to Game 5. But often, and sometimes it's not enough. Any guesses?
My first guess is either Daps or Declan.
All right, L'Australian, your last guess, and you can pass if you don't know.
I would have said someone from Genesis.
Okay, Rhino, your guess?
I think Bromeo went with Daps, so I'll just go with Declan.
All right, and the answer is, and I see a few people in chat got it. It is indeed Declan.
Hey.
And then the next player, surely everyone's got that one. So start with you, Rhino. Rhino, you first.
Oh, you can't come to me first.
Okay, we're going to come back to you, Australian.
Well, I would say me because I'm bored.
You're going to say what?
I would say myself because I'm bored.
Okay, well, that's a good clue in itself, Bromeo.
Do you know, this is literally the question on the test where, you know, they give you points for writing your own name. There's only one bald player out there, and that is Skill Steal.
All right, well, let's reveal it. We had one guess, and L'Australian should have gotten it, because who else is bald out there representing SSA? It is indeed Skill Steal. And then we come to the middle, and this is probably the most obscure one, I think, because, and it's the one I didn't get immediately. But my clue to all you is he is now playing on a mixed dessert team. Anyone want to have a guess?
Ooh.
A mixed dessert team. Well, they're flavors. It's a mixed flavored dessert team.
So,
Choco Narita, I think.
Yeah, very good. So what? Who's the player?
Uh,
Oh my word.
okay,
Oh
so
my word.
it's not Nitro. It's not Nitro. It
All
could
right.
be.
So you know what? In the interest of time,
Imagine if
I
it
have
is.
to flunk you all out. None of you get any points for that. The answer is Tristan.
Damn.
The most petite player on the team, and I don't know if he's definitely not the chocolate, he's not the vanilla, but he's certainly in the middle. and then next up we have, who's that? Let's start with you, Bromeo. Who's your guess on that one?
Ooh, man, that kind of hair makes me think of big brain plays. I'm just gonna take off the cuff. I'm gonna say Wordy.
Australian, your guess.
well, let me think a bit. Let me think a bit more, please.
Okay, Rhino, your guess.
I could see it being Worty. Yeah,
Is that your
I'll back
guess, or
Romeo. I'll back
you
Romeo.
just-
Yeah, let's go Worty.
Okay, we got two Worties and Australian.
I will go with the flow.
They're all hiding
Doesn't
behind
wanna be
each
wrong.
other. And the
I like it.
answer is Worty.
Nice.
Well
Snap,
done,
I'm
everyone.
too
It's the
good at
first one.
this.
So Bromeo has 2 points and everybody else has 1. And then last but not least, surely, this one you got to do. Any guesses? Starting, let's go with you, Australian. I'm going to go with you first. Any guess?
It's you.
Huh?
It's you. It's your haircut.
Oh, okay, it's me. Okay. Rhino, your guess?
I love that guess. The hair is really throwing me off. I know we're pushed for time. I don't know if Snowy ever had that haircut, but that's the only one that's coming to mind
Okay,
right now.
going with Snowy. All right, and Bromeo.
That looks like a sweaty haircut to me.
All right, Bromeo, clearly the only one of you going to Twitch chat. Okay, and the answer is our last player is indeed Sweaty Clarence, and there you go. And everyone on the desk needs to brush up on their player silhouettes.
I will do better next time.
Yeah.
All right, very briefly, let's talk about the lessons learned. I mean, this is a tough time for SSA Rocket League. We know that. We've spoken about that. But Bromeo is the analyst. Are we learning the lessons we need to?
Do you know what? I think we are. We've had lots of time to talk about this over the past couple months. It is coming down to a culmination now. You are seeing some big results against some big teams, most notably Maestro's last night, going down to Limitless. But you are also seeing a very, very strong resurgence by Cosmico. And I do think lessons are being learned. We're seeing 77 blocks here again. They are one of the returning teams from last season, and they've got a very, very aggressive, fast play style. So this weekend, today, we will see if there are any changes because we struggled against them last time.
We had three teams in the top 8 last regional. We've got 2 now. So on the face of it, on that stat, we've gone backward. But there are teams performing well. Highball making top 16 twice in a row. Pony no Jitsu falling short in regional 1, making top 16 this regional. From a reunion perspective, Australian, I'm waiting for reunion to break through and make a real impact. Are the reunion players learning lessons?
They are actually, and Katakuri, the last player, was playing with Tesho and Eagle with less than a month of practice, and they made it into the top 16. So I'm really, I got my hope high for the next one.
Well, Rhino, as the EU representative on the desk, are we learning the lessons? And if we are, or are we learning them quick enough?
That's a really interesting point. That's the last one you made right there is about learning quickly. We have seen across the world that the meta right now is bump plays, demo plays, early challenges. That is where a lot of Rocket League games are being won right now across the world. And you would think that kind of meta benefits the in-region teams. That benefits the SSA players because you're playing at that higher ping. You know where that ball's going to be. You can make those challenges quicker, and you can get in the faces of your opponents. That's not what we're able to see. You can see that we've only got a quarter of the teams here in this main event that are from the SSA region. So clearly, there is something that these European teams are able to do better than those SSA teams. Is it play forwards? Is it get those early challenges? Are they surprising the South African teams? That's what we'll find out this weekend.
All matches from here all weekend will be best of sevens when we have 4 series we're bringing you today and 5 tomorrow in the grand final. And there you see the 4 that we're bringing to you. Starting from the bottom of that bracket, Must Do Fluck versus 77 Blocks, Cristobal Colon versus La Bosch, and then the local on local violence of Limitless Cosmic Co, and then Hey with Riz versus the Maestros. So first up will be Must Do Fluck and 77 Blocks, the Germans versus the Danes, and the chat vote is open. Chat can have their own vote, their own say on what's going to be happening. So you can put your hashtags in there, depending on who you're supporting, who you believe is going to win, hashtag 77B or hashtag MF. So, and you can take your vote from there. So let's talk about it here on the desk. This is an interesting matchup, and one on the face of it that I'm on the one hand, I'm pleased that I'm not emotionally invested in this matchup. I can watch it purely as a Rocket League fan, but these 77 Blocks are missing out on top 8. Didn't even make top 16 in the first regional. Here they are in the top 8. And the Danes had a lot to say. They were very loud, but fell short at this point. Can they go further this time? And Bromeo, I mean, stats-wise, those are pretty close stats, except for that win rate.
Do you know what? Stats this early on are, hit and miss at the very best of it. Must Do Fluck only dropped 1 game heading into this, and 77 Blocks, they are just as good. We have seen them for a season. We know how aggressive they are. They play an incredibly expansive game. So this is going to be a clash of styles today. So regardless, close stats or not, this is going to be a clanger.
Australian, I don't know how much of either of these teams you've been able to catch since the start of this season, and where you feel one has the advantage over the other.
We've played against Must Do Fluck with ponies, and I know they are pretty good, but it was a close call against ponies, so I think 77 Blocks will have a lead on them.
And then I in my mind, Rhino, 77 Blocks are the more complete team as a team. Must Do Fluck are good, but they seem to rely a little heavily on Mads and what he's able to kind of create. He seems to be the guy, and there we see Mads and Badness, which is a great sort of comparison of players. But I think 77 maybe have an advantage with their more completeness as a team.
Potentially. I mean, what you're seeing right here is the 2 most mechanical players that will be taking to the field right now. Mads will be flying all over the place trying to break down defenses. Badness does the same job on the side of 77 Blocks. So this is the fight that you need to be watching in this next game. It is the 2 players that are going to be scoring a majority of the goals for each of these rosters. But Badness, relatively new to the 77 Blocks roster, but he has performed so well for them. 3-0 Cristobal Colon yesterday to get that higher seed is a huge result for this roster, and it was off the back of that man right there. So 77 Blocks, not only do they have that better team play, in my head, they also have the better mechanics across the field.
Well then, Mr. Analyst Bromeo, so if you were to now predict the winner of this, in my mind, based purely on stats, if I was AI, I'd probably go 77 Blocks. Close, but they seem to have the edge there. Your thoughts and your prediction?
It's an interesting one because I'm a big fan, quite outspoken about this, about the way that 77 Blocks play their game. It's different to a lot of teams in this comp, and I'm a big fan of that. But that aside, they have an ability to score often and quickly, and I think that will be the difference today, and that is why I am choosing 77 blocks.
Mr. Reunion Island.
Well,
The man from the island.
As I said before, I think 77 blocks will have the lead, and maybe heavily. My prediction will be a 4-1 for 77 blocks.
All right, 77 blocks getting the favor of the desk, which historically is not necessarily the favor you want, but Rhino.
It's a clean sweep. 77 blocks for me as well. Both of these teams deserve to be here, but Mustuflux just looks the weaker of the two yesterday from what I could tell. They had a little bit of an easier run and they weren't able to see it through. So for me, 77 blocks have the momentum coming into this one.
Historically, my vote always tends to lean toward. I tend to predict emotionally rather than logically. But I'm fortunate today in that the logic kind of backs me up as well. But I'm going with 77 blocks. But the reason I am going with 77 blocks is that they are and have been the less loud, the less obnoxious of the two teams that have been competing out here. So for that reason, they get my vote. And I've seen that Ultrism in chat has also hashtagged them. So not only is it a clean sweep on the desk, it might well be a sweep amongst the casters as well. I don't know if Pyro voted in chat. I don't know which way he would be going on it. But we have either blessed them or cursed them. And that is going to be the opening series today. A reminder that all of these series are best of 7, so it is a long day. It is the marathon time, and when you think about best of 5 going to a best of 7, it's just an addition of 2 games, but it really does change the feeling and the complexity of it. And it is now time. Out of Europe, the Danes Mustuflux against the Germans of 77 blocks, regional number 2. Let's go.
Well, we seem to have some 77 blocks fans on the desk. Hopefully some Mustuflux fans in the chat. Must return to a top 8 here. The 77 blocks look to return to the former glory of top 4 from last season. Altruism, are we ready to get the day started?
Whoa, well, I'm really interested. I did not expect the desk to go that heavily in the way of 77 blocks. I won't lie, I backed them because they've had a really nice run. You know, going down to Limitless in the upper bracket is certainly not as something to be ashamed of. And on the other side, Mustuflux, they've had their challenges along the way. Genesix being a notable one where they had to go to Game 5. But it really comes down to this main event time on Saturday. Our first game kicks off, and right now, Mustuflux already pushed back, and 77 blocks looking to be aggressive off the bat.
Now, hold on. I might already be a Mustuflux fan. They've got one camera loaded on the screen, so already they get my props for that. But while we do have plenty of people that are excited to see this matchup, we've got 2 teams that are looking to, I feel like, reclaim former glory. As I mentioned before, 77 blocks. They're no new team to SSA, right, Altruism? We saw this team a ton last season.
Out of all the teams that have come in as the imports, this is certainly one that's been around and seen the potential and gotten the experience of the local flavors for a while. Right now, though, their flavor that they're tasting is one of world travelers. Mustuflux as well has been around, so these teams have met up before. Right now, they're certainly putting paid to all that experience that they've gathered. 77 blocks with the first real attempt. Twins are unable to find the mark, though, and we remain deadlocked.
And Bromeo, who is our resident know-it-all statistician, says that 77 blocks, they like to score, and they do it quite a bit. I myself was on the Limitless team stream yesterday, and 77 blocks did play against them, did take a game against them, and seemed to keep up quite well. So they've at the very least got some momentum rolling into this matchup.
Momentum is great, but certainly I think the first step into this game, you know, we were typically in our game 1s looking for that little bit of pokey proddy, and certainly neither of these guys are looking to bring out all the mechanics that they've got stored up for later. Just kind of trying to dominate the field and get that momentum, get that break that you talk about.
No breaks here. 5 minutes non-stop. 2 minutes already down, and a little bit of nervousness to actually get that first goal in. 77 blocks still ramping up the possession. There we go. We got the update on the scoreboard, folks. It is a best of 7 throughout the entirety of the playoffs. So if you're thinking twice about that, well, got it all fixed up. Creamy. It's a nice clear fixed up as well.
Ooh, manages to go towards the center. 2 must-have-luck players going up, but nice way to cancel that out and keep up the pressure now. Bump in the corner, needs 77 blocks, trying to find some distance with Mads waiting patiently on that halfway line. Finding it towards Rexo, who puts it down, and not any sort of confident clears coming out of the way of 77 blocks. Still must-have-luck hanging around, and half the game in, Twister gets a really nice solid bounce off the ground to at least find the halfway line. Now Twins are going to be able to pick it up, and 77 blocks going to have their opportunity to look. That's too far cleared, though.
Yeah, I mean, listen, 77 blocks, they're no strangers to the sky. We've got a lot of ceiling challenges, ceiling clears, and it looks like the elevated play style is going to challenge the best mechanics on the field. It may not be a mistake that happens on the field for the first goal. It may be someone that just outshines the rest. Mads trying to do that, just missing their dunk.
You know, when I look at both these teams, I think about consistency. That was a dangerous carry across the front line there, but the consistency, I mean, how many times have we seen 77 blocks where they make huge numbers of saves or just hold their own back line for as long as it takes to be able to break out? And I feel like Must-have-Luck's coming in with similar vibes here today. Still their turn to just control the ball before it becomes dangerous and then look for something on the other side. Nice, actually pop out.
Ooh, that's decent from Rexo. Dunk finds Creamy, forces 2. 77 blocks. A lot of resources being utilized here from the blocks, which is something Must-have-Luck like to see, but they haven't safeguarded their own goal line on the turnaround.
This is just Mads looking to find it, I think, maybe either towards the corner or expecting Rexo to come out for this, but Rexo getting caught up on that close post just means doesn't manage to get into the air. 77 blocks, they've waited it out, and after all the patience, I feel like this is now the gunshot that starts the race.
Also, maybe the shot that brings a little bit of relief to the desk. They all just sighed and said, okay, we all sound smart, thank goodness. But the game's not quite over, is it now? We've got the redirect from Mads, the control, the air dribble all the way to the top corner, blocked by Twinzer.
Good patience. Mads managed to get this off his own line. Does manage to kill it around. Actually gets past one, and with the boost now, looking to take it off the redirect. Great presence of mind coming out from Must-have-Luck there on the backboard. Still 77 blocks. They've got 19 seconds and the aggression on their side. Can they close out game number 1?
Twister. High up off the back wall. Mads in search of Karimi on the other side. Redirect missed. That may have been the last chance there for Must-have-Luck. Twinzer gains sequence of touches there. Twister back over to the middle of the field. Rexo with time. Rexo with space. Rexo with a nice carry here. The bump on Twister. The demolition. The shot off the crossbar. It was all there minus the final look as 77 blocks survive.
You manufacture an opportunity like that after the buzzer and you get denied by the woodwork. Just a story that comes out here. Must-have-Luck with a decent tally of 6 shots, just short of their 10 from their opponents. But none of the shots were like the all-in play. There was never a moment from either side that it felt like everyone put everything on the line. And 77 blocks just taking advantage of basically the only mistake forced out, or unforced rather, by Must-have-Luck.
Yeah, it does seem like some of the errors are really forced if you look at that from Must-have-Luck, their 1 goal concession. But talk about a team as well that's really warming up into this game. I think that we saw some failures in the first half, but some consistency in terms of possession and pressure in the second half. And Must-have-Luck, the way they coordinated that final chance for the goal was nearly perfect. They got the perfect dribble carry into the corner, the bump and the demo on the backboard, all to open up that goal. Altruism, it was just the crossbar that had something else to say.
You know, that's the story about consistency, right? It has to be 100% consistency. You can't do 95% of it right. So it is always just that missing thing. And I kind of feel like that was a story across the whole thing. Everyone was good at doing the first 50%. You know, they were defending their backlines right. But as soon as we went forward, we didn't see any long extended periods of play by either side, where you just choke out your opponent, steal their boost, maybe look for a demo, and maybe a little bit more of a proactive or aggressive forward going might yield some better results, or at least certainly a more exciting result as we go into game number 2 on the back of 77 Blocks victory.
Oh, we'll just have to see. Some Rocket League fans, they're pretty happy to see a 0-0-0-1 game. The tension is as high as it possibly could be, and for Must-Do-Fluck, I don't think they're fans of it yet. 5 minutes and counting here of still yet a goal to score.
That's a big part mentally, right? As you still haven't found the success, and now you've got your opponents coming in. Great jump from Rexo, stops the second shot, and Mads finds some distance now. Creamy's actually on chase here, so maybe looking for a bit of turnaround pressure as Must-Do-Fluck. Twins up to the task on the baseline, buys time. Twister gonna cut his teammate off there, and means that they are now pressured in their own corner. 77 Blocks. Twins manages to get it past 2, and as still with the highest level of aggression out of this Must-Do-Fluck side. It was a great attempt at the pass, but no turnaround. Still Must-Do-Fluck yet to vacate the area. This might force them to backtrack a little, though. Oh, Twister, he's actually picked it up well.
I mean, where were the comms there for Must-Do-Fluck? That was actually the perfect play from Mads to Creamy. And Creamy just never turned in for it. I don't know who didn't speak. I don't know who didn't call it out or where the vision was, but that was Must-Do-Fluck's first goal right there. They've got to hope that they can coordinate some of that teamwork moving forward.
Oh, difficult bounce to Reed, gives some space. Must-Do-Fluck going to set it up high. Twister follows it through, and he and Twins have always been this deadlock combo on the back line for 77 Blocks. Yet to fail at it just yet. Gonna be pressured out though as Creamy. All he manages to do, find it across. And Rexo now without the boost to chase this. His badness, the Musty over the top. He actually wants to chase this. Good catch.
I'll tell you what, Altruism, the more I watch this game, the better this looks for Must-Do-Fluck. I think in the second half and in this game as well, the possession has favored Must-Do-Fluck. The amount of chances it favored them. And at some point, something has to break, right, for 77 Blocks. I mean, it's a lot of blocks to break down for sure, but eventually longevity should get the better of them.
Yeah, but you've got to now get your composure on the right track as well if you Must-Do-Fluck. You can't just be like, okay, we've hit them 17 times. Surely we can get through now. Because, maybe they've got 1 or 2 more left in them. So timing the moment for Must-Do is imperative. And right now, they've managed to reinforce this attack. That's such a nice read off their own backboard. Twister still wants to try to keep this going. They found half an opportunity. Already Must-Do-Fluck back into the attack. Pushed out to the corners. All that 77 Blocks can reliably count on for now. Seems like Must-Do-Fluck gathering though. It swarms and double attempts. Jump out from the 77 Blocks defenders. The last save is there. Desperate attempts from 77 Blocks to try and control this. And somehow they stay alive.
I mean, this is absurd. I cannot believe my eyes. 77 Blocks, 2 saves, 0 boost. Last man truly would take a miracle to save both of those saves. And I guess we're witnessing that right now. I don't know what kind of curse the Blocks put on Must-Do-Fluck, but here we are. They've got a good chance. Badness flip reset. That committed 2. And Blocks almost take the lead.
Oh, still got a chance as Twister gets up to this, looking for the 50th. Up to Rezo. Creamy actually the only one with boost takes the air, but without the boost to follow that, 77 Blocks. They've withstood the storm for so long. Now the sun starting to come out, but certainly need to be careful of the squall returning. This may just be the eye of the storm as final minute comes down. Must-Do-Fluck 9 minutes without a goal. The 77 Blocks still with only the 1 to show for it.
I'm gonna have a talk with Badness there, going for the psycho with 1 minute remaining in game 2 with a tie game. That is it's a bold maneuver. I guess he's feeling confident here in the final stretch. And hey, if you force 0 goals in almost 10 minutes of Rocket League, maybe you've got a good reason to feel confident. Twins are here. He's got some control with this ball. Nice clear, but Mads will pick that up. Double tap off the backboard. Who's there for Must-Do-Fluck? Nobody. They've gone to their defensive end. They'll climb to another attack, though. Rexo picks this up at the half-court line. Draws in 2 from 77 Blocks. Shot is there for Mads, but it's wide.
That's way too many double commits. I mean, we've pointed out too, but there have been more double commits coming in from 77 Blocks, and maybe the pressure from Must-Do-Fluck starting to get to them. Got a bit of a breakaway now. Good chip over, sends it down to Badness. The length of the field now to make up. Gets the ball a little far away from him. Does get the flip reset underneath it, but loses it off the second and looking. That overtime looming right now. Twins are going to have a shot. Actually chips it up nice and high, looking for the second. Creamy going to deny that. Still lingers here in front of the Musty Fluck net. We do actually go to overtime. 10 minutes and a single goal between these sides.
Us fans here at SSA, we don't like goals. I mean, what's the point, really? 1 goal out of 10 minutes of gameplay, and now the timer ticks away. But a lot of open space here. This kickoff bullet of a shot from Rexo denied by Badness. They had 2 on the goal line, and for 77 blocks, it was enough.
And now the counter, 2 are up, neither make contact. And Badness, it's taken 21 extra seconds. But they do manage to now force out 77 blocks. They hold firm for as long as it takes. And then it's the unforced error that comes to haunt Musty Fluck.
Gonna be honest, Altruism, the story's pretty simple here. It came down to who was gonna take advantage of the double commit first.
Yeah.
We saw them all over the place defensively. You don't have to search long to find the gaps. It's like, where's Waldo? But he's like 10 times bigger than every other person in the picture. It was inconsistencies, bad communication on defense. Who was gonna actually put the ball in the net at the end? And it was Badness.
And yet look at the stats. Musty Fluck, 14 shots to 5 of your opponents. That was Musty Fluck putting on all the pressure. And it's like you say, you had many attempts at that. It wasn't just Waldo with a big Waldo. He was spotted all over the page kind of thing. And yet you don't take advantage. You make one mistake on your side and you lose the game. But I don't know about you, Pyro. I felt that this is one of the most slow-paced tactical games I've seen in RLCS in a long time.
That's fair. That's fair. I think there is some praise required for the teams in terms of their endurance in this game. I mean, that is also part of why we saw that mistake in overtime. It had been a long time, and players are trying to make the perfect play for now so long without any scoring, without any replay break in the game. So there was some serious discipline that we saw out of these teams. That is for certain. But I think for Musty Fluck, that's just an aggravating game. You had your chances. You had your passes that didn't come up with shots. You had your gaps in the defense of 77 blocks that you couldn't just finish on. So the streak continues, Altruism. Here in game 3, Musty Fluck still in search of that first goal.
And now it comes down to mentality. You lose the first 2 games, you suffer a goal at the hands of Twister, basically off the kickoff. You talked about the Psycho earlier, and this one pays off. What an angle!
Little sidewall action. All right, the block's getting it started early. Very well. Musty Fluck, some respect required to your mechanical warriors.
And now the mentality comes out, right? You're 2 games down. We didn't put a lot of emphasis on this earlier, but this is elimination. We're already in the lower bracket. So going down here for Musty Fluck, they're starting to see their health bar disappear with the number of games that they've got on hand. And now again, pushed off under pressure in the first minute.
You know what's funny is a lot of folks had Musty Fluck rated very highly in the region because you know how they started this entire season. A win against Limitless, not just a win in Swiss, a sweep. So this is a fall from grace here for Musty Fluck. Just in terms of expectations, they were swept in this round of playoffs last regional, and now Altruism, they're on track for this to happen again.
Off your own back wall, you go around, you get the flip reset, and then you still carry it afterwards into a speedier version of your air dribble. Twister has done spectacular work this game, and you say it's starting to look a little dark here for Musty Fluck.
It's going to come down to
We're not going to count our chickens, though, right? No, right?
Sure.
Sorry, I had to jump in with that.
Well, Musty Fluck, they don't have any eggs to count right now. I mean, still nothing bearing any sustenance in terms of points on the board. I was just going to say, I think it comes down to comfort level. 77 blocks, they're hitting sidewalls, they're hitting flip reset goals. Clearly, they've found a rhythm. And if Musty Fluck can do that as well, you'll see the same type of mechanical plays. We just have yet to see that composure. However, Creamy, that's a nice read there that almost translates into a goal.
So it would be nice to see someone from Mustuflak jumping up for it, even if it's not the perfect play. Being a bit more aggressive could come out to their benefit. Rexo trying desperately to pick something up in front of the nets, and I'm bored as the demolition comes out, at least creates space for Creamy. Looks for the sky. He's got a couple of players there covering all the angles, but he kills the dead. No one jumps up for it, and Madness manages to eke it out on the baseline. 77 blocks, now into the attack with half the game and all the momentum to go.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Get to that one, Mads. There you go. Full boost to put that one away. Creamy almost had the play of the game even after that sidewall first goal that we saw in the game. Twister,
no.
you're going to do it to him again.
No.
Oh, no.
Wow, Twister is actually doing ridiculous things right now. I mean, that is a great touch, an unexpected touch, but Creamy, you can see the pressure just getting to them there. Pushed up so high, hoping that something was going to pop out. They had the time to still bring back the 2-goal leads, but now with the onslaught of 3 goals to catch up when you haven't found one in 2.5 games.
Oh, yeah.
Daunting prospect.
It's definitely cause for concern here. But my concern, personally, Altruism, is on Twister. How are we getting these sidewalls? 2 in 1 game is just absurd from this team of 77 blocks. Flip reset off the post. The curse continues for Mustuflak as they have shattered this backboard in post.
They have tried, but there seems to be like they need a 4th player or just some sort of closer rotation because they get the breakaway, they get the good pass into the center, and then no shot forthcoming. Here's a great opportunity for them again, and it's always the 77 blocks players who are getting to it faster. Just first, and Twister now got a bit of space, gets a nice chip over to the other side, and gonna follow it up, looking for the angle, and 77 blocks on the other hand, always looking to reinforce what their teammates are doing.
Pushed out off the back wall, Creamy. It's definitely had the most promise in terms of, I guess, getting close to the Mustuflak goal. We saw that good read on the backboard, a couple dunks as well to set up shop on that side. Now it's Mads. Order Boost was available, wasn't able to pick it up, and now Mustuflak trying to work forward with no resources. Doesn't work out very well.
Intercepted now once more. Twins trying to find Madness. Great attempt at the redirect into the bottom line, but certainly a nice pickup on the demo on the way out. Gives some sort of space. Certainly not a comfortable position for Mustuflak. 45 seconds left, and all they've really been doing is taking steps back.
You know what's a really important talking piece as we get to the 4th goal of 77 blocks? I mentioned comfort level, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, Mustuflak, they've been playing in SSA now for a few weeks, right? 77 blocks have been here for over a year. They have the practice, the experience under their belt of playing on 160 ping, right? At least Twister and Twins are due, right? And so I think that experience is paying off tremendously in this game.
I mean, you can see it. We've talked about how all the teams are improving. That includes the guys who've been here alongside the whole way. I mean, we have not seen Twister pull off psychos consistently. We do see the first goal from Mustuflak. It's taken nearly 3 games. In fact, technically over regulation time of 3 games, 15 minutes. But they do get a nice pass towards the center. That's what we should be seeing from them consistently. But can they match up to, like we were saying, 77 blocks led by Twister and the amount of growth we've seen even from the imports who've been taking a vacation here?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Rexo in search of a second here in the dying seconds. Game number 3, but we all know the result. It's a 3rd win for 77 blocks as they continue their streak. Perfect sweep denied, but I don't think they'll falter one bit for it.
No. I do think that the morale has not been put in check right now. 77 blocks still looking so comfortable. I mean, look at those stats from Twister. Out of the 6 shots, he lands 4 of them. I mean, he was looking confident in every carry he picked up. He added basically any 2 other scores on the field to get up to his spectacular performance. And certainly someone to keep in mind when we look towards that driver of the day vote later.
Oh, I wish we saw the beginning of that clip there. Yeah, Twister with 2 beautiful sidewall redirects. I think we're going to see the third now. No, a couple other highlights. That one from Creamy was just so close. Could have won clip of the day. Yeah, we catch the end of that third goal. Okay, well, we'll get the highlights running. Maybe Twister has to post it or something. But yeah, the point is the offensive and mechanical success has been there for 77 blocks. That's not to say Must Do Fluck haven't had the opportunities. In fact, that last goal was demonstrative of their chances throughout the series, which is kind of an open backboard. They've had a lot of chances with passes off the backboard, Altruism. It's just that follow-up that isn't always there.
Yeah, the second man role is a little bit weird right now, where it's either they're going a little bit earlier and then that last shot just isn't present, or the first one hasn't had time to go back in, or the follow-up on the initial pass is a little bit too slow. You know, Creamy traps it on the backboard, it drops down, and it's not really the jump or aggression to try to create an opportunity now for your third man. So I like to see this from Must Do Fluck. Already the pass comes off, Creamy got to pick it up, and impotent attempt there leaves it vacant in the center. Must Do Fluck, we talked about consistency earlier, and 77 blocks just have it in spades with some creativity to add into the mix.
All right, Twister, relax. This is ridiculous. That musty flick had way too much sauce on it. I might have gotten up out of my chair if he scored that one bar down. I would have said no. Take everyone else on the field. Twister owns the stadium.
Yeah, right. At that point, Must Do Fluck starts to actually just man check him. Every time he goes to the ball, just take him down. But they've got their opportunity again. Creamy through the air. Leaves it open for Rexo. Super high to try and get the pass towards the center. But Twinza looking for the duo mates right now. Twister, all they can rely on is the Creamy counter-attack. It's just a little wide there. Frustration again. And Rexo going in a little bit early on his attempt. Now with the awkward position to try pop it back out. It leaves it open for Twister. Or Twinza at least. Try and go in there. Must Do Fluck still utilizing their entire arsenal just to try and, I don't know, approach their opponent's net.
I mean, approach is a good way to put it. This one's scary, though. Badness with no boost left. Tries to get that shot under. Couldn't get there. Unfortunately for Must Do Fluck, the time to make mistakes on the scoring angle is over. It has expired, right? They've had two golden opportunities, Creamy on the counterattack, which you just saw, and then Creamy accepting the pass at the beginning of the game, but neither shot was on target. Neither shot had enough power to get past 77 blocks, and that has to change. The effectiveness, the quality of the shots has to begin now for Must Do.
Yeah, because neither of those was a really potent shot in the first place, and so nice. Again, the creativity comes out and you get close, but no shot forthcoming out of Rexo's creativity on the ground. 77 blocks are too good at their defense in the first place that anything other than a perfect shot is going to really worry them too much.
Here we go. 77 blocks. They have demonstrated patience today in terms of getting their first goal. They waited all the way until overtime in game number 2 to do it, so feeling comfortable with taking their chances as they arrive. And Madness arriving on the corner boost will take valuable resources from Must Do. Mads in search of a bump there on the air dribble, does connect on it. Rexo past one. Badness continues to take away opportunities of Must Do, but now they've taken the ball center. Twister off his own backboard, though, carries this across, pinch off the ceiling, and once again test Must Do Fluck.
You say they're patient, they wait for that opportunity. They're waiting for Twister to have full boost tanks and a half a million space kind of thing. But, I mean, they're doing whatever the exact nuances of their strategy are. It's working as both teams, again, now reach that last 2 minutes, get to open up a goal, and Must Do pass across there. Creamy facing the wrong way, going to get creative off the backflip. Has found some space for the pass. Mass with the attempt that doesn't manage to find the angle. Rexo with another pass towards the center. Twister manages to intercept that, and 77 blocks now with some space, with the connection. Twister goes for the high shots, and yet again, now MVP of the previous game, going to be the one to open the vault and snatch out the jewels.
You said it yourself. Altruism, 77 blocks waiting for Twister to have full boost and a chance. And funny enough, Badness looked like he was setting up the pinch play from half court. That would have just added to the highlight reel for the blocks. But for now, they've got their eyes set on top 6, especially with Twister double tap it in. He's unstoppable today.
How is it that his first touch off the ground at halfway, I'm already dreading the next 3 or 4 seconds? And Rexo with such a valiant attempt. I believe that one was still going to bounce up and in. And Rexo so close to eking it out. Yet it means so much. It was a second or two of dramatics there from Twister yet again. But it just adds to the blocks they've been stacking against their opponents.
Time wearing thin here for Must Do Fluck.
Oh.
Another chance for Twister, and he almost lands on his initial shot. We'll take it downfield here. Creamy, again, out of time. Has to get creative. 2 taps in the corner, just not enough. Mads has been coordinating infield passes all series long. Not a lot of them have seen the shot that is required for Must Do Fluck to score. It's a final effort now for them.
Wins all the space in the world off this one. Difficult bounce to read, so Creamy hits it up early, but they've left themselves a little vacant on the back line. Creamy having to cut around for that defense. Still 77 blocks on the attack. The bounce is good. The finish is there. Finally, someone other than Twister going to be credited on the scoreboard. He's going to make sure he gets credited with that assist. Just a little too high for Rexo, a little bit too fast for Mads. And the goal sets it up. The series all but confirmed here for 77 blocks.
Well, 2 things have been assured as a part of this series. Number 1, that Must Do Fluck find a very tall roadblock in top 8. They secure yet another sweep against them in top 8, as they did in the last event. But more notably, for 77 blocks, who ended last season in SSA with a top 4 showing, they've got their eyes set on that once again, securing that top 6 spot now for open number 2. RLCS SSA 2025 is 77 blocks in their sweep.
A single goal. That's what you restrict your opponents to. And we're not just talking about any opponents. A pretty confident looking Must Do Fluck. You know, they had a lot of support in chats, and they have been a team that has shown to prove their worth in previous exhibitions. And yet they were outclassed today. A full clean sweep, and as close to that perfect sweep as you can get. 77 blocks managing to get that top 6, but more importantly, in the most confident fashion, they look to be playing with their food by the end of that.
Oh, certainly. They were playing with their food, and they gave the utensils to their main entree, Twister, to really show off on the dish. I don't know how far I can take that metaphor. The point is, Twister had a highlight reel making performance in this series. Just unbelievable amount of goals and class to come with it.
A massive performance. And we go back to the panel. Greybeard, that was the shortest possible series for you.
It was the sort of series where that production loves, because it makes sure that things stay on schedule. Casters, I don't know, we want a lot more drama and so on. But man, what a series, what a performance. And first up, I have to say, and I can't believe I missed this in the opening segment, and I was reminded as we came through the hype chamber over the pitch to have a shout out for Hazza, who has also joined the production as an observer. For the first time in SSA Rocket League, we have an observer, and it is Hazza. And that was classy. We are thrilled to have them. But Bromeo, that was quite something out there. A goal different, 9-1. I mean, not a high scoring affair across the 4 games, but 77 blocks. 9 goals. Must Do Fluck not only swept, but only dodging the perfect sweep by a single goal.
That certainly was a demonstrative performance. Thanks, Pyro. That was a great word. And honestly, watching them play today was a pleasure. Twister coming out all guns firing, and it shows their game plan. When it works really, really, really well.
Pyro, no timeout, and I don't know what the thinking was there. If they were like, oh, we're just going to do it, or if they forgot there was one available. But that was I was kind of surprised after 2 games. After 3, I'm like, what? That was just very strange.
Yeah. Listen, I'm a big fan of analyzing timeout usage. I think in Rocket League, it's a little bit different. I mean, as a coach, you do have some things you can really pinpoint because you come in with a strategy and there's definitely things to observe, to adapt and change it a little bit. Or, you know, tell your team, hey, can we bump Twister? Can we deny him a boost, please? But most of all in Rocket League, it's a chance to stall the momentum of the other team. And in fairness to Must Do Fluck, there wasn't a ton of momentum for 77 blocks. Let's remember what happened in game 2. No scoring until overtime. So is there really a lot of momentum to shake up there? Now, after game 3, yeah, probably a timeout is needed. So I can't explain for that, but I could probably explain for game 2.
And then I've got a really important question for you, Ultrazim. It's something that came up in chat, and it's always a little embarrassing when chat points things out that the desk and the casters miss. And that has got to do with Creamy's preset.
Oh, come on, Altruism. How did you mention that?
There was a lot of discussion about Creamy's preset, and if you're anything like me, you're probably hard-pressed to even remember what Creamy's preset was. But if you did see it, do you approve or not?
Okay, listen, I could say anything that I want, but I get called cringe by teenagers on a near daily basis, especially for my Rocket League car designs. So I say, Creamy, you live your best life. Forget what the haters say. I'm sitting here living my best life with a really terrible Rocket League preset, but a pretty good prediction streak right now. I mean, that's something, Greybeard, I do want to take a moment. That was the first time I think that we've seen a complete prediction sweep like that has actually been backed up by results.
Well, I guess we now need to go and have a conversation with the winning team. And I mean, there were brief periods there where I thought Mustard we're gonna stage something halfway through the first game, most of the second game, but those 77 blocks that they had to put on to ensure there was no score. Let's go and find out what led to this victory. Over to the interview.
So we have a Badness from 77 blocks. Welcome, man. So congratulations first off on that fantastic win there. You definitely set us up for a day and a half of some amazing Rocket League. So my first question to you is that game style where you were putting it all out on the pitch, letting the ball do the work. It's very similar to the way you played last year. Are you carrying on doing the same thing, or are there some secret weapons we're missing?
Yeah, we're definitely holding on to that play style. We also like to steal boost from our opponents. That way we can hold the pressure. And that's basically how we play.
Yeah, stealing boost, definitely a part of the disruption meta, and Badness, your team seemed to do it quite well. We'll continue to think about that when we think of branding 77 blocks, but clearly something part of your brand today was Twister popping off. It didn't seem to matter if he had boost or not, but sidewalls from every angle. Badness, I even saw you go for a psycho with a minute left in game 2 and the game tied. So talk to me, are high-level mechanics, are surprise plays like that something that 77 blocks are all about?
Yeah, of course, Twister, I want to say thank you to him because he carried us. He's very mechanically he has a very mechanical play style, and he's like today he popped off, and I'm thankful for that. And yeah, the psycho was a weak attempt, but you know, you never know.
Had you pulled it off,
you never know. That's so true about a psycho. You really never know. I thought it was close.
Yeah. If you'd pulled it off, we would have been watching it on clips on Twitter for days on end. Badness, you set up Twister for quite a few assists. I saw that Twister liked to play up front, and that obviously must be part of your game plan. Unfortunately, it worked out very well for you. But just take me through. You've got a couple of tough opponents coming up. Are you going to keep doing the same? Or have you identified weaknesses in your opponents coming up?
Yeah, we have identified weaknesses in our own playstyle as well. I'm not going to talk about this one. So they don't know. But we have played some of these opponents that we could have next game already. And maybe it's good to go through replays and look where they are the weakest and what their strong points are, and find them.
I like that, Badness. You know, you've noted some weaknesses from your end, but yeah, we're not going to tell you guys. Of course not. You can't show your cards. I really like the sound of that. My final question for you, Badness, is I was on the Limitless team stream yesterday when you guys were playing them, and you really kept up with them. You forced them to game number 4. What kind of outcomes came from that matchup? Did 77 Blocks come away with that matchup thinking, oh, if we have a best of 7 with Limitless, we can take them? Because Badness, you weren't on the team, but Twinzer and Twister were at the end of last season when that was your final loss in the season top 4, a sweep against y'all from Limitless. So is that a winnable game for 77 Blocks? Was that an outcome from your team?
Yeah, when we played them in Swiss, I think it was, we thought on ourselves, like, we have nothing to lose. Like, they're, of course, a really good team. And like, we went into the game and we thought, like, yeah, this is very winnable. But of course, they won. They're a really good team. But I think if we have a best of 7, we have a better chance on winning. I would say we can win this for sure.
Great. Okay, well, I love the confidence, Badness. I love what you guys put on the field today. Congratulations on your win, and good luck moving on.
Thank you.
Now, one of the hallmarks, and thereof, if we look at Limitless, and
we can't hear you, Greybeard.
If we look at one of the hallmarks of Limitless and their success over a long period of time in SSA, is the fact that they have had a consistent roster. And I know Bromeo was just complaining about this before, and it's very hard to get team-on-team stats when you have players kind of just shifting rosters all the time. Werty has brought it up as something like, just being long-term building a roster. And I know 77 Blocks made a roster change for this season, but there is, with them, at least from an SSA standpoint anyway, a sense of consistency with them, Bromeo.
Look, that was another question that we'll have to save for them for another time. It was consistency. They are one of the longest running orgs in SSA, and they only arrived here last year, and that's saying something. So I think that definitely does count for something. They have had enough time in this climate with the same teammates to start making an impact, and maybe that's what we're seeing now.
That is one series done and dusted, one of 4 that are now out of the way. That means there are 3 left. And our next matchup is yet another EU versus EU matchup. There you see the first one done, 77 Blocks sweeping their way through Must-Do Fluck, and all of us on the desk predicted a win for 77, but I don't think any of us predicted the Force 0. And now we come to Labosh versus Cristobal Colon, and I do think Cristobal, a good team, but Labosh may well be stronger. We'll break it down now. The chat vote will be open. You can decide who you believe will win the second series. #LB or #CC. Have your say. And I think everyone who bet channel points on 77 Blocks is going to be pleased with their win. But to be fair, they wouldn't have made much money because there was a very small amount of channel points bet on Must-Do Fluck. But congratulations to them. So guys, let's have a look at these two EU teams again. And Labosh looking very, very strong. And if I'm not mistaken, was this the PSV Eindhoven roster of last regional?
Yes.
So is it the same roster? Exactly.
Let me break it down. Labosh was PSV last event, and they went to a game 5 against Genesis. to try and get top 8. They lost that game 5. So this team was one game away from being in top 8, being at this point a couple weeks ago or a few weeks ago, whatever it was. But you know what, Graybeard, you're not giving Cristobal credit. I gotta say something here. This is your third all-Spanish team, okay? This is the reason we don't have... Most of the players in SSA aren't even from South Africa. It's another full Spanish team, so how can you not believe in them? They're part of the Maestros, they're part of Hey. They seem to have some bit of success here in SSA.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that, Pyra.
I don't know. Pyra sold that very heavily just because they're Spanish. But
hey, listen, I didn't say it like I was happy about it, but a fact is a fact.
A fact is indeed a fact. And Ultrazum, I don't know how much you've caught of them, and I mean, just looking over their performance. I mean, to me, on paper, they're not the strongest of the two opponents going up against each other here, but maybe Pyro's got a point.
Maybe Pyro has a point. I'm not discounting what he says. But personally, my own beliefs is that Laboshes look really strong coming in here. It's not just the fact that they're here, it's the fact of who they had to beat to get to this point. And you know, you go 3-0 against Pony no Jitsu, 3-1 against Haibo, and then 3-1 against Mastufluk. That's already a pretty good track record to get out here. And on the other side, like Cristobal obviously getting knocked out twice in a row by like 77 blocks is a real tough draw for them. They did manage to take it versus Trifecta. This is why I say Pyro does have some credit to his argument, but not just because they're Spanish. Come on, Bran.
And then I don't know what the stats are telling us. The limited history of the 2025 season, Bromeo, if this is leaning in any particular direction or anything of note with these two teams.
Well, both teams are very statistically similar on paper for what the limited information we have right now. Both are new rosters, both are new to the region. So truthfully, we'll only know what these teams are capable of if they truly go the distance. But I think it is more favorable to say that Labosh might have the upper hand because Cristobal has fallen a little bit too easily, given away too many easy games so far from what we've seen. So I think that Labosh might have the edge in this.
Now, Pyra, given your you've made your point, and I think it is a point fairly made, but would it be fair to say that both of these teams, Labosh and Cristobal, are kind of in that middle? There are EU teams that have established themselves at the top, which are Hey with Riz and obviously Maestros, and then you have 77 Blocks, Astronic, you have Cristobal. There's a couple of others which sort of, like in SSA, you've got your two top dogs and then kind of like a big middle. Is it fair to say these two teams are in that biggish middle?
I think it is fair to say, and that's what makes this match very interesting, no? Because who is the best of the middle? Who could you argue that would be next up to try to take down those top dogs? So this is a very interesting matchup between Labosh and Cristobal, is to say, who should the limelight be on? Who should we be putting in the spotlight? This match should answer that question.
I think another part of that, Greybeard, if we've got time, is who these guys are going to have to go up against in the next round. Like, which of these teams is going to show off well enough? Because their opposition is either going to be Hey with Riz or Maestros. So, like, can you come out here with a decent enough victory that people are going, okay, we've seen maybe you have a chance in the next round?
Well, let's get to the predictions. And since you jumped in there, Ultrazim, we'll start with you quickly.
Quite happy to do Labosh.
Labosh for the Ultrazim.
Okay, we're keeping it going. Yep, yeah. I'm also going Labosh, despite what I said earlier. Yes, Labosh.
Le Premier!
From the limited information we have, from the results we've seen so far, it's going to have to be Labosh for me as well.
Well, the clean desk sweep has worked well so far, and I'm going to go with it again, but again, not for the reasons that the desk have done it. I'm going to go with the all-not-Spanish team of Labosh to take our second series of the day, and I have the confidence that they will take it. And we will have our 2 debutantes in the casting booth for our second series of the day, Rhino and Australian. And we were really hoping, I mean, it was the great dream that it would be Pony no Jutsu out there and we'd be having a reunion casting a reunion team. But that will have to wait, hopefully, for the third regional. But it now is time for the Spanish Cristobal Colon, the Netherlands and the UK La Bosch. Our second series open to on Saturday, and away we go.
Top 8 becomes top 7, and after this series will become top 6. You might not have had a reunion caster representing a reunion team, but you got an English caster representing an English player, and that's almost just as good. Australian, this is an elimination matchup. One of these 2 teams goes home right now. It's all on the line.
Exactly, and I hope, well, they said the prediction, and I think my prediction, as I said in the chat, is going for Le Bosch. What about you, Rhino? Who are you rooting for in this game?
I am also on the La Bosch train. It is 6 for 6 as far as the casters and desk go today. But I know the chat had a very different view. 54% of you picking up Cristobal Colon for this game. It's a 50-50 split in chat, but it's unanimous on the desk. Who will be proved right? The Australian kickoff is just about to get underway.
Exactly, the players are ready to kick off this game, and we are as well as Le Bosch and Cristobal Colon are taking this ball in the favor of Le Bosch here.
Here we go then. It's going to be Rizon with the first opportunity up into the air, looking for the 50. Wins it 2. Going to hit the backboard. Chance at the angle. Might find the top corner. So close. Le Bosch almost with the opener. Not quite.
Inspire trying to take the ball here to put the pressure on, but the counter from Cristobal Colon is hitting hard, trying to connect here with his teammate with Daze. Inspire takes the ball past one player, tries to pass Pingu, but doesn't go through, and the offensive stops now.
Yeah, and it will be a chance now for Cristobal Colon moving down the other way. It's off that corner. Rizon will be able to clear this away up to halfway line. Tries to take it through, gets a bump play instead, but there's no second man from Le Bosch. So Psych will take it through. Yova into the middle. It will be cleared away by Daze, and Inspire should be able to boom this back downfield. That's on target, dealt with by Psych. And this is very back and forth right now, Australian. A bit of a tennis match going on.
Exactly, and I hope here Ryzen can make a move, but it doesn't go through with his flip reset. There is trying to buy some time for Inspire, who is going to boom it across the field. The burb not coming in through from on Psych, unfortunately for Le Bosch, and Inspire trying to set up once again here, trying to pass the over, but doesn't go through once more. There is taking the ball on the corner, trying to go on the backboard. It goes through. Ryzen doesn't connect with the ball again.
Big demo on the back lines. Inspire off the backboard, waiting for Daze to come through. Good save by Psych, but the pressure's still on. Cleared away by Yova at the end of the day, and the Spanish side, they are looking shaky on defense, but they've not let one through yet. Inspire going to look to reset, but that's that early challenge style that I mentioned earlier in the stream. Psych able to get their first. Pingu off the backboard. Yova going to try and get their first double commit from Le Bosch, but Cristobal Colon trying to put on some pressure of their own.
I can see that these players are trying to take the advantage on the aggression, but it doesn't go. Cristobal Colon is doing a great job at defense, and here we go with an open net. The pass from Inspire doesn't go through once more. The last player is trying to defend, but not enough to stop the first goal from Cristobal Colon.
What happened here? Psych moving down the field. Inspire thought about challenging, decided not to, and then couldn't get up into the air in time to make the save. And the entirety of the SSA desk are quaking in their boots right now. Cristobal Colon 1-0 up in game 1. The lucky thing is there is still over half of this game left. But that's another huge early challenge from Psych. Clearly a part of Cristobal Colon's play that they really want to capitalize on.
I can agree on that, and Ryzen defending with backboard, trying to set up for his teammate, but doesn't connect once more. Side trying to go for for a little play, just like the previous players on the previous match. Twister with this amazing Pogo here, not Pogo, sorry.
You're all good.
Messing up a bit.
It's all fine. It's all fine. Welcome to English casting, Australian. a pleasure to have you. As Rizon going into the middle, does get the 50 onto Yova, but it should have been picked up there by Cristobal Colon. Maybe the mistake could come through with a goal for Laboche. Not going to happen at this occasion. 2 minutes on the clock. Inspire fakes out one, tries to catch, doesn't have the boost to make anything work there, so Yova will be able to clear away. And Laboche, whenever they're in those forwards positions, L'Australian, they just don't seem to be able to find enough boost, to find enough play to get over the line.
Yeah, I can't seem to find a way to go through this line of defense here. Laboche has to surprise them. Maybe a demo will make it work here, but they have to make it work somehow. Yeah, one demo here going for Laboche, trying to go for the bump, but doesn't connect with Pingu. It was a nice attempt. He's trying to set up again, but doesn't connect with his teammate Sai, trying to shoot. Goes for the shot, but doesn't score here. I will start to go back to French at some point, I guess.
Hey, when you get super excited, the French can come through. That's fine. Hang on, Rizon's got an open net here. Looking for the top right corner. Great recovery from Yova. I think there was a bit of mind games going on there. Rizon had a lot of opportunity there to pick his spot. Went for the top right corner and wasn't able to find the way through. The goalkeeper able to make the work. Now, Daze over to the right, wanting a double. Finds it two off the backboard. Who's following? No one. But an early pressure from Laboche means that they can keep possession. Inspire off the right-hand side. Has a little bit of boost in the tank. Maybe wants to just try and find this bump. Can't do it. Pingu able to clear away. And Cristobal Colon with that play right there, maybe just have locked in game one.
There's still 20 seconds left, Rhino. And here once more, the pass from Daze. Unfortunately, it doesn't connect with Inspire. The counter from Yova. Ryzen trying to go through once more for the last attempt here. The bump doesn't connect. Inspire tries to keep the pressure on. They have to make something work here, but no one goes for the ball. Daze stopping Yova from the open net. And it's unfortunate because Laboche had this attempt on side, and Pingu goes for the pass with the goal from his teammate Syke. No, it's Vilpis. Syke going for the pass for the open goal from Pingu.
A really nice final goal there from Cristobal Colon. They could have just put the ball onto the ground, called it a day, and got a 1-0 win, but instead, they wanted to get that 0-second result. And Cristobal Colon taking game number one means that it's a little bit wobbly leg time for everybody on the desk, as we all predicted Laboche, but it is off the back of Syke there. You can see those statistics. And he came through with a goal, an assist, 3 shots and a save. It's not the highest offense game that you've ever seen, L'Australian. The shots aren't very high, but the level of play in that midfield, that's what's going to decide this game coming into the next few.
The shots are not really high, but the defense is there. It's present. It's solid. And it shows as the stat earlier from these two teams. I think Laboche was at 4 point something, and Cristobal was at 8 point something for the saves, and it shows on this match actually.
It does. It really does. The Cristobal defense was stalwart. They did a fantastic job. I will go back to that shot from Rizon, who had the time to find that top right corner, but Yova read him all the way. Yova was the only real player who could make that play and still managed to get up into that top corner, even though he was kind of a little bit further into the goal. That's a really solid play, and Cristobal Colon are going to be relying on a few more of those going into Forbidden Temple. Game number 2, Laboche looking to get this one back level. Cristobal wanting daylight between themselves and the British/Dutch side.
And once more, Yova trying to go for the early goal here to put the lead on Cristobal Colon. Pingu trying to go for an air dribble, but Ryzen is on the job here for the defense. Syke does send it back on the Laboche side. We're trying to make something work here with Ryzen and Inspire. The bump, but doesn't connect. The ball that goes over Daze, and maybe, yes, the save from Daze with 0 boost here.
He's just about able to get back in time, but hang on a moment off the backboard. Yova taking a shot, not going to be able to get that one to go. As Pingu into the corner, the ball into the middle, and there isn't really a Laboche player to challenge. Syke takes it around the side, looks to try and take it past Rizon. Fantastic block as Cristobal Colon continue to try and get this ball over the line, but eventually Laboche will clear, and they will keep it in Cristobal Colon's half as well. Not for long. Yova Back down the other end, trying to get around Risen, who's been so good at the back for LaBoche. Those two haven't, though. Daze and Inspire getting their wires crossed. And Cristobal Colon, they're going to try and capitalize off the back of this, but Risen clears away.
He clears away, tries to go through Psych, but the save, the 50-50 is here, and he manages to keep the ball on LaBoche's side. Psych trying to set up once more the double commit from LaBoche, but doesn't make it work because Yova takes the ball back to his teammate Pingu. Pingu trying to shoot, but doesn't connect. The double tap from Ryzen. Will it connect? It connects, and the first goal for LaBoche on this best of 7.
Whoever said English people can't play Rocket League? Ryzen going over the top, getting the dunk down under the crossbar. That's what we love to see. Representing the British Isles here in SSA. And LaBoche get a goal on the board, and they lead Cristobal Colon with 3 minutes 20 on the clock.
Yova trying to set up once more, and the shot not a bit short, but not too far off. Ryzen passing 2 players here. Yova stopping and taking the ball to the other side. Inspire taking the ball once more, trying to pass under. It goes through. Pingu taking back the ball, but Daze keeps the pressure on from LaBoche, and the shot here, it doesn't go through, a bit too wide for LaBoche once more to break, to realize the break here.
Yeah, Pingu will now collect for Cristobal Colon, drops it down to Psych, the star man for Cristobal in that first game. Yova into the corner, Inspire off the backboard, waiting for a second. Pingu misses. Daze did not try and go for that ball. He thought that it was going to be an easy clearance for Cristobal. That's just a lesson in going for everything, relying on mistakes from your opponents as Inspire pushes this one over to the side. Risen will collect, looks for that pass across field to Daze. He might have the pass back if he can find it. Risen moved forward. Actually, it's going to be Daze to take it through off the ceiling. Miss from Yova. But again, LaBoche not relying on mistakes from Cristobal Colon, maybe giving them a little bit too much respect in that kind of offensive third. And LaBoche, they are struggling to find that second goal.
Yeah, I think LaBoche is a bit shy on this one because of the previous game, and Daze here trying to take the ball once more, but the possession here is in favor of Cristobal with this follow-up from Psych, but doesn't go through the net, but it was a great attempt. Here's Inspire trying to keep going without any boost. Pingu leaving it to Yova. Yova setting up for Psych. Psych on the receiving end. But leaves it for Yova, but Inspire comes back from downtown.
Lovely 50 from Psych, but it doesn't get anywhere. And now Daze to get this one into the corner. That's an interesting bounce. Inspire goes by. Risen looks for the shot. Psych will be there with a save. Inspire off the backboard. Again looking for a second man who simply isn't there from LaBoche. And Cristobal Colon can clear away again. Just over a minute remaining on this one. LaBoche don't need to score, of course, but the second goal would go a long way into them getting this second game. As it now comes onto the sidewall. Inspire puts the ball down into the middle. Just no second man pressure. I'm going to keep bringing it up until they fix it, because I really feel like this is LaBoche playing so passive, so far back inside their own half. They're not taking any risks going forward.
Not any risk, but the counter here might have been dangerous. Yova missing the ball by a little, but it might be decisive on this one. Inspire, but doesn't shot this ball straight in the net. It might have been unfortunate, but they have the lead. They just have to conserve it.
Yeah, they do, and this is a little bit aggressive now suddenly from LaBoche, and maybe this is why they didn't want to be over-aggressive. Cristobal Colon not able to score. Good save from Inspire, but Daze goes by, pinched across, and that's too heavy for Cristobal Colon. They did score on 0 seconds in Game 1. They're going to have to do the same again in Game 2 if they are to be able to get anything from this one. Good challenge from Daze. The ball will try to be kept up, but LaBoche put it on the ground. And we have a level game here in the final elimination game of the day.
Yeah, exactly. The tie is coming in strong for LaBoche and for us as well, because we predicted LaBoche winning, and it's a bit of we're hoping that our prediction is good for them. But here we go once more. 5 shots for LaBoche and 4 saves from Cristobal Colon. We see the same pattern, but on LaBoche's side this time, they are making it through.
They are, but once again, they've taken the fewer shots in the game, which I find really interesting. They don't want to be overly aggressive. They want to be solid in defense and then counterattack, which is an interesting strategy when you're going against a team like Cristobal Colon, whose defense is very solid. They are coming forwards. They are taking those shots, but they're stopping Laboche at the halfway line. They did get that one goal for the road, and they were able to win out game number 2. But I would imagine the coach is going to be in there very, very shortly, trying to make them realize exactly what they're missing out on. They're not playing the game that I think they want to be playing right now. And is that down to Cristobal Colon? Is that down to nerves? Yet to be decided.
And we will see that on the third game here, the one that will put one of us team in the lead. And I hope that we're going to see something amazing just like last game.
We'll see if we do. Yova down the right-hand side. Has a man inside, but Daze will put that one away. It's now going to be a chance for Inspire. Misses. Daze puts it over to the side. That's a ball over the top. It's going to find its home. And it's Risen with his second goal of this match. And it's a big one for Laboche. 1-0 in 15 seconds.
First goal for Laboche. They are coming back. The last game put them on the lead with the tie. The mindset is here, and I think the strategy that they're trying to get here is score the first goal and then just play it passive. Just defense, just to make sure they win.
Oh, hang on.
And here we
That's
have
a
one
freebie
more.
again.
The counter, the second goal on Laboche side. Wow.
Well, I said maybe this wasn't going to work against a roster like Cristobal Colon because their defense is so good. That has since gone. The defense has completely capitulated for Cristobal Colon. And with 30 seconds gone, Laboche already 2-0 up in game 3. And I think it's this kind of play. It's the way that they're playing now that the desk had seen from yesterday. This is why we were so confident in their ability to bring this home in this game as Inspire. Up the right-hand side, reset, trying to play the angle, goes for a fake, wants the bump play. Oh my goodness. So close from Daze, not going to find it. Yova into the middle. We'll try and get on the end of this one, but Risen's there to clear.
Yeah, Inspire trying to go for the ball. It connects with it. Saik going with Yova. Goes through one player. Daze out of the picture. He goes through a second one. Inspire on the save. Trying to go back on the opposite side for Laboche. They are trying to score a third one to put Cristobal Colon deeper in the pressure.
A pinch coming across from the Spaniards, but not able to get much else as Pingu moving down the left. Inspire, no boost, has to play the 50, does well. Another 50 through from Risen, trying to pop this one up. Psych will take it through, gets the reset, flicks over. Daze able to be there, but Yova coming back through. Another big 50 from Laboche, and both of these teams now trying to play that midfield challenge style. Psych into the corner. Daze has to be measured. And he is indeed into the corner. Chance now for Inspire to move down the field. Pingu into the middle. He's going to find Psych into the corner. That one will waterfall down. Gives him a chance. Pops back. Good save by Daze. And Laboche's defense standing very, very strong right now.
Yes, I can see they found their confidence back. Pingu trying to go for the demo, but Daze coming back from behind. And the pinch that connects with Daze. Daze trying to redirect here. Once more, the double tap here for Daze, but doesn't go through. Inspire trying to shoot this once again, but the defense from Cristobal Colon is here. Ryzen going through one player, but Pingu comes back from behind, but stops the advance of Laboche.
Prison making 2 men miss there. That was many axles broken. A couple of hours in the garage needed for that one as that one comes off the back. Psych able to get the clearance, and now the ball into the middle. Cristobal Colon still trying to build an offense. Scored yet in this game number 2, and it will not yet as Inspire. We'll leave that one for Daze, whether he wanted to or not. Daze rose highest as now he tries to move this one into the middle. Looks for the pass up. It's not going to be there, so Risen now given the third man duties. We'll try and put it back into the Cristobal Colon half. Daze now has a chance.
Oh.
Where is the third man for Cristobal Colon? Nowhere to be found, and Laboche have a third.
I told you they were going for the third one, and here we have it. And Cristobal Colon doesn't have anything to go through Laboche's defense. Laboche is going for the counter when they are not in position. And that's the big mindset that Le Bosch is. Le Bosch has been mind resetting from last game, and it shows once more their confidence is back, and we can see it once more here with Days trying to go once more for the goal. Yova taking this, but it's still in Le Bosch's wheels. The pass on Ryzen, the counter, the 50-50. And Days taking the ball, passing one, passes two, but still a dead end here. Inspire trying to shoot, but not quite enough yet.
Le Bosch, it's so clear to see they have relaxed into this series. Game one, they looked very tense. They looked very concerned, very almost turtled up in their shell in the backlines. Le Bosch now, they look like a completely different beast. As this ball jumps up into Psych, it's cleared away by Pingu. Back in from Inspire. Pingu once again playing the 50, but with less than a minute to find 3 goals, it's not impossible, just improbable as we stand. Psych will need to get something going for his team here if they are hoping to lead this game after game 3. There's a ball in here from Days over to the far side. Psych will collect, and it's boom ball from Le Bosch. They know they don't need to score. They just want to keep Cristobal Colon out. They're going to try and do that right now. Days is first up, needs a second touch, and we'll send it clear. 30 seconds.
I think Cristobal Colon has to score 1 goal just to maybe have a better chance the next game, because we have to reset again once more. Le Bosch didn't score on the first match, and the second one they did, and they kept it. That's why they are going in better on this one, and we can see Cristobal Colon trying to shoot, but it goes through the post, and now the follow-up from Yova from Pingu to score here. That's a great one for Cristobal Colon.
What a save from Days. He just couldn't get it far out of the box enough to prevent the onrushing Pingu from scoring. So Cristobal Colon, they still don't have a say in this game. They will lose the game. However, that is a little bit of a shot across the bows to Le Bosch to remind them who they're playing against, to remind them that Cristobal Colon are very much still in this game. 2-1 to Le Bosch, but game 5 already locked in, and Cristobal Colon, they want even more. You can see here on the stats screen, better shots, more assists, more demos coming through from Le Bosch. They have warmed up, but Cristobal Colon, the last goal, they've got momentum now moving into game 4.
Absolutely, and I can see that Le Bosch is progressing through this best of 7, and as we can see again, a lot of shots across the field from Le Bosch to score, and I think it was 3 shots across the field, and this double tap into Inspire trying to make it on the wall, and Days taking it. No one to save here. I think Cristobal Colon just lost their defense here from the second game.
Yeah, and I think that last goal that you saw from Days there was down to the boost serving that Le Bosch were able to present. The third man from Cristobal Colon was moving downfield, trying to pick up 100 boosts, trying to make sure that he had enough to make the defensive play. Problem was, Days intercepted that ball in the midfield over the top of the other 2 players, and what can you do at that point? You're trying to scrounge around for whatever you can find, and unfortunately just couldn't find enough. So the Bosch taking advantage of a few misplays from Cristobal Colon. They can keep doing that in this series. They will be okay, because there are mistakes out there to be capitalized on. But Cristobal Colon's offense looks very, very dangerous, and we'll be going into game number 4 very soon. I think L'Australian, it's all about who can get that first goal of the game.
Absolutely, and the last one from the previous game might lead to the first one from Cristobal Colon. I don't want to jinx it, but it's the kind of deal we had moving forward. So that's expected on my side.
Absolutely, for sure. And we do just have a quick lobby reset, so we will be taking a little bit more of your time here on the desk. But that means we get to break down those first 3 games as we want to. So I do want to ask you, L'Australian, from those first 3 games, who on the Le Bosch side has really impressed you? Because they are the current leaders. I want you to pick out a specific player for me.
I would say Inspire, because it's been at the right place, the right time, almost all 3 games. And I don't know about you, but yeah, my goal would be from Le Bosch side and Inspire.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I've asked you that question is because there's only one person that I'm physically allowed to say has impressed me. My fellow countryman, of course, Risen, doing some great work. But I think everyone is playing pretty well on the Le Bosch side. I don't really think there's anyone that's like dropped their game that I'm not talking about all that much. Daze has had pop-off moments. Risen's got a few goals, and Inspire playing that really solid midfield line. I think it's a really, really good lineup for Le Bosch. Cristobal Colon on the other side. For me, Australian, I don't know if you agree, it feels like they're relying on Psych a little bit too much to make these plays, to make these kind of things happen. And in the last 2 games, it's just not been happening.
Maybe that's their reliance on Psych that's causing them to lose at this point of the game. But if Psych can make the other players step up once more, I think we can have a closer game than the previous one.
Well, the onus there is on Pingu and Yova to take to the field, support their boy, but it's going to be very interesting. I promise, folks, when we have information about what's happening with this game, you will have that information as well. But we are going to continue to talk about maybe what is going to happen after this game, because one of these teams is going to be out. The other team that goes through will have to play the loser of Hey with Riz and Maestros de Esferico, which, Australian, those are 2 terrifying teams to go up against in top 6.
Yeah, they're terrifying teams, and Hey with Riz is scary. It's scary. And if Cristobal Colon loses this one, I don't know how they will deal with Hey with Riz. Especially, well, wait. Am I switching things up?
I think you are, yeah. The winner of this game goes against the loser
winner.
of the other game.
Well, if it's Le Bosch winning, I think we have a better game in hope. And yeah, basically, I think it will be a closer game than this one, as of we are seeing now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's fair to say that Cristobal Colon, they've had a fairly difficult run. They did lose to 77 Blocks, who we just saw absolutely annihilate Must-Do Fluck. They lost to them twice, but Cristobal Colon have worked hard. They beat World of Tanks, who gave Limitless a really, really tough game in the first day of GSL yesterday, and they beat Trifecta 3-2. So this is not an easy team to beat. We'll see just how easy they are going to be in this game number 4, which we finally have back for you. Cristobal Colon on the wrong end of the scoreline so far. Can they rectify that situation here?
Absolutely, and Daze trying to take the ball. He will get it. Set up the flip reset. Tries to go over, but doesn't connect quite yet. Ryzen trying to set up once more. Pingu misses the shot. And Inspire trying to take the ball to Daze. Pingu trying to set up once more, but doesn't. Nobody follows on Cristobal Colon's side for now.
Yeah, but hang on a moment. Le Bosch, what a save, Yova! Inspire still has a position, but Pingu will push it away as Yova now off the ceiling. Le Bosch are going to be wondering how they've not scored. Maybe Cristobal Colon are wanting a goal of their own. Daze intercepting. Cristobal Colon have gone forwards. It's going to be Daze again to try and get there, but Pingu pushes into the relative safety of the corner of the field. As now he takes it around Risen. Inspire is next up to bat. Gets the better of him. Yova comes through. Wins the 50 just about. Inspire forced to go back towards his own net. So Yova will take it through. Beats the man in the corner. There's a chance at the near post. Inspire clearing. Now Risen trying to get the better of his man. Inspire takes a shot. It's pretty weak though, and Pingu can clear.
Pingu is trying to control. It goes through one player. Risen jumping on this one. He goes through but doesn't connect on this one. The pass would have been great for Inspire here. Psych leaving the ball for Pingu. Pingu goes through Inspire. He doesn't have any boost left. Daze taking the ball from Pingu. Psych going over on Inspire. The ball is dead on the midfield. Ryzen trying to get it on Daze. But it's going to be a double tap here. The pass, but nobody following on the Bosch side. I think what is happening here with the Bosch? I think they're less aggressive than last game.
I think they are. And oh, hang on a moment. Inspire down the field. He's got a free shot, but it's just saved away. Cristobal Colon able to make the recovery. Daze goes over the top. What's this one? And it will be Risen at the back post. but do not take away from what Dace has given us here. Past Yova, off the backboard, gets a lovely pass to the back post. Risen could do nothing but score, and the Australian Labosh back in front.
Yeah, back in front. That's the offensive that we were waiting for on Labosh's side. Inspire and Daze, Ryzen taking the lead on the kickoff, and Psych for the offensive, the 1v1 in front of the net. That goes in favor of Cristobal Colon. The tie is on, and it's the first one in this best of 7.
I could watch that all day, every day. Psych, a lovely, lovely dribble through the defense of Labosh, making them look like they're not even there. And now Pingu wants to maybe get some more damage, as this one off the corner will be a chance and will be the second goal for Cristobal Colon. Yova scoring. I have no idea what happened here. Inspire, we thought he was in the right place at the right time most of this series. Not that time, unable to make the save, and Cristobal Colon turned game number 4 on its head.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about this one, because it's a misplay from Inspire here, and the great pass from Daze that made it go, not Daze, sorry, Pingu, but made it go on the corner. The bounce was favorable to Yova, and basically a great goal once more, and the lead on Cristobal Colon that makes Labosh trying to go harder on the offensive, and we can see that they are trying to tie once more, but the defense of Cristobal Colon is showing up again.
When in doubt, put 3 men on the line and just jump for everything. That's the way that Cristobal Colon are playing Rocket League right now. Risen up into the air, off the ceiling, dealt with by Yova on the initial time, but he gets bumped away. Labosh still have possession. Cleared away by Pingu. Now it's going to be Daze, who just can't get the better of his man. And Inspire will be heading backwards. That one waterfalls. Good work from Inspire on the defense for the moment. Pingu into the middle. Yova over the top of one. Cleared away by Inspire, but Psych surely will find the third. Cristobal Colon, they want to tie this series up.
Absolutely, and you can see Psych was patient enough to wait for the ball to come back down, and Ryzen with the other defense, I think it was Inspire, to miss their shot, their touch on the ball, to go for it and just take the break on this game, and the Spanish here to try and fake this kickoff didn't quite work as well, but they can have the lead here on the ball. They have the possession, and Ryzen trying to set the ball away, goes through Pingu, but he can't go for the ball anymore because it's got no boost left. Inspire trying to flip reset, but doesn't connect with the ball, unfortunately.
Close one there. Pingu gets the pass across to Psych, who takes it into the corner. They're not pressuring. They don't necessarily want to force a goal. It's not coming, and Cristobal Colon, they are just trying to manage this game now, and that's beautiful! Oh, let's watch this again from Yova, because this is a thing of beauty. Down the right-hand side wins the 50, but that little touch there, it's not a pinch. It's just a perfect placement into the middle of the goal. Cristobal Colon, they have found their rhythm in Game 4.
Absolutely, and as we say in French, c'est de toute beauté. And we can, well, basically it's beautiful. That was a beautiful play, and the save as well, and the shot, the second one from Daze that doesn't go through. Still, Cristobal Colon, as we said, took the first goal on this game, and is taking the game with 20 seconds left. I don't think Labosh is going to come back on this one.
What am I seeing? What am I seeing in front of me? How have Labosh not scored any of those opportunities? Cristobal Colon, even though they're 4-1 up, they still want to make it known that their defense is so hard to beat. And that's exactly what they've done there. Psych wants one more! Go! Psych, that's gorgeous!
The flip reset, the control here, the flip reset goes under Inspire and over Ryzen and Daze! Oh my god, Rhino, that's an amazing shot! Wow, Cristobal Colon that wraps this game perfectly. I have no other words.
Well, we got to find some. That's literally our job. But I mean, what do you even say about that? Psych as if we'd forgotten about him for the whole game. What on earth has he pulled off there? The flip reset goes low and just dinks it over the backline of Laboche. Absolutely incredible. And look, I don't really want to talk about it too much, but you do have to go back to the fact that obviously we had that lobby reset. We had quite a long break. Do you just wonder if Cristobal Colon's mental was given the opportunity? It almost acted as a timeout for them. Their mental reset in between those games. They have come back in with a chip on their shoulder. Look at this play, by the way, once more.
Wow.
That is so gorgeous from Yova. And the last one, surely they'll show it. Surely they'll show it. I need the replay of the sight goal at the end.
Yeah, and the saves as well from Cristobal Colon, but were hard to get. And Psych, wow, that's a clip. You can watch it on Twitter tomorrow, I think.
Oh yeah, I will never get excited about that goal. That is absolutely outrageous. It might have been for 5-1. It might have been to 100% lock in the game. I don't care. You love a good play when you get a good play. That
absolutely
is unreal. So Laboche got a lot of thinking to do. Cristobal Colon, 5-1 victors in game 4. Oh my goodness, Inspire trying to take on the whole team. Got past 2, couldn't find it past the last.
And here we go for the 5th game. Maybe we will be seeing the first best of 7 going through the total 7 games. Inspire a bit mispositioned here, and Yova having the opportunity to open this goal, but doesn't go through, unfortunately, for Cristobal Colon. Psych taking the lead on the board, taking possession, trying to flick over Ryzen, but it doesn't go through quite yet. And Yova trying to keep the pressure on. I think Laboche will have to be a bit more aggressive if they want to win this one.
We only had one 7-game series in Open Qualifier 1 here in SSA, and that was between Limitless and Haywood Riz. We could be seeing another one on the cards here. Game 6 already locked in, as this one now will be Inspire down the left-hand side. Ball cleared away from Yova. Cristobal Colon wanting to move forwards, but a boost seal is just as good. Cleared away by Daze. Psych now to collect, looks for the pass across. He's found Risen, though. That's not going to be the player he wanted to get on the end of that ball. As now, Daze takes it past 1. He's got to beat 2, and he's just lost possession of the ball. Inspire meets it in the midfield, though. Going to try and go over the top. Tries to play the 50. Good save by Pingu, and it's pushed away into the corner.
Daze taking the ball, going for the low end, but it gets countered by Psych here. Inspire on the setting, trying to pass it to Daze, but doesn't connect yet. Ryzen trying to go for the flip reset, tries to go under, but it doesn't. Goes through once more. The defense on Cristobal Colon, and the double commit here with Pingu. The flip reset, it gets stopped by Inspire here. Hopefully the case for Laboche.
Over at the angle, so close. He's going to have another chance here over the bar. And Cristobal Colon's offense is unrelenting. And now it's going to be Daze. A lovely picture of some fish as well. Thank you, Hazza, for the observing there as this one comes off the backboard. Pingu pancakes it out from Inspire! The Flying Dutchman through from behind, and Laboche get one on the board.
What an angle he puts in. And Laboche once more takes the lead for the 3rd game consecutive. I hope they can keep this one, and Yova here goes for the speed flip but doesn't quite pass on this teammate. The pressure is on Laboche's side because they have to defend to keep the lead on the score.
Yeah, for sure. As this one Risen over on the far side, we'll try and find that angle again. It's Sykes to clear away. Pingu's gone ahead, but it will be intercepted by Daze. Had to get that right and did. Good work from the Scotsman as it will now be Inspire off the right-hand side. There's a demo on the back lines. Is it going to go home? No! Just misses wide. Hits the bottom of the left upright. Laboche should be 2 to the good.
2 to the good, and maybe another attempt, and connects with Daze to break it. And 2-0 for Laboche. They did a mine reset as well. I hope we don't see a mine reset into mine reset into mine reset.
Yeah, we definitely hope that not to be the case, but that is a lovely pass down from Risen into Daze. Perfect Actually, there's a fake kickoff here from Cristobal Colon. They want a 3-man passing play, and it's just ahead of Psych. It won't work for them this time, but it's nice to see Cristobal Colon trying things that they've clearly, you know, gone for in free play. They've maybe tried to work together as a team on these kinds of fake kickoff plays, and that one didn't work for them, but maybe one will at some point. This one over into the middle. It will be Psych to collect. That's not a person you want to give time and space to, so Inspire tries to cut it down. Risen will be bumped away by Daze. Daze just tapping him on the shoulder, saying, don't worry, buddy, I got this, as this one being pushed down the line. Psych has control of the ball. Pass up off the backboard. Chance at the back post. Yova halves the deficit for Cristobal Colon.
They've been trying this 3-man passing play from earlier, and it works this time. The first one, the score is taken down to 1 goal apart, and Cristobal Colon is doing a great job scoring at 1 minute 23 seconds remaining because they got a lot of time to tie it.
So much time on the clock. Just over a minute. Inspire, wave dash, gets the better of one, gets the triple! Inspire with the mechanics. Let's watch this again. The catch, gorgeous. The wave dash to get around the first one. The flick over Pingu. It's back to a 2-goal game.
It's magnificent to see this kind of plays. The flip reset from the previous game and this one from this game. I don't know how to pick, but I will go for the flip reset. But it was too great.
Sure. Yeah. We're talking about clip of the day. It's got to be that one, hasn't it? At the moment.
Yes. Unless we can see something better later.
Hey, you never know when Limitless and Cosmico takes the field. I reckon there's going to be fireworks. There's this one round the side. Risen taking a shot from deep, and Yova will be equal to it. Ball across from Daze. Risen's got another chance. Oh my goodness, almost an own goal. Daze has to turn on this one, and that is beautiful from the Scotsman, as Risen so close to getting the goal here. Yova so close to the open goal, and Daze has to backflip into it. But La Boche 4-1 leaders. They will take series point, but for a miracle from the Spaniards.
I think they heard us when we said they have to be more offensive, and Daze here misses the opportunity to score the 5th goal for La Boche. It's unfortunate on their side, but they have 3 goals lead, and they just have to keep holding this pressure they put on and just save the attempts of Cristobal Colon. Here we go again with Ryzen trying to wait here, but it goes back here. It could have done something here, but yeah, 3 goal lead. We don't have to stress over it.
Nope, there is no time left. 6 seconds, simply not enough, and Pingu's gonna give that pass back to Daze, actually. Is Psych now maybe gonna try and get another 0-second goal? Maybe rival his clip of the week. No, not gonna happen. La Boche take game number 5. They have the lead going into Neo Tokyo, but Australian, you wouldn't want to really confirm that they're going to take home this series just yet. Cristobal Colon still very much have a lot left in the tank.
Yeah, they got a chance to come back. We saw it the previous game, and why is it 1-5 for Cristobal Colon?
Yeah.
But never mind that. Oh, I think it's the previous one.
Yeah, that's the previous statistics. Yeah, that's from game 4.
But once again, this amazing shot from Inspire from downtown, not from downtown, but from across the post. I don't know how he got this one because it was pretty hard to get. And Daze, the connection with Ryzen here again. This team has a lot to offer, but I think they're inconsistent as of yet.
I think that's probably a criticism you can put on both of these teams' doorsteps. A little bit of inconsistency. I mean, you can tell right from the result of Game 4 and Game 5. Game 4 was 5-1 to Cristobal Colon. Game 5 was 4-1 to La Boche. So you have to kind of take this back and forth as... I don't even know that it's a signal that they're kind of figuring each other out. I think it is literally just there's inconsistencies, there's more mistakes being made by one team in a certain game than the other, and it's all about who makes those less mistakes. Who will make those least mistakes in Neo Tokyo? It's game number 6. Will we get a game 7 Australian? This is where we find out.
Absolutely, the winning game maybe for Le Boche here, and Daze trying to go for the double tap as of the kickoff, and Cristobal Colon does a great job on defense once again. Here, the shot from Yova from the opposite side of the net, and no one can do anything from the Bosch side. The score is on Cristobal's advantage.
I'm pretty sure these two teams watched the earlier game. They saw it was a sweep and went, "Oh, we've got time then. We've got time to play some Rocket League. We want to go all the way. We want to go the full distance." Maybe they do. Risen putting this one over the top. Yova to collect, the goal scorer for Cristobal Colon in this game 6. Wants to turn the corner. Can't quite do so. Daze will be able to clear away. Gets past 2. Has Pingu in front. Daze just misses his flick. And now it's Pingu to put it into the corner. Doesn't put it far enough. Inspire coming through from deep. Big challenge from Yova, but the danger is not gone yet. Ball off the backboard. Chance in the near post. Oh, it's going to be Sykes to send it clear.
Inspire with his angles. It's amazing. What a save from Daze. And that will be my comment on it.
Is that French? What's that French for? I've never heard that before.
No, it's not French.
As this ball up the right-hand side will be Pingu trying to bring it across. Just a bit too powerful for one of his teammates, but not for Syke. Yova trying to get in front. Risen with a huge clearance. Daze, not a lot of boost to work with. As Pingu now off the ceiling. It's challenged by Inspire early. And Labosh need to get a few more of those challenges going their way. Risen into the middle, cleared away by Pingu. Second man not going to get up in time. Inspire comes through. Water falling down. Yova will be equal to it. It's now going to be Risen again. Gets there first! The Englishman off the side wall. Labosh level 1-1.
Risen with the shot. And Pingu, I thought it was going for a squishy save, but it just turns back on it and it's too late! It's too late! The defense of Cristobal is once more taking a hit here, and I hope they won't crumble down.
Yeah, this is probably the closest game we've had in this series so far. One that really could go either way. 3 minutes left, and that's a double commit from Labosh. But it will be Risen to clear his lines. Now Daze gets a really nice redirect into the middle, but Yova will collect. This is a goal scorer for Cristobal Colon so far. Won't be the second goal scorer just yet. Syke puts it down over to Pingu, but he won't be able to get the better of Daze. Syke challenging. Risen coming through, misses the ball, leaves Inspire in an awkward position, has to play it into the corner instead, and does nicely.
Absolutely, the defense of Labosh with 0 boost goes through the opposite side. Syke goes through Inspire just under it. And the demo goes on Labosh's side, and yeah, Labosh is taking time on this one. They're trying to see how to make it work. And Daze with the bump on him, but puts him on the correct place. In the correct place, and the demo. And we see Cristobal Colon is playing more aggressive than before. The pass with the shot! And this, the French word is look out, but I don't know the English one. the top right corner, here we go. The lead for Cristobal Colon.
You can call it a lot of things. I would call that one top shelf. Not a lot they could do about that one. Cristobal Colon 2-1 in the lead. That pass back was absolutely picture perfect as Yova dropping this one down. Another shot from Cristobal. Cleared away by Risen. We'll go and challenge this, but it's more hopeful than anything else. I don't think he was ever going to get there first. He might get here first. Good challenge. Onto Yova. Never been a live wire in this game 6. Ball into the middle. Well dealt with by Risen. Needs to try and chase this one down. Won't win the 50 against Syke though, and has a lot of boost to work with. Backboard, no double touch, cleared away by Risen. Daze doesn't have the boost to challenge, and Labosh are getting boost starved in their own half right now. Yova into the corner, needs help, finds it too, at the angle off the backboard. Risen cleared away, and there's a chance for Labosh to counter.
Inspire trying to pass it on Daze. Daze, the dunk here, but doesn't go through with Risen once more. They're not falling quite yet as well as Cristobal Colon on this game. I think Labosh is taking their time again and playing to defensively to make it work.
And Labosh are back to the big thing that I was talking about in games 1 and 2. No second man pressure. It was a beautiful pass into the middle from Risen, but neither Daze nor Inspire were there to capitalize. And when you're chasing the lead, that is not something that you want to be looking at right now. As it's Syke off the sidewall away. Oh my goodness, the 50 from Syke. Cleared away by Inspire. That was so close to finding its way in. Inspire now has to go across the field. Big pinch from Pingu. Cleared away. Psych once again. At it in the corner. Has Risen. Will try and get it past his man. Can't do so. And Pingu from deep takes a shot. Cleared away by Inspire. 30 seconds for LaBoche to try and prevent us from going to game number 7.
And Psych trying to go over the last one, but the save from LaBoche's side. Inspire takes the ball. Maybe the last attempt from LaBoche's side. Ryzen has to make this pass. Inspire does it. It goes on the backboard. Yova takes the ball, tries to make it touch the ground, and the ball, the pass, that doesn't connect with Inspire. That's unfortunate. It would have been a great banger in the net.
I think it was Days in the middle. So close. That would have been OT for sure. The pass was there. He just could not get his bonnet on it. And so Cristobal Colon win game number 6. Yeah. He had one job. You're absolutely right. But you see there in the statistics, Cristobal Colon, it's arguable to say they definitely deserved that game 6 victory. They stuck with LaBoche right the way through. It was a really nice goal, but I mean, yeah, this from Risen was beautiful at the angle. Pingu could do nothing about it, but this goal here, let's talk about this for a moment. This pass from Psych, absolutely on the money. Yova could not miss. And Cristobal Colon versus LaBoche is proving to be one of the best games so far in this SSA Open Qualifier 2, living up to all of the hype, and we have Champions Field around the corner, Australia.
Absolutely, and we got a timeout from LaBoche, and I want to come back on this last shot from Yova. I think that's what we would expect from the last pass on LaBoche's side before the end of the game. That would have been the same exact goal, but on the opposite side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are going to need a breather after this game. I have no doubt about it, because this is keeping us on the edge of our seats. The closest game of the series so far is game 6, and that sets up a beautiful game 7 Australian. As you said, there is a timeout for LaBoche to try and clear their heads, try and settle down. They'll be having discussions with their coach, of course, right now, who is Goyo, an American player. But you know, Cristobal Colon, they're going to be talking amongst themselves as well. Where do you think the momentum lies going into game 7 Australian? Is it with Cristobal Colon? Is it with LaBoche?
I think we'll be with Cristobal Colon, because they got the lead, they got the comeback on this best of 7, and the game that goes right back in. But yeah, Cristobal Colon just makes it back in the game, makes it back in the best of 7, and makes it to the 7th game against LaBoche, and I think they got the momentum on it.
Top 6 beckons for one of these two teams. And it all comes down to 5 minutes on Champions Field. Will it be LaBoche? Will it be Cristobal Colon? Let us know in chat who you're supporting. Let's get on game number 7.
Yova goes for the pass on Pingu. Pingu just has time to take the ball, and Yova tries to shoot straight in the net. Inspire on the defense here. Pingu goes for the 50-50 Psych on the setup, but no one is following it for Yova. Just trying to watch what's going to happen. Inspire takes the ball. Yova going up, trying to counter here. He goes through, and Pingu takes the ball, tries for the pass, but the defense on LaBoche's side is better than the previous one for now.
Oh, hang on, Days gets past one, looking to go backboard and double, but it's well defended by Pingu. Back in again, cleared away by Psych, and now it's going to be Risen off the left-hand side. Puts this one into the corner, we'll try and get through, cleared away by Yova. Back in from Inspire, can't keep his head over the ball, and it will go flying over. Cristobal Colon, counter-attack coming through, pass into the middle, Yova turning, looking to try and get around the defense, can't do so, and now Days sparking a counter-attack of their own, wanting the bump onto Psych. Psych drops it down, Inspire will try and read exactly what he wants to do. Nice work from Inspire, cleared away by Pingu. And once again, we have another tennis match on our hands, Australian.
Absolutely, we love Buzz and Inspire trying to set up on this team for LaBoche. The double commit here may be an occasion for Cristobal Colon, or we will take our time with Yova. Yova taking the flip reset. Oh!
goes through. Days and Pingu tries to set the score on their favor, but it doesn't quite get through. The ball is going on Cristobal's side. Inspire trying to set up as well, and the back pass from Inspire. Unfortunately, Days was there to take it back. The flip reset. He connects with it, but it's not enough yet to pass the defense line of Cristobal Colon.
That was really close from Inspire. Days trying to keep the pressure on, but it's not really powerful enough to make anyone worried on the Cristobal Colon side. That's a big demo coming through. Double touch. Days! He makes something from nothing in game number 7. Risen, it was really a nothing clearance, but Days gets the demo and the double to make it 1-0 to Le Bosch.
The monster clear and the demo is huge for Le Bosch, and they have to keep the score now if they want to win this best of 7. Days trying to pass on into Ryzen. Ryzen for the mid pass, but no one's coming on it. Yova goes over Inspire. The double tap. He doesn't have enough burst, unfortunately, for Cristobal Colon. Ryzen, he saw the shot from Pingu, but not enough to go out of their side of the field.
This will be a chance now for Inspire. Has a lot of boost, will decide to go low. Yova's read that like a book, but there's a chance here for the bottom right corner. Risen picks his spot from the midfield, and Le Bosch double their lead 2-0.
Psych was a bit late on the turn. He should have gone for the ball, because as the decision was made, he had to do it. He had to commit on this ball. And we saw that it was too late on the turn, and the goal, the lead, the break on Le Bosch's side, and Days once more for the control over the net. But Cristobal Colon with the monster clear here, Pingu for the direct, but not enough to stop Ryzen from defending.
Hayes right now is playing so dangerously for Le Bosch. He is going for every challenge. He is going for every single bump and demo that he can find on the field. Cristobal Colon cannot take longer than 2 seconds to figure out where they're going to be, because Days is going to come through and take them off the field. So that is where Le Bosch are finding all of their joy right now. Maybe they're finding some more. Yova clearing this one away. Pingu off the left side. Oh, he fakes one out. Looks for the pass inside. So many axles broken for the local garage, because they're going to need to fix some cars. That is unbelievable. Cristobal Colon bring it back to a 1-goal game.
Tom and Coles are broken here, and my God, that was beautiful. The double fake on this action from Cristobal Colon that breaks down the score to 1-goal difference, 2-1. Le Bosch has to keep it straight after this, because that was amazing.
Oh, good. Now we have a game 7. Now, as a minute starts to tick down, Le Bosch are going to be starting to look at that scoreboard, looking at that timer, and getting very concerned about how long is left. Unless they score here, Risen surely. Oh, it's going to be just under the crossbar. Le Bosch back out to a 2-goal lead. Cristobal Colon threw everything they had at that defense, but in the end, everything they had was not enough.
And not enough, and 1 minute left to score 2 goals. That's going a bit tight for Cristobal Colon, and not because they're Colon.
Yeah, for sure. There's 50 seconds left. Cristobal Colon wants to stay in this competition. They want that top 6. In order to do so, they need 2 goals in 45 seconds. Psych wants to start that train. Will try and get this ball. Yova's pushed too far up, and maybe that's it. Empty net. Le Bosch score, and there just simply doesn't feel like there's time. Le Bosch capitalizing on an over-aggressive Cristobal Colon to lock in top 6.
Once again, the counter-attack from Le Bosch pays off, and Days, as you said earlier, is being more aggressive than before. It's on every balls, and you saw it. He's got the lead here, and I think he's going to wrap this game, this matchup, this series for Le Bosch, but will be going forward.
Yeah, and they will try and get another goal. They will try and save some pace. Hang on, Days wanting to just put a little bit more pressure on, just wanting to make it very clear that La Bosch were never worried. La Bosch were never concerned. They had this game in the bag from early, and it looks to be the case. To think that this game was only 2-1 with like just over a minute left on the clock.
Yeah.
Cristobal Colon, they had to push everything forwards, and they've been caught on the counter-attack multiple times.
Once again, Days with a shot!
Oh my goodness.
With the pass of Ryzen here, they are putting the nest down further and further. Days is making this a huge game for them to move forward. I think they will have a momentum as well because they will be winning with 5 goals lead against Cristobal Colon.
Well, it could be here. Days is going to go over the top. He's got a chance to send everyone in chat to South America. Inspire off the backboard. Wants it backboard. Oh, it's not going to happen. And Cristobal Colon will keep the ball alive. They want to save face. They want 1 for the highlight reel, but it's not going to happen. La Bosch able to get the victory. It was hard fought. It went down to the final moment. But Australian La Bosch will be going through to top 6 of SSA.
Absolutely, and you can see Days, the MVP of this game. The last game, the 7th one, and 8 shots, 4 goals. That's an amazing ratio, a 50% ratio. Days here with the pass from Ryzen, the follow-up, the demo. It does the job on this one.
It does, and they made hard work of it. But
yeah, you can.
Cristobal
This
Colon,
one.
Let's just.
This
take
one
that
is
one
just
in
magnificent.
Again, as those fakes were absolutely unbelievable. Less than a minute to go. La Bosch back up to a 3-1 lead, and you felt like that was the beginning of the end. Cristobal Colon just unable to keep up with the pace that La Bosch were putting forwards in the final minute of gameplay, and well, it is a clean sweep on the desk, but it's not the way that we thought it would be, Greybeard.
It is. Well, listen, without a doubt, series of the day so far, and to be fair, the bar was set fairly low with the 4-0 sweep early on. But Pyro was clearly onto something there in terms of the kind of series this was going to be. Going into Game 7, the goal tally was 10-all. Both teams had scored 10 goals, so they were equal on goals. They were equal on games. They had everything to play for, and that the Game 7 was really close until probably around the halfway mark, and then La Bosch just seemed to pull away, Bromeo. And once they got ahead, I think the Cristobal heads just dropped, and the last 3 goals were just like, we're losing this one.
It's always tough to analyze a final game, especially when a couple of runaway goals are scored. But truth be told, either of those teams could have taken it, and we said it at the start. It was going to be a very close game. This was a battle. It was the battle we expected to see, and they definitely did not disappoint tonight.
I mean, it was a clean sweep on the desk, and of course, we on the desk are all going to go, well, clearly, we're responsible for it all, and we know what's what and all of that good stuff. But it was certainly a lot closer than I thought. I didn't think it was going to go to Game 7, and I just and the way the Spaniards came out in Game 1, I thought they were going to put us to shame because they looked really, really good. But it was your classic game, your classic best of 7, Rhino, with the push and pull and the swings from game to game. And I wonder how much of an impact the timeout call from La Bosch was after Game 6. I mean, ordinarily when it's this close and it's you take one, we take one, we don't see that. But they took that timeout, and I think that may have been a smart call.
I think there's 2 big points in the game that you kind of have to look at. You also have to look at the server resets that were happening after Game 3, because that put La Bosch on ice. They were looking so good after Game 3, and they fell off a cliff in Game 4. Cristobal Colon came back with a huge Game 4. Looks really, really good, and you started to wonder about the series as a whole. But La Bosch's timeout, that was always going to be the moment we were going to talk about after the game, because it's down to those players to take that timeout. And it was either going to be a stroke of genius or it was going to cost them the entire series. And hey, we get to talk to someone who maybe made that decision, and we'll ask him about that a little bit later on. But at the end of the day, it worked out for LaBoche. They tightened themselves up on defense, and they managed to find those gaps in Cristobal Colon in that Game 7, and they made it work. So yeah, we can talk about that timeout for a long time, but realistically, it's down to what the players get done on the field, and they executed perfect.
Bromeo, was there a player of the series for you from either team? I don't know if there was someone who caught your eye on either side.
No, do you know what? This is going to be one of those times where I'm going to sit on the fence. That was a complete team performance.
I
truly
agree.
believe
Totally agree.
there were so many goals scored by so many players that were just incredible. There were those dribble plays, the backboard plays. They were all great. Every single player did their part. So I think it would be truly unfair to single out one.
And very different again from that first series where Twinzer was just the. He just owned that whole show, owned the series. Whereas here, it was on both ends of the equation. Teams trying to make it. Now, is the driver of the day? Have you seen your driver of the day already? Every regional, we have a driver of the day vote. You can go to acgl.gg/vote and pick your driver of the day, your player of the day. Who's had the most impact? Who has had the most effect? Who has been your player of the day? You can go and vote for them. We will announce the driver of the day at the end of today. We are now going to go and do our interview. We're going to go and talk to the coach of LaBoche, Goyo. And we've interacted a fair amount on Twitter. And our first face-to-face meeting is after a victory in an SSA regional. And my opening question is going to be a broad one. Tell me about your experience managing or coaching a team in SSA.
Yeah, sure. So I started back in the spring of the 22-23 series. Got my first shot with Omnius Gaming. That's Dylan, Siphon, and Olympic. So shout out them, because I wouldn't be here today if they didn't take a chance on me forever ago, and just have picked up various coaching gigs to gain experience since then, and landed with LaBoche pretty recently, just in January, and been working with them since.
And working with them, you have, Goyo. I mean, you've got these guys working into a well-oiled machine. Obviously, it's an international group, to be fair. You've got an Englishman, a Scotsman, and a Dutchman involved in LaBoche. I kind of want to talk to you about how the formation of the team happened. Did you come on and you were one of the driving forces behind that roster, or was it more they came together and then asked you for guidance?
Yeah, they formed and then brought me along afterwards.
Sure.
And is there how much of a conversation is there a ping conversation in the coaching, or has everyone kind of adjusted to that and you're just discussing the team tactics, the setup plays, the team things? Is ping part of the coaching conversation?
I mean, as a coach, you have to consider everything, but ping isn't the biggest, factor that we're considering as we're making our game plan. For the most part, we've adjusted, and we're just trying to make winning plays.
Fair.
Interesting. Well, I mean, we've got to talk about it. Game 6, you guys lost. It's going Game 7, and you call a timeout when the game has been so back and forth. It's been so left and right. What was it in that moment that for you that felt like they needed to call a timeout, and what did you see on the field that needed to be changed so drastically for Game 7?
Yeah, we just weren't winning the way we needed to in order to be successful, so we just needed to change that, get back to playing our game.
Well, it's a tough time now, because you've dispatched one Spanish team, and whatever happens, you're going to be battling yet another Spanish team. You got either the Maestros or Hayworth Riz, and I mean, it's always a usual question of how do you feel about either of those? Are there one of them you'd prefer to play, or is it kind of what is your level of confidence on taking either of those two teams in the quarterfinals tomorrow?
Yeah, either way, we're gonna have a tough matchup, and shout out to Cristobal Cologne too. They played well, so we're just looking forward to playing whoever is dealt to us, and we'll be prepared.
All right. Well, those are proper answers, and Goya, great to finally meet you. Congratulations on your win, and whichever way the rest of today goes, you've got a big day tomorrow. So good luck with that, and we are going to press on with the rest of today's proceedings. And we're kind of halfway through the day, gentlemen. Ultrism, we've had two very contrasting series, a sweep and then a banger of a best of 7. We were just denied the overtime because there was a point where Le Bosch just kind of stepped up the gear and they just took off and were impossible to catch.
And it's amazing that as the casters, we predicted the same outcome for both, but there was definitely a difference in surety behind those predictions. I mean, I got to cast that first game, and it was really, even in the first games, it felt close, but by the end of the series, we had a foregone conclusion. And that second one, I was watching from the sidelines the whole time, on the edge of my seat. And, I think this next series, in fact, the rest of the day, I kind of have that same feeling about.
Speaking of the rest of the day, we now arrive at the time of local violence, and this is a matchup that it is. I'm thinking about Werty, who's probably got the longest time and experience of battling against whatever incarnation of the Limitless roster, and. Is it going to be the time when they overcome? And I'm not sure, just given how serious Limitless looked last night.
Oh, it was rough. It was rough. It's gonna be rough. Cosmico is possibly the best potential contender to topple Limitless. Let that be said from an SSA perspective. But Limitless was imperious last night. They were incredible. They played really well. And, the stats are with Limitless. Limitless hasn't lost to an SSA opponent since, I think it was 2023, and that was French class. But coincidentally, Werty in Cosmico was on that French class roster, so he knows what it's like. He was the last person to do it. So if they are going to do it, today is as good a day as any.
On that point, I want to jump in because it's such a heartbreaking matchup for me. These are the two best SSA teams, and I think either one of them, if they had like separate runs down the separate brackets, could have made a really good foray, and like whichever one went through then would be cheering for. And today would be a really nice time, if Limitless was dropping off, that we've got Cosmico who would put their foot forward and stand up and, take on that mantle. But like now's not the time. Limitless is looking as good as they ever have. So Cosmico, great that you're here, like ready to step into the limelight, but it's going to be a tough ask.
The chat vote is open, so chat can get involved in the conversation and have your say. Hashtag LMT, hashtag COS. Let's hear what chat has to say. So far, the desk has been a sweep for the first two series, and we came out victorious, which is actually bizarre. Someone with stats, with deep stats knowledge needs to go back and see when was the last time a desk sweep actually came out roses. But here is the
team. In a row.
I want to raise something because it hasn't been a full desk sweep. If you look at predictions from round 1, Pyro, I'm calling you out, buddy. You predicted Must Do Fluck in game number 1. So although there were 5 of us that went 77 blocks in game 1, it wasn't all of us. So Pyro is preventing the full desk sweep, which...
Well, you know what? Maybe we get away with the technicality. But let's look at these team comparisons here. There are big players to die for. We know he's the, no pun intended, or maybe entirely intended, the maestro of Limitless. And then Guns is, mechanically fantastic. But Cams as an all-round player. His defensive and offensive prowess, fantastic, and the deep knowledge of Wurty. I mean, really, I just wonder if it's more of a psychological barrier they got to get through, Ultrazim. How many times have we seen these guys come up? And is it a mental jump they have to make?
I don't know if we're even at the point of it's a psychological thing anymore, because they've done it so many times. You know, you come on, you know that you can beat these guys. You've done it enough times that it wasn't just a fluke, but it's still a tough ask. And so you can imagine the pressure. The pressure's on Cosmico right now. You know, to dive for and the rest of the squad are a team that will hold their nerve. We've seen them hold their nerve, and they're going to be able to always step up that gear time and time again. I'm just excited for this clash. This should, in my opinion, be the finals, and that's how I'm treating it.
I asked back some time ago, I asked Wurty. In fact, he was on the podcast, and I asked him, like, what's it going to take to get to the point where there's, you know, where Limitless are being regularly beaten. And he was the one that made the point of consistency of roster. And he said, give me a roster that I can stick with and stay with and build with, and we will get there. And Cosmico haven't been around a hell of a long time, but do they have enough of a base, Romeo, to make that jump and overcome Limitless today?
Do you know what? I'm going to start by saying no. No, they don't.
Okay.
Because since the last time an SSA team beat Limitless, that was in the 22-23, and that was French class. Since that game, Guns on Cosmico has been in 5 different teams since. And we're talking about consistency. We're talking about teams sticking together and getting good together. This Cosmico outfit is really good, but they're not Limitless good yet. And for that reason, Limitless is going to take it today for me.
There is a factor, and this is true of Maestros and of Limitless. Both of these teams are have become known for sort of sweeping aside all of those before them. But that hasn't been the case this season, and certainly even this regional. If we look at the GSL bracket last night, Limitless dropping a game in 2 series. The Maestros going down 2-1 in their series against Trifecta, had to bring it back in games 3 and 4 and 5. So I don't know, Reiner, is that a sign that their mountain is not insurmountable?
It could be. It really could be. It could also. I mean, look, I'm gonna hedge my bets here. It could be just the fact that both teams were having a bad day. That is a realistic point that we have to consider. But I think what's more concerning about when we have this discussion about is that mountain insurmountable, is the fact that they still pulled through those games. Even though they're dropping a game here, they're dropping a game there, they have the backing behind them. They have the coaches, they have the mental coaches, they have everyone behind the scenes to see them through those tough times, to see them through those tough games. And that is something that is not happening at the lower levels of SSA right now. It's those 2 guys, and then it's everyone else who are getting that kind of support. And that, I think, is the biggest difference right now between the likes of Maestros and Limitless compared to everyone else.
Do we have time?
We do not.
Okay.
We do not.
Nope.
To echo B4 in chat, he says, stop talking. We want to see Limitless play. That's fair enough. So let's get our predictions quickly. Bromeo, starting with you.
Limitless.
And Ultrazim.
I put 2,000 on Cosmico in chat because they've got a chance, but my on-desk prediction, Limitless.
Rhino.
Limitless, but I want to see this game as the grand final tomorrow.
Okay, so you can't come with conditions. Just give...
I said limitless, but I want to see it again tomorrow.
Okay, that's fair. I am not going to allow a 3rd desk sweep in a row. I feel like this might be the time. And I see Big Sin from Limitless has just arrived in chat, and now I'm wavering because I don't want to make any enemies out there. But I'm going to go for Cosmo just for the chaos factor and to upset the entire apple cart. And there, I do have conditions attached to it, like Rhino, but I won't go with that. Either way, the great thing is this is not an elimination match. So both of these teams, regardless of the result, will be here tomorrow. This matchup will decide who goes to the semi-finals. It's SSA on SSA violence. Cosmico, Limitless go out to do battle. Cosmico looking for the upset. Let's go.
And here we go once more for the third series in tonight's stream broadcast, however you want to call it. And I'm with Pyro here. Pyro, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Australian, it's always a pleasure. This match has a lot of stakes to it. The title of best South African team here is truly on the line, and it's a rematch. These two teams met each other in the upper bracket of playoffs last time around, going to Game 6 overtime. Australian, I know you just got done casting a Game 7. Maybe we get it this time.
I hope we get it. I'm ready for it, and I think I will be able to continue tomorrow. Otherwise, I will have to take some honey to make my voice better. But I don't care. And here we go for the first kickoff of this series. Cam taking the ball, goes through two people, but not enough yet to pass onto the net. Guns going against 2-4, but doesn't stop him. 2-4 keeps the pressure, and he got full boost. But the pass on to Sweaty, the flip reset, he goes for the ball again, and the pinch doesn't quite go through with Snowy.
Limitless really setting up shop, forcing the hand of Cosmico, making them pass with flying colors in their defensive test. But we have to make something of note here. Limitless, this is our first time seeing them since they took the win against the Maestros. That was in the GSL stage. Limitless may be feeling better than they ever have.
Absolutely, and here we go with the first goal of this series. Limitless taking it with the setting pass from Snowy, and Sweaty takes the lead.
That's the problem here for Cosmico, is that Limitless coming into this matchup with so much momentum. The number one seed out of their group after their win against Maestros in Game 4, nonetheless, of a best of 5. So Cosmico with so much work to do to take this series to the distance.
There's only 1 minute down on this match, so we can expect better from Cosmico, and maybe a comeback and maybe another turn. Guns trying to go for Sweaty, but too short to take it. Werty trying to go on the offensive, takes the boost and goes for the 50-50 with Snow with the pass on the mid, but not no one to follow up. There's a lot of problem here since the last series. There's not enough people following those occasions.
Well, the follow-ups are tough, especially if you're getting demoed off the field. That was Cam, I believe, onto Sweaty to really reset the attack for Limitless. So Snowy, weathering bumps and all, will try to reset, but they're clambered over to their own side of the field. My eyes are definitely on Sweaty. In their last playoff victory, that was a Game 7 overtime win over Hey with Riz. Sweaty was the clear MVP player to watch if you're looking for somebody to cook again in this playoffs matchup.
Cam trying to set up on the backboard, but no one from Cosmico will keep going. Guns on the 50-50. Cam, no boost, tries to connect with Guns, but it's not enough. Cam, once again, Sweaty taking control of the ball. The ball will drop, but 2-4 is here to save his team for Limitless. Sweaty tries to set up his teammates, but again, no follow-up from Limitless yet.
Woo! Oh, there's not going to be one. Australian, there is no follow-up from Limitless. You want to know why? Because they're stuck in their own third, forcing 2 defenders on the shot. Was the assist from Guns, and Cam just had to clean up.
Absolutely, and what a great shot from Cam here to tie this and maybe bring a second breath on this team of Cosmico. Guns once more on the shot, but 2-4 is back already to stop it. 2-4 tries to pass it to Sweaty. Sweaty the shot, but unfortunately it's on the post. Snowy takes it, the flip reset, but doesn't connect on the ball. Unfortunately for Limitless, and it's Cosmico's side to go. Unfortunately for them, Sweaty was there. The opportunity wasn't taken fully from Limitless. Sweaty with the shot, the pass to Snowy, and the save from Guns on the post once more. This post is saving them right now.
I mean, Cosmico, how much do you truly have left here? The big issue for them is the midfield boost keeps spawning perfectly on time for Limitless. They were able to, guns ablazing, no pun intended, go at Guns on the backline with full boost again and again and again. Cosmico, it feels like they're running on fumes.
Guns tries to take the ball to redirect it on the opposite side of the field, but it's not enough. Limitless is putting too much pressure on Cosmico. The double come here to die for, trying to go with Sweaty, and the follow-up is here now, but too much follow-up because all three of them were on Cosmico's side.
This is pure ownership of the midfield by Limitless right now. Cosmico cannot break through. They've got to find some way, some antidote, maybe an escape rope to get out of the way. Guns finds a little bit of time for his team to reset, but Limitless, they won't stop crashing the boards. Rebound after rebound. Every clear meets a Limitless player. It's Sweaty. The pass over to die for, but that is a knockaway by Cam. Oh, to die for. A cheeky backflip to try to redirect it in the net. Lost Shelly, and they're trying everything.
Absolutely, and Guns tries for the shot. Snowy on the backboard, well played from him, which he tries to set up, but too high for this ball. The setup on to die for, but unfortunately, he goes under as well. The save from Cosmico, and 10 seconds left to die for will be putting a stop to Werchi here, and Snowy will try to go for the last attempt of this game before the overtime.
Unbelievable. I mean, perseverance is the only word that comes to mind for Cosmico. That was a minute and a half, maybe more, of pressure dealt with. The reset on the kickoff gives Cosmico the win.
Cosmico takes it. Maybe Greybeard was right. Maybe the prediction about Cosmico having a chance to take it on Limitless is here, and I hope they can for Cosmico, because it's not elimination, and maybe we can see better this time from Cosmico. And what can I say more? It would be a great thing.
It may be only game one down, but perseverance pays off. Survive and advance was the motto of Cosmico. Definitely a highlight on the saves between Cam and Guns, both with the savior medal after that game. And Lost Shen, I just cannot believe that they weathered that many challenges, that many shots. If Cosmico's defense holds up like that throughout the series, they have a great chance.
Absolutely, and we can see 6 shots from Cosmico, 2 to make it. Oh, sorry, my cam just went off. I'll try to fix it for the next one. But yeah, Cosmico is making great impression on this one, and Limitless has to come back somehow, maybe through aggressiveness, maybe through tactic, but yeah, they have to make something work here.
I mean, Limitless need to find a way to break through. It's as simple as that. Cosmico's defense held up for so long, and you feel like the longevity of it, the endurance, had to break apart at some point, but then a simple fade right kickoff strategy earned Cosmico the lead, the win. The saving grace for Limitless is that Cosmico had to score on the kickoff. Otherwise, they had nothing. So with this reset and no goal on the kickoff, Limitless may be back in the driver's seat, and they would have been had it not been for the last second save against Sweaty.
Snow is heading for to die for. Guns takes it on the side just as the last moment. To die for, leaving it for Snowy. Snowy taking the setup right. It goes for Guns on the backboard. To die for will try on his side with the setting reset. He tries to pinch it, but a little bit short on it.
Just short, but this one on target. Wordy, what is that save? And now the counterattack. It's Cam and Guns to almost make it through. Limitless, you've got to make sure that transition defense is set and ready to go, because it is clear that is where Cosmico want to score, and boy, are they coming close.
They are really close on this one, and the defense and the post and the top bar at
I don't know the word in English, but yeah, I will keep going. Today4 takes the ball for the high ball, but Sweaty here on defense takes it to keep the tie in game.
Oh, this is
the
it.
double
This is
tap
it.
again.
Guns! Oh, that shot has to be on target, Guns. It's gotta be. Part of the win condition for Cosmico is Guns popping off. This is the player that holds the most boost at all times, but I guess the boost had to be used for the defense and the saves. Again and again, Cosmico. They've got the saves on lock. So does Snowy at the midfield. This is a true test for each defensive player today because everyone's shining on the goal line.
Absolutely, I don't know how they're making it, and the double tap from Sweaty that was close as well to die for. We try for the shot, the double tap as well, the pass, and Snowy to put it in the net for the lead.
I think this is a really smart play from To Die For. Clearly the goal line is closed off, so take the double taps to the side, coordinate the passes from a wider angle. That opens up the defense against Cosmico.
And the next kickoff, maybe Guns, the flick that doesn't connect quite well. It would have been a great chance, the pass, the setup, the control from Guns, that was amazing, but still not enough to score or to give it a try. The backflip that makes Sweaty score a second one. This backflip on Cam was a mistake, I believe.
I think Cam thought there would be more time. Wordy, the touch off the sidewall, just put Limitless in too advantageous of a position to score. And at that point, the swift reaction just wasn't enough. Cosmico, after their OT win, starting to slip up.
Cam trying to set up for Wordy on the crossbar into a goal. Brings it down to 1 goal difference.
I love that pass from Cam. Did you see that? The flip into the backboard pinch. That just bounced up perfectly for Wordy. I think Wordy's just telling Gun, see, that's how you hit the crossbar and hit it into the net. A nice little reminder for them.
Absolutely. Cam once more maybe tries to make wonders here. Snowy missing the ball, but was it intentional? We don't know yet. We will see after. To Die For trying to set up again, but it's not quite successful yet. Cam trying to set up for Wordy a bit too close. Hopefully he can come back. To Die For trying to go for the shot. Sweaty taking the ball on the wall, going for the sailing shot, the pass into To Die For. Snowy, but it doesn't go through yet, but it won't take long if it keeps going on.
Oh, and I love the picture of Guns challenging Sweaty on the ceiling because those are your two to watch. They love to hold on to their boost. They love to get the solo plays moving. And Guns knows this, so he's going to cut off Sweaty any position on the field that he can. The quick challenges are helping out, but Cosmico have to start taking risks because we're down to that final minute and a goal has to be scored.
We try to increase this gap between them. Snowy onto Guns, into Cam. Guns trying to set up for Wordy as well, or himself on the backboard. Wordy is prepared, and 2 people double commit to save this ball. Cam trying to go for the goal. It was a bit short, but it was feasible. I don't know if it's a word. Feasible?
Feasible, yeah.
The flip reset! Almost going through! That was amazing from Cam.
Tons of backboard defense supporting these stops for Limitless. They are just... Watch them all climb from their own backboard. That's where they know Cosmico want to go. And the angle's closed off again and again. Cosmico, they've got to start prioritizing the infield passes because that's where the openings are. They have one final chance to do it. Wordy sets up for Cam for the double tap, baby! There it is!
The tie at 9 seconds left. Wordy with the pass from the setting and the double tap from Cam. That comes huge from Cosmico.
I'm not gonna lie, I called it. I mean, I said they just needed the infield pass. Wordy said, say less, man, I got you. Guns might have us in regulation time as well. Ceiling pinch pass. Unlaid up for Wordy, which is a bullet to the net. What a laser denied.
Wow, that was in my eyes. And the overtime here will come clutch if Cosmico wins it, because they will have 2-game lead in this best of 7.
It's an unbelievable stop for Limitless, and they're hoping to get back on the attack because that was the brand, that was the theme of game number 1, was Cosmico having to play too much defense, even though they got that reprieve in OT. Now a longer OT may favor Limitless as they start to set up shop.
Ready, trying to take the ball. It goes through one player, but not the second one to die for. Ready to get to Sweaty, and once again, it's a come and go phase. Cosmico trying to make something work here. They're trying to take 50s to make the pass again, and Wordy trying to go for the double tap here. Not enough boost, unfortunately. To die for will have to take this ball, put it across the field. The demo coming in hard, but not enough yet to put Cosmico down.
Wow. Wow, what a save out of Cam. Just the last player remaining on that defensive rotation. Had to read it perfectly off of the backboard, but job clearly not finished. Wordy's pinch clear. Will assist in the efforts for Cosmico to reset. Looking to take advantage as well. Cam a light tap on the corner. Snowy without boost, but Guns guarding the half-court line. It's a long clear, calls Wordy to action, and whoa, it's a miss! The post hit to die for! Couldn't put it on target, and Limitless have to try again.
That was not the time to miss the shot, and to die for will probably have to take this one home with him, but the shot from Guns as well was quite close. Wordy gets passed through from Limitless. Cam for the pass, but no one following yet. They want to know if they can really secure the goal, I think.
Here we go, Cam. Full boost from his own backboard. Flip reset to accompany it. I think Sweaty saw that coming. That's why he played the play so passively. Down from his own end to die for. Says, I could do you one better. My flip reset reaches all the way across the field and then some. Let's have this ball now from center court to die for. Takes on Wordy. Goes vertical. Cam's prepared for it. Demolition on the field as well. Sweaty fills the gaps. Here it is, back and over. This is just so even right now. Wordy takes a shot, forces 2, back pass to Guns. It's off the crossbar again. The crossbar, Guns' greatest villain.
That was so close. No way with no boost, trying to pass it on the mid net, but no one to get it. The pass from Guns to Cam, but doesn't connect. The free direct from Sweaty that comes in clutch to tie this best of 7.
Something had to give. Someone had to score at some point, and the Snowy Sweaty combo will do it. What a lovely pass on transition to give Limitless their first win in this series. Australian 2 overtime victories so far in this series to bring us level. Does it get any more even than that?
18 shots from Cosmico. 18 shots. 12 saves from Limitless. What can you say more? Limitless has been putting a defense line so well. Cosmico had to give themselves many chances to make it through.
Well, and this is incredibly on brand for a player like Sweaty. In their Game 7 overtime victory over Hay in the semifinals of the last Open, Sweaty came through with 7 of the 8 saves for the team. When Limitless needs somebody to shine on defense, they do rely on Sweaty's wherewithal, his ability to read the incoming shots, and do a tremendous job on the goal line. But Cosmico have found their opportunities, Australia, to make that job saving the ball very difficult. I love that 9 seconds left on the scoreboard there in regulation time. Cosmico score just on that infield pass. They're finding the gaps for sure and keeping this game close.
Absolutely, and I hope to see one of the same game here. Maybe not whole 7 game, because 14 game to cast will be a quite long time. But and as I'm not quite yet fully performing in English, yeah, it will be really hard. But I don't care really. Cam trying to set up for Guns. They will be taking their time here, but Snowy is looking quite dangerous on this side. Sweaty taking the ball. Guns for the counter. Cam throws under this one with the demo as well. It goes for the setting pass. Guns as well on the setting, and Weddy goes right through it. It flies across the field.
Oh, I think there was more to be desired there from To Die For. Had full boost with the ball on an air dribble, but his first or second touch was a little too heavy-handed. This is a nice play between Cam and Guns. I think Guns is trying to get it back over to Cam. That touch just didn't have enough power. Now Guns, last layer of defense here, has to buy the team some time. Maybe didn't do it well enough here as Cam is called to action. Die For gets the corner challenge. Limitless look like they're ready to pounce early, but Snowy instead will reset the attack. I don't know, I'm keeping my eyes though on these demolitions that Limitless have been getting in their last matchup. Australian Wordy was the slowest on the field and the most demoed as well. I think he's been doing a better job of evading, but Limitless still on top in terms of the demo game.
Yeah, I believe as well, but is it enough to make the difference here? Because Cosmico has been doing some really good job at demoing, but not enough to take the lead on at the overtime. And the great save from Limitless here. Sweaty taking the ball midfield. It's quite dangerous, but he's taking this perfectly across. So yeah, it's nothing to worry about yet. Sweaty 0 boost, but can shoot it across the field. Guns trying to put it to Wordy. Wordy with the dunk, but Snowy goes it through to Die For. The bump, the shot on the crossbar once more. This crossbar has to be removed if Limitless want to score a bit more.
I think for everybody to score a little bit more. The crossbar has been a problem for both teams today. But that play was all set up from Limitless after, again, the slow play from Cosmico. Some of these slower tempoed plays have just put Limitless in prime position to strike. A nice interception there from To Die For puts them in a power position once again. As Guns weaves his way past one. Sweaty takes control in the corner. Tries to relay the pass, but it's taken back up to the ceiling. A wild pinch puts Sweaty now in a position to pass to Snowy, and that one just a little too far forward. Limitless with the ideas. Oh, but the execution not there.
Absolutely, and Guns as well. But you say the execution not quite there, but Cosmico as well is not successful on their attempts. We can see the score is still 0-0 with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. With Wordy trying to take the lead on the numbers here, but doesn't connect quite well. One more demo for Cosmico. Wordy trying to shoot, but double commit on the defense. Côté Limitless. To Die For trying to set up for Wordy for a long clear. Maybe it would have been better if it was on net.
Potentially, I have to say I'm really impressed by the saves coming out from Snowy right now. He played so deep in the net in order to evade the incoming bump and then save a high flying shot. They've got to do it again. It's what he does on such little boost. I have to say, I cannot believe Limitless haven't conceded a goal yet off the ripe opportunities from Cosmico. Maybe they'll get another right here. Reset from Guns into the wave dash. Wordy dives it as well, leaving Cam alone here. Backward pass to Sweaty. Does get over. And Limitless take the lead.
Limitless is showing up, is taking advantage of Cam's mistake here. The squishy save, but was a bit too fast. Limitless is in the lead, 30 seconds left. Maybe a kickoff goal here for Cosmico will put them on the tie.
I mean, Cosmico had been just walking this tightrope for so long in game number 3, and now it looks like they're wobbling off. There's got got a little bit of time still to score. They scored late in the last one to take it to OT. They've got to do it again. This ball's free. Center field at the logo. Sweaty takes it. Moves it forward. Now Cam with the ball in search of Guns to die for. Breaks it loose. Guns keeps it alive. One last opportunity now for Cosmico, but Sweaty tries to find as large of a clearance as he can. And with that dunk, he may have done it. One last effort here for Cosmico. How long can they actually keep this ball alive? To die for, looks for the kill, and just about gets it. There it goes. Limitless take the lead in the series.
That was a close one on Cosmico because they had the opportunity to control the ball, to dribble all the way to limitless side. Sorry. But it's not good enough yet to make it happen. I don't know, maybe the communication is not going quite through because Cosmico, I can see they're not quite well placed in defense. They are there in offense, but defense wise, they are not quite literally here. Even though they got 4 save to 6 attempts on the other side, yeah.
No, I mean, you're right. There are definitely those situations where the Cosmico defense looks like it could be a little more intact. We saw the 1 goal from Limitless where Cam was last available off a lost 50-50 in the half court, and he just wasn't able to make the play in time. That said, if we want to talk defense, we need to talk about Limitless's defense. I have no idea, again, how they were not scored on in that game through all the demolition, bump, and solid shot plays that we saw out of Cosmico. It is very surprising to see them keep a clean sheet. This series clearly coming down to whose defense is better. So far, Limitless winning that game.
Absolutely, and I think the reason for that is the crossbar, my friend. And we will see if this crossbar will be favorable to Limitless once again. Guns taking the full boost here to die for, setting up to Sweaty. Sweaty trying to go for a double tap, but stopped by Wordy. Cam going in the midfield. Guns following up. Takes full boost. Goes for the ball. The setting is touched. Wordy is up, but not enough again. The defense from Limitless is still intact.
Again, didn't mention it, but no timeout taken here. Cosmico kind of holding on to that to use at a later time in this series if they need to. At the same time, they could come away with a string of wins here, given how close these games are, how the scoreline has been tied, probably more often than someone has had a lead. That was certainly the case in the last game, when it was tied all the way up until 30 seconds remaining. Cosmico hoping to get the leading goal this time around.
Cosmico trying to make something happen here. Goes over so Sweaty, the demo. To die for Wordy for the crossbar, not just under it. Wordy for the lead on this one with just 1 minute and 20 seconds passed.
One demo and one miss. That's all it takes. Limitless otherwise has strung together an incredible defense, but in one moment of disruption, it breaks. Ooh. And maybe there's another off the kickoff. Cam is saved. The shot is blocked by Sweaty.
What a save from Sweaty. And the counter here from Snowy. Hopefully for fortunately for Cosmico, Cam was there. Once again, he's there again. And Snowy taking the ball. Cam trying to push forward, but Limitless is not moving back.
Full Guns. Almost a solo play with full boost. That's exactly the position he wants to be in, but he'll also take a pass from Cam. That was Wordy to try and fake the last defender of Limitless. They played the 50 well. There's the save from To Die For. Limitless's strong defense coming through again, but Wordy taking every challenge neutral. Tries to keep it in the Limitless zone. Limitless still not out of their own side yet, but is certainly aided in the efforts by Snowy. Wordy, whoa, where's the flip coming from?
From the ceiling, I think. Yeah, absolutely. Goes down from the ceiling like a bird preying on his adversary. wow, Wordy takes advantage of Sweaty's mistake here. It's huge. 2-goal lead will put Cosmico in a safe spot.
Wordy just worked harder for that goal than I have ever seen him do it in his career in SSA. He took the perfect 50-50s to keep Cosmico in the zone. And then he said, fine, I'll do it myself if nobody's going to score. 2 up for Cosmico.
Cam trying to set up for Wordy, but went back. The pass into To Die For. That's in net. That's in spot. The mistake from Cam here from his touch. To Die For takes the advantage of it. It's just there's nothing that Cosmico can do here.
That's just a situation where Limitless are forcing errors from Cosmico. Hitting it in another player's direction forces them to make a play on the ball because communications, it's so hard to be that quick on comms. Cam doesn't make the best play there, but he was almost forced into it. So Limitless have the right idea. They're trying to amp up the pace, force errors, and put points on the board.
Making mistakes, yeah, that's a good strategy when you think about it. Trying to throw off the opponent, To Die For, trying to set up the pass with the setting shot. Sweaty taking it this time. The pass, Snowy tried to follow, but too close, unfortunately. To Die For drops the ball in front of the net, and Cam saves it just in time before I believe Sweaty takes it.
Yeah, To Die For needed a teammate there. He was drawing in all 3 defenders on his attempted shot, and oh no, one just goes loose for Limitless. Cosmico on the turnaround, hoping to take advantage, and they might just do it. Cam a little too slow, trying to get to the ceiling for the extra flip. He wins that half-court challenge, forces Sweaty to cross it to the other side. Will Cam challenge from the ceiling? Will he await in a shadow defending position? Allowed Sweaty to get over top. Here comes the shot, and Limitless. It felt inevitable. They've tied it up.
Great bump here from To Die For on Guns. Well, basically it's Guns bumping To Die For, but puts him in the tight spot to defend this ball, and basically Snowy taking it.
Oh, we're back to a tie game, Australian, where these players feel most comfortable, because we spent a lot of time in this series at this position, but oh boy, are we on a knife's edge right now. Snowy, what do you got with full boost from your corner? He's in search of To Die For. Corner read is there. Cam saw it coming. Nice clear and a pinch off the sidewall. Keeps things loose. 15 seconds. We've seen these late time regulation goals. Will we see it for the side of Limitless? Snowy, double tap. Contested by Cam. Sweaty keeps it alive here. Midfield pass over to Die For. Pass over to Snowy. Gets turned away. I imagine this ball will be killed as Cosmico search for the ground. And it will. We'll take to another OT.
I don't want to say this, but I will say it. Is it because I'm casting but they're trying to get to game 7?
Just for
because
you.
If it is, thanks guys.
They're making you get your reps in, that's for sure. But think of the endurance from the players as well, right? It's gonna be a long series if it continues this way, but Limitless closing in on ending it right here. To Die For, he's your champion.
To Die For, waiting to see what's going to happen, and is in the right spot. Not enough time to come back on the line for Cosmico, and third win for Limitless. Second, no?
Yeah, third,
yeah.
Yeah, so match point here for Limitless. And when you think about it for Cosmico, this is a devastating loss. That is 3 goals in a row for Limitless to take the win. At first force overtime, and then eventually take the win. But at the same time, you've got to applaud Limitless. That's a lot of resolve to say, okay, we're down 2, which is the greatest deficit in such a close series. But we have what it takes to come back. This is the hallmark of a team that has been here before, that is used to close playoff situations and knows still to find that winning condition.
I think the resilience from Limitless, that's what's making them strong here. Because the pressure they've been getting from Cosmico is hard to perform on. And basically, I think they've been doing quite great with the pressure they've been getting and the force they've been putting behind their gameplay.
Yeah, it's been fantastic pressure. I'm with you, Australian. It's been resilience for sure from Limitless. I mean, they had to showcase that, especially with the Wordy pop-off in the way that game started. Wordy, I was ready to call him out as your driver of the day if he was going to solo show this team of Cosmico to victory. But in the end, Limitless just a little too strong. So a lot of work to be done here for Cosmico, and I haven't gotten any sign that there's been a timeout called. There's no graphic here, but I'm guessing, hey, there it is. Thank you, production. Yes, a timeout called for Cosmico, and Lost Australian, it feels like an important one.
It feels like an important one, especially because it's a match point. And Cosmico has to take it. Limitless will be benefiting from it, and maybe we will be seeing the same thing that happened with Le Bosch from the last series.
We certainly could. But you got to imagine, right, what exactly are they talking about from Cosmico? Clearly, their strength is in Wordy taking every single challenge, them getting space from the ceiling, and, of course, the demolition plays have been huge for Cosmico. But, of course, the defense that was shining so bright at the beginning of series has to come through as well. Guns just chips this over everyone.
That's a good one. The angle, the car movement. That was difficult to put it through, but Limitless was all grouped up on the post to try and defend from cams. That was a misposition from Limitless, miscommunication as well. And Cosmico takes the lead, and here it was really close from Snowy. The top right corner of the net would have been taken if it wasn't for this post.
Yeah, very close to a swift response from Limitless. Talk about the potential mistakes out of Limitless. Again, we have to talk about errors and whether they're forced or not. Cam made a beautiful play to air dribble to the backboard and force all of Limitless together. Cosmico very smart to capitalize on that situation, and they're trying to do it once again. Cam, difficult read off the ceiling, ends up just behind it. And Sweaty dives into the corner as Cosmico look to prevail.
Once again, Snowy tries to go for the shot, but Guns take it now. The flip reset is hit. The connection with the ball is perfect, but the defense as well. The shot, the pass from Cam, but no one to follow to die for. Will be passed by Wordy. Wordy trying to set up for his last teammate. Guns taking the demo. The bump tries to connect it, but doesn't connect. It's unfortunately for Cosmico, but they still have the lead. Sweaty trying to make something happen with Snowy. Snowy taking it slow, trying to go for a solo play here. The flip reset, he goes under. He tries to pass it, but not enough. Wordy is there to stop it.
Oh, good center from To Die For. Gonzi saw it coming. Flip reset pass over to Wordy on the turnaround. There's the bump play, and somehow the ball doesn't enter the net. So close for Cosmico, yet so far you feel like that 1-0 lead is just not enough after their 2-0 lead was squandered in the previous game. Sweaty's given space here on the air dribble, gets it past Guns. Cam denies it to the corner. And he allows Snowy to steal the boost, the corner, the midfield. He might go for the other corner. No, that one's picked up by Cosmico. And as much of the midfield as they can win here will be of benefit to them. But it's going to be made difficult by the plays by Snowy. Midfield pass, unfortunately for Limitless, no one there.
One still, and Snowy trying to go for the solo, but not enough. So Wordy is there. Wordy is putting a great force for Cosmico. The pass on To Die For, the double tap, goes on the backboard. Snowy for the angle, goes on Guns, unfortunately for Limitless. Cam tries to go straight for the goal, but stopped by Limitless once again. The ball stays in Cosmico's side.
This feels like Cosmico aren't given the right amount of respect to Limitless. That double tap from To Die For got past a couple defenders and almost was their defeat. Yet they prevail, so still 3 minutes down off the clock and a clean sheet for Cosmico, no matter some of the aerial beats that To Die For has had. Die For saving the ball there, but paying for his life. Guns the pass off the sidewall, denied there by Snowy. And Cosmico, 90 seconds to hold this lead. But To Die For solo play, flip reset, taken away by Cam.
Snowy trying to set up again, double commit here on Cosmico's side, triple commit on this. Snowy has the shot, he takes it. The tie is on Limitless with 1 minute and 16 seconds to win this series. Maybe.
It's getting closer, it really is. I mean, that play showcases the experience and the endurance of Limitless, right? They'll play toe-to-toe with you until you slip, and that one was clearly too many committed from Cosmico. They've slipped to allow the tie game, and now Limitless keen to take their final lead.
Cosmico has to put double the effort if they want to take the lead once again. Ooh. And the double tap just behind Guns, but pancakes the ball on the backboard. Hopefully for Cosmico, there was no one from Limitless to finish it, because it would have been devastating for Cosmico.
Turning around here, Guns trying to save the day for Cosmico. He is your solo play leader, the one that spends the most time with full boost and tries to make plays just like To Die For's doing here. Instead, Cam targets To Die For, rips him away before a flip reset play can be made. This one off the backboard, To Die For takes away Guns, prioritizing boost there. As, yeah, the dive happens there for Limitless. Close on the redirect there for To Die For. This ball's free. It's anyone's for the taking. Wordy takes across to the sidewall. Now Snowy down in front. Sweaty ready to make a bump if he can, but finds no contact. Cosmico get away and are one clear from another overtime in this series. I think only one game hasn't gone to OT. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. Maybe a kickoff goal here, but maybe for Cosmico because they got the advantage on this one. Snowy takes it across and we'll just leave it on the other side to Die For on the offensive. It goes through Wordy. The ball just goes back on Cam. The ball goes back to the midfield. Wordy will be able to set up the aerial here. He tries to go over. He takes the 50-50, but Snowy will take the ball on the other side of the field.
Remember, these teams met in this same position in the last Open. Cosmico conceded in Game 6 overtime. Limitless now trying to do it in Game 5 as they target the net once again. Snowy sets up Sweaty. That pass taken away, and Guns playing with To Die For right now. On the 1v1, To Die For makes one save, but he can't make two! Cam, the swift follow for the win!
Cosmico, that timeout was good, I guess, because this game was closer than the previous one, and they takes the advantage on the overtime. Cosmico is still in the game.
What a display again from Guns, right? He recognized the space. He recognized the time that this was going to be a 1v1 versus To Die For. So he said, all right, let's slow it down, right? I felt like we were in a freeze frame when he stopped playing the ball and waited to see what To Die For did. I think it was an excellent save from To Die For. I think he went in for maybe the squishy save for a second block, but Cosmico had the better end of it. Look at the score, though, from Cam, almost 700 points. Yeah, this game started out on a great play from Cam and Guns. Cam and Guns was the duo to win an OT as well. Maybe those are the two to keep your eye on.
Absolutely, and here we see again Cosmico goes for the kickoff play, and once again I want to see the next one because I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Still a game match for Limitless, and maybe the reverse sweep from Cosmico, but we want to see.
You know, as casters, we like a lot to say, oh, it relies on the beginning of the game. Whoever starts out well is going to win this one. To me, it actually relies on the back half. Cosmico's only mistakes really come through in the second half of the game. I think if there is endurance to this Cosmico team, they will take this the whole way. So here we go. Neo Tokyo, Game 6 is on Limitless with another match point.
And Cam directly with the shot, the redirect. That was really close, but on the crossbar anyway. Snowy tries to set the ball apart from Limitless side. Where he dribbles his way through. Snowy will leave it to die for here. Goes through one player. The flip reset not connected on the ball. Snowy will just jump on it, leaving to die for maybe for the setup. Guns, we just clear the ball apart.
Couple close chances there for Limitless. Some smart dives from Cosmico. At a certain point, though, I don't care how smart you are. I don't know if you're getting through this passing play between Snowy and To Die For.
Absolutely, the bump is really good on Guns as well. That's a good play from Limitless. They want to take the win on this one, I believe.
Oh, they certainly do. They'd love to kiss this series goodbye here. Limitless certainly has Game 7 would definitely bring the tension. Remember, folks, this match for top 4. You're not necessarily eliminated. With a loss here, you're also not guaranteed top 4 and of course, an important continued push, that major spot. So Cosmico, a lot to work for as now they trail.
Ready, trying to go through. Gets the ball on Cosmico's side, but Cam is here to set up once again. Tries to go for To Die For. Sweaty trying to continue here. Sweaty on the spot. Guns keeping the pressure on. Snowy trying to clear his ball. Cam trying to shoot. To Die For on his way. Sweaty. Cam leaving the ball for To Die For. The pass to Snowy. The redirect. Maybe no, it doesn't. Connect 2 people to stop him on defense.
Yeah, Limitless are so good at creating threatening opportunities, and it draws in multiple defenders from Cosmico on several occasions. That allows Limitless to really be in control of this game and make Cosmico rely on one-off efforts. This certainly being one of them. Cam was praying he had a teammate to score that, but it ends up saved.
Absolutely, it was maybe the wrong decision from Cam. He could have put it in, but unfortunately, he trusted his teammate. Cam trying again to put something here on his teammate. Cam for the solo play, the bump tried by Weddy, but not enough success to make it work. No, we will just get the ball on the corner, but yeah, he gets it.
Limitless are keeping their composure and then some. Look at the downward clear from To Die For from his own backboard. Cam says, I'll do you one better if you want to play this 3D Pong match. As it's sent across yet again. Wordy, what do you want to do with time? A heavy first touch. To Die For saw it coming. There's the bump, and the shot from Sweaty just knocked away. He's got the bump on Guns, but Guns prevails. What a play to release him from the bumper and get the save.
Now he's trying to keep going. The bump on Wordy. Guns has to jump on it. Sweaty taking the ball. Cam has time, but time is running short because now he's here. The ball is going back behind To Die For. Guns stopped by Sweaty, but all 3 of them are on offense. No way, we leave it to Sweaty. Guns takes the ball. Cam tries to control it, but unfortunately it's not successful. To Die For. We try something here. The flip reset now doesn't connect yet. Guns, we just put it forward for his team.
Oh, Sweaty on the solo play, so threatening. Allowed Snowy to fill in and try to score, but couldn't. Under a minute remaining here. I mentioned major contention, but honor, reputation on the line. These are your final 6 South African players left in the top 8. A chance to represent your region. is on the line here in Cosmico. They're 1 goal away to decide it in a Game 7 or at least in an overtime. Cam, big save to make to keep them alive.
1 goal to make. Oh, that was really close! The crossbar again, saving Limitless in this one. 20 seconds left. Sweaty taking the ball, tries to go on the wall, ready to stop him. Both have no boost. Snowy will leave it for Guns. Guns trying to set up the backboard, but Tidifo will be there. Sweaty trying to stall for time. They have to stall for it if they want to win.
Oh, and there's your shot to do it, but Limitless, they come up with the save. They come up with the win. Limitless do it again in Game 6 against Cosmico and move on to the top 4.
That was a great series to watch again. 1 best of 7, the full best of 7, and once again a best of 7, but 6 games on this one. Well played, Limitless. A bit too close to call it an overwhelming win, but it was great. This shot from Tidifo, great pass as well.
Yeah, everything lined up for Limitless in this game, and you've got to tip the cap to Cosmico because they really did keep this match on a knife's edge the whole way through. But Limitless, again, in Game 6, they've done it, Greybeard.
That was unbelievable. 4 out of 6 games going to overtime. But you know what? One of my top 5 favorite movies is Die Hard, and if you haven't seen it, you gotta go. And I realize it was a movie that came long before most of you were born. But there's a great line in there where a guy says, the next time you have the chance to kill someone, don't hesitate. And I feel like that kind of happened here. Cosmico took that first game. They could absolutely have taken that second. And if they take the second game, the entire complexion of the series changes. And you were talking about win condition, Pyro. When you're playing Limitless, you don't get a lot of chances. When you get them, you've got to bury them. And there were just, I felt, a couple of great chances that just went awry. But you know what? I am so thrilled, though, to see Cosmico challenging Limitless as much as they are. But Romeo, they just can't get over the line yet.
No, it was unfortunately, like you said, it was close. But it wasn't close enough, and they're going to need to do this consistently if they want to start taking more than a game or 2 off Limitless. So very well played to Cosmico. It was tight throughout, but again, Limitless just showing their class and taking this one through to the end.
Big shout out to Werty, though, for having a camera. The only one of the 6 players out there with a camera. So massive shout out to you, sir. Well done. It certainly adds depth, and I encourage, as much as my encouragement helps the other players, to please do the same. A reminder that the Driver of the Day vote is open. Was your Driver of the Day in that series? If he was, go to acgl.gg/vote and vote for your Driver of the Day. They will be the Driver of the Day will be announced at the end of the day, and you do get ACGL currency for putting in your vote. So do go and do that. So that means Cosmico. Well, first let's talk about Limitless. Limitless move directly to the semi-finals tomorrow, and Cosmico will play 77 blocks. And Pyro, how are you feeling about that, having seen 77 blocks today earlier?
I think that's an extremely interesting matchup because in the last regional of the previous season, 77 blocks actually defeated Snake's Den in the quarterfinals before losing to Limitless. And we remember who was on Snake's Den. It was Ram, it was Eliakim, and it was Wordy. So I think Wordy may want some revenge in that matchup. That will be a spicy one.
Well, that's tomorrow. Today, we will be shortly looking ahead to our final series of the day. And the series have been good. I mean, it started off with the sweep, 77 blocks, came out here with definitely a message and wanting to stamp some authority. They did that very well. Then we had the banger of Le Bosch going all the way to 7. And then with Limitless going to 6. I mean, despite that, it was a fairly low-scoring affair. Australian, it wasn't, there weren't the blowout matches. Every match was sort of that one-goal affair. It was pretty tight. So overall, the day's been very entertaining.
Absolutely, and I loved it. As my first time on this, I'm thrilled, I'm excited. I want to come back.
And come back, you will. We're going to be going to our interview very, very shortly. And I don't know, Bromeo, the stat remains intact that Limitless are undefeated against an SSA team. I think it was it the 22-23 season.
Yeah. So 22-23 final split. Limitless last went down to French class, which had Werty, Wilu, and I think it was Sweaty.
Yes, it was Sweaty. Indeed, it was.
Yeah, so it has been a while. Long live the king. And we saw today just exactly why that record remains as it is.
Well, let's go and hear from Snowy, from Limitless, and then we will look forward to our final series of the day. Well, let's go chat to Snowy.
Hey, how's it going, Snowy?
How's it going?
Snowy.
What's up?
Well, firstly, congrats on the dub. It's always a heartfelt thing to see an SSA team go against an SSA team. But ultimately, you guys came out on top. It was pretty close at times. And but before we get into that game, I just want to chat to you quickly about yesterday. You guys must be feeling pretty good after that.
Yeah, we're feeling pretty good about yesterday. I think we played pretty well. And when we look back at it, there was even more room for improvement. So that's obviously super positive for us. And yeah, today wasn't as smooth, but it's just a quarterfinal against an SSA team, and it was just one of those series. It wasn't pretty, but we just had to get it done, and we did. So it's good.
So it was quite close between you and Cosmico. How did you go through the pressure that they put you through?
I wouldn't say they put us through much pressure. I think we kind of did that to ourselves. We had a couple of silly games, and I think specifically we were 3-1 up the Aquadome game. We really should have closed it out there, and it should have just been done. And other games where the other game we lost, I think was game 1. We just had endless pressure, and we just couldn't put the ball in the net. So yeah, we kind of just did it to ourselves. So it wasn't too bad in the end.
So speaking of Cosmico quickly, because we do ask a lot of questions about you, do you see Cosmico as your closest chaser at this point? If not, anybody else?
The closest SSA team for sure. I don't know. I wouldn't call them the second best team overall. I think they probably struggle against some of the other good EU contenders. Yeah, but I mean they are solid. They are good. So they're definitely up there. Probably top 4, top 5 team for sure.
Wow. I don't know what to say else except GG guys, and excited to see you play tomorrow as well.
Yep, GG's.
And now we go forward. Last series of the day, 3 of 4 done under the bridge and in the past. So we had a potential 21 games. Of those, we have played 17 of those. So it's been a pretty jam-packed day. And we look forward now to the Maestros versus Hey with Riz. And the chat vote will be open. So get your vote in now for who you think is going to win the final series of Saturday, and then there will be 5 more remaining from tomorrow. And an interesting little tidbit of information out the gate is that Hey with Riz, they haven't lost a lot of games playing in SSA RLCS. but all of their losses have come at the hands of SSA teams, and now they're up against the EU giant of the Maestros, Pyro.
Yeah, so I was going to mention maybe the reason for that is they haven't played the Maestros yet. It's wild to say, but we are here in the top 6 now of Open number 2, and probably your 2 best full Spanish rosters have yet to meet. Well, they get to do it here in the upper bracket, and I think this is a match that, hey, really want, right? They want the attention. They want to stake their claim as we're the better ones. They were a Game 7 overtime away from getting that grand finals against the Maestros, losing the Limitless. So I think they're coming into this match feeling very motivated.
So the chat vote, #ME or #Hey, or in other words, hey me. So get your vote in while it is going. And there have been chinks in the armor, Bromeo, with both of these teams. Neither of them have clean swept their way to the positions that they're in now. Talking about Limitless, talking about Maestros, almost going down to the high-ping trifecta team. But when you look at those stats, Maestros are pretty intimidating.
Look, Maestros carry a very, very strong record, formerly Team Mobula into Maestros. Since they've been in SSA, they've played 40 games. I'm not including Worlds, major number 2. But they played 40 games and they've only lost 2. The last one they lost was the one we witnessed yesterday against Limitless. So they're a very scary team. And hey, they're a new team. They're coming in here. They are proving that they have the chops and the requisite amount of Spaniards to do well. So I think that both of these guys, they're going to do well in this tournament regardless, but Maestros still are the team to beat in this equation.
Well, we've just come out of an SSA on SSA matchup, and we move now to our SSA versus SSSA, which is, of course, Sub-Saharan Africa and Spain, or Sub-Saharan Africa and Spain, or whatever it is. There's a lot of Spaniards out there, and we see the player comparison. Torres has been an astonishingly good addition to the team, and having all of them out here this time round has certainly helped their cause up against Ivan over on the other side, and relatively close, but Torres has the better of it outside of the accuracy, Australian.
Absolutely. And I can see that maybe, just maybe, because I saw the performance of Maestro from last Open, last main event. They swept through Limitless, but it was a huge hit. I was actually shocked about it. And let's see if they can make it again this time. Maybe with the confidence of last Open qualifier, they can make it. But I don't know.
I think on equal ping, these two teams would be very, very well matched. And that would be a series I'd love to see. I do think the ping situation does give the Maestros the advantage. However, we have seen the potential for upset, high ping notwithstanding. So I think now if we move to our predictions, and my predictions were for the last series was pretty much calculated, because with the whole desk going for Limitless, if Cosmico did pull it off, that would put me way ahead in the predictions. But sometimes you roll the dice and it doesn't go your way. Let's see if I can pull it back here. And I'm going to go first for the change, and I'm going to go for the upset once more. Ooh. Hey with Riz to take it and give Maestros an extra job to do tomorrow. Bromeo.
Greybeard once again proving that he does not like winning at predictions. And I'm going to counter this by going with the maths. Maths says Maestros take this. They are a good team. They haven't lost much. And given the loss that they took yesterday, I think they will be absolutely hurting to get into the ring with Hay today. So expect a different a different Maestro's outfit tonight. I don't think they're going to take any prisoners.
Now, quickly, Pyro and Australian, your predictions.
I want this to go the distance, but I'm taking the Maestros.
The Australian.
And the same will be with me.
All right, it's not a desk sweep. I'm going with the odds again. If I win huge. But it is now time. We're going to go to our final series today. After this series, we will know the top 4 in the Open number 2 finals. We'll have our top 6 as we go in tomorrow. And it's everything to play for out there right here, right now. It is the Maestros up against Hey with Riz. Hey with Riz playing with the high ping, but they will bring the fight right here and right now.
Ultras and Rhino, you and I are going to be taking it through this, and I would say this is probably going to be one of the most hotly contested matches of the day.
Hey, I mean, you bring the English guy to cast over the English players, and all of a sudden that we've got some heat on our hands. Absolutely. We've got Revezi for Hey with Riz playing from the wonderful GB, but there is obviously Maestros playing in region, playing in ping, and we'll see if that is going to do them justice in this game, Ultraism. It's going to be a big one. It's all for seeding. No one is eliminated yet. But you don't really want to play Le Bosch after the way they played earlier today. We'll see who takes that crown now.
Oh, there's certainly no free games from here on out. And certainly when it comes down to the stakes behind it, Maestros have so much. If they can take a first place in this qualifier, they basically only have to get top 4 in qualifier number 3. However, if they slip up now, if they allow Hey with Riz to usurp them at the top, it opens things up, not just for Limitless, but for so many other players in Hey with Riz coming in with intent.
Yeah, close from Revezi there. Really got I think he got a pogo touch as he was trying to get that one over the line, but Maestros stand strong for the moment. It's now going to be Ivan taking this one down the left. Might leave it to his teammate, Karka, trying to play this one in field, but Lioro's going to be able to bring it away. Intercepted immediately by Karka. And I think that's where Hey with Riz are going to have to play in this game if they are to see anything through. They want to be playing much in the faces of Maestros, playing on that halfway line, because the moment they break free like this, Maestros are so deadly.
The counter-attacks that Maestro is able to put up are so fast, but Hey with Riz showing that they've also got that capability to put on the pressure at the drop of a hat. Ivan was doing work there, now has to take that third man position as Revezi challenged in the corner. Unfortunately, Ivan taken off the field, and this Possessed thankfully not called into action here for Hey with Riz. Instead, Maestros take a second attempt, come crashing down, wave after wave. DK Salen's touch there, nearly finding his mark, but as of yet, does not draw the first blood.
Ooh, nice touch from there from Karka. That was almost going to take out the defense, but they were smart to it. They were equal to it, and now they're going to try and clear, but they can't right now. VK Salen over the top. That one might just drop, and no, it will be wide. But that is what Maestros can do. They've got those powerful shots from their own half, and if you're not switched on, if your rotations aren't locked in, you will concede to the Spanish roster, and there's proof of it.
Certainly Maestro is giving their opponents something to check in, because you did say that, like, Hey with Riz wants to get up into their half and wants to try and crowd it out and not give Maestros the ability to break free when the pressure starts mounting. But when you've got to always be considerate of those long breakaway shots, it makes you think twice about sticking around too long, as Maestro is going to take to the air on the back of Torres, is carrying it well, but meets against a solid player, unfortunately. Forced into the third shot, and Maestros, wave after wave, yet again, still find no joy.
Hey with Riz doing great work in their defensive half. Maestro's trying to find the key to unlock that defense, and they've not been able to yet. Put onto the sideboard from Revezi, but Yoro's right there. It's a nice touch over from Revezi, but Karka also went for that shot. So now there's going to be a bit of a recovery needed from Haywood Riz as it works down the right-hand side. Revezi goes by. Karka takes a shot. Is there a bump on the backlines? No. Leoro able to come through off the backboard, and that counter through from Maestros now could be deadly. VK misses at the back post. 1 minute 50, still 0-0.
Love the intentionality coming out from both sides there. Haywood Riz going to be coming back in for another attempt, and certainly consternation forced out from both sides. Great passing, it turns into the redirect. Cherry Picker not on the mark though, as Kaka sends it up high, and both of these teams having to move so fluidly around the field. I mean, even boosts starting to be contested as we see the deadlock continue towards the end of the 4th minute.
Yeah, Kaka double ankles! Haywood Riz lead Maestros with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock, and just watch this shot from Kaka. The angle is nuts. The dunk is in, and Haywood Riz look to try and cause the upset with an early lead in the series.
Certainly goes against the panel predictions, but we've seen the panel predictions challenged throughout today. Not maybe game number 1, but the rest of it has been pretty hotly contested, and certainly Haywood Riz is going to be happy with that. Certainly mostly happy, I think, that this is not a one-sided affair, that they haven't been pushed out against their side of the nest. You know, they're getting some really nice team plays, getting some connection between the players, although this from VK Salen sets up a great opportunity for Maestros. A little bit too much oats in the morning to get that into the correct position for his teammates.
They'll be going down the gym a little bit too much, I think. Just a bit too strong, playing that one over towards the back post as Torres trying to clear, but this is exactly what Haywood Riz are trying to do, just choke them out, but that pinch is perfect from Maestros. It will now be cleared away by Karka. Ball into the middle. Demo from Ivan means that Maestros are down to a 2v3, and so Revezi takes it through. Flicks over one, but there's a covering player. That is VK Salen. 20 seconds for Maestros to get something here. It might be a chance. Cleared away by Haywood Riz. The counter-attack coming through. Good challenge. Backboard needs a double. Pushed away by Torres.
This is still just the beginning of Haywood Riz. They're in the exact right position as the final 10 start counting down, and with control, with possession, they keep challenging this Maestros side, force them into a defensive position. Now Maestro is trying to carry it the length of the field. It's a soft shot. It will touch down despite the missed defense. And Haywood Riz, they start themselves off in this long road to the upset with a single goal victory.
Now, you don't need to have the best memory in the world. In fact, it was just the previous series where an outside team that Greybeard predicted won the first game of the series. And it didn't end up going well for them for the rest of that match. So we're not counting any chickens yet. We're not talking about running away with it. But Haywood Riz have made the first step. They've got a game against Maestros, and that will do absolute wonders for their confidence going forward.
Yeah, I think right now the mental part is the only thing differentiating these teams. They both had their little forays into their opponent's half. They had some nice passes that came through, some opportunities that were slightly awry or last-second saves. But it really did come down to, after that first goal, there just seemed to be this buoying of confidence in the Hayes side. And that really allowed them to play a little bit more freely. They weren't so far, you know, in the beginning we were talking about they needed to be cognizant of those long, clear shots, etc. They didn't seem to have to worry about that after that first goal.
No, there was one shot from VK that went very, very close, right? Just wide of that left-hand post. Everything else was really played in front of Haywood Riz. They were quite content to play on the defense, watch in front of them, and that was really all they needed to do. But we'll see if Maestros are going to be able to change up their approach going into game number 2. Immediately there's a demo. Leoro taking this one down the left-hand side. Angles found, but cleared away by Revezi.
Not far, though. Nice challenge to follow it up from Revezi again, looking to get involved. Actually, overlapping and trying to charge into the back line. Has to fall back into the third-man position. Takes hand of this, though. Looking to be a playmaker across the field as Haywood Riz step up and show their forward momentum right now. Challenge Leoro on the back line, and that's such a good transition play. Torres checked out of the air, though, loses control. And up to Ivan to slow it down and see how far he can take this.
Yeah, Haywood Riz, you're absolutely right. Slowing down the play, and now putting their pedal to the metal as this one goes into the corner. Revezi just loses out, but Karka's there to follow through. Cleared away by Torres off the ceiling. Got to be difficult. Ivan just about makes the play. Will have a challenge as well. to the middle will be met by Revezi, who once again wants Bonnet on ball, wants to play possession, but Maestros, they don't want to let you do that this game. They've already lost one. They don't want to lose another. Ball into the middle. Ivan won't be able to get there, but Revezi will. Pops the ball into the air. Kaka is the third man. Will let Revezi continue forwards, but Torres takes over for Maestro.
Maestro certainly showing an aggressive personality, diving, charging it at everything. Third man up into the sky is Leoro. They still manage to recover themselves from the breakaway attempt from Haywood Riz. Second attempt goes up high. It's not a great touch from Leoro, but he will get to it fast. Gets it around Revezi, even though it cost him his life, and made space here for VK and Torres to try work up the right-hand side. Still Haywood Riz. They held the first game without a goal against them, now managing to do the same job in the first 2 minutes, despite Maestros. And I think certainly, even though the finesse plays of Haywood Riz are being challenged, they're making enough space around the field to prevent Maestros from building momentum.
They are, and it's going to have to be a very, very frustrating game for Maestros to play right now. They clearly have a very good idea of how they want to play. They are just being stuffed at the point of source, and that is exactly what Haywood Riz probably wanted to do. Nice ball into the middle. Is there a second man there? No, Ivan did not really go for that ball like he would have hoped to do, but VK Salen wins this ball in that midfield. Torres into the corner, cleared away as Kaka tries to keep possession, but with zero boost, it's difficult to do so. Leoro into the middle, Demo onto Ivan, so Revezi has to keep this ball ahead. He's not going to be able to do that, but the ball passes too far for Leoro, and the scoreline remains 0-0.
Again, it's Haywood Riz. They're just circling the back lines to make sure that any little chips over the top from Maestros are taken care of. And when they get the breakaway, Kaka somehow manufactures this out of the corner, tells Ivan, back up, let me cook right now. Gets two of the Maestro players to follow him into there and gets it past both of them. Tucks it in. Haywood Riz, even better than not letting in a goal so far is the second one that they've got. First in game number 2.
I couldn't really tell if VK got a touch on that in the corner that made it kind of speed up towards the middle of the goal, or if that was all Kaka, but either way, great goal. Now going to try and get the equalizer for our Maestros. They wanted to work together. They weren't able to break that defense though, and Kaka gets a big clearance. Now going to try and camp in Maestro's half, but where Vezi goes by, Ivan will be there to cover, and that is lucky because that's not always going to be the case.
Ivan's still challenging, trying to chase the ball down. Just be a nuisance in the back line here of Maestros. And working out for them. Actually gets the second touch, looking for a third, gets the dunk on it, and fortunately no teammates there to try catch it up. That's a horrible miss from Leoro, puts a lot of pressure, but Haywood Riz get a little overexcited trying to capitalize on that, throw too many in, and Revezi has work to do. Only just manages to actually get there as Leoro turns on the pace. Maestro is going to take advantage. They're smelling blood in the water, and they haven't had a lot of chances. They've only got a minute left, so wanting to take hold of this now, but yet again denied.
Yeah, Kaka bumped away, so this is now going to be EK Salen trying to get around the defender, and Ivan is dismissed. So it's VK now moving forwards. Cleared away by Kaka for the moment. Leoro to collect, but Kaka will be right there on the scene. Off the ceiling, might have a chance here once the angle. Not going to find it, but really putting Maestros under pressure. Now this ball waterfalls to the back post. Cleared away, needs to be dealt with by Revezi, and he just makes that read, but Altruism, my heart was in my mouth right there.
Yeah, I think it was VK Salen that was charging him down, and that was the panic of, I see two people in front of me and no one behind me. Gotta make it work, and they do. Maestros with one final attempt, denied to the side. Second shot up high, turns into a pass. This one chipped softly. Leoro gonna finish it, and there's so much bloodshed in the back line. Still Maestros. They've got no one to beat, and they can't do it. 20 seconds down. Revezi looking to be just the final nail in the coffin while sitting and lurking in the background. Haywood Riz find their way to the better side of the field, looking to add insult to injury right now. And Maestros, one more chance. It's on the ceiling of Torres. He carries it the late. The save is there from Ivan. Anything else? VK tries desperately one more time. Torres with the bonk. Leoro keeps it up. Ivan sends it down to his corner, breathes a sigh of relief, and 10 minutes go by without Maestros finding the back of the net.
All Leoro had to do was make contact with the ball, and we're talking about an OT. It's that one moment, it's that one play, two demos on the back lines of, hey, the other man had gone up to try and find some boost. There's no one back. Leoro just didn't have the boost to be able to hit the ball into the goal, and that ends up costing Maestros. Wow. Hey with Riz, see it through. And looking at that stat screen, they did deserve it. All three members of that team over a 300 score. That is pretty impressive against this Spanish roster.
I mean, deserve it. I think both teams fought hard for it right there. Maestro's putting in 4 times the number of shots. I cannot believe that somehow, hey, with only 2 shots, still managed to pull ahead in that game. It just shows the temperament that they're holding on their back line. And all of those points, 900 points plus, all coming from saves, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I mean, but you're also getting very concerned at this point if you're a Hey with Riz fan, because you know that Maestros are building. This is like a tank of pressure that's just being turned up, and eventually it is going to burst. Eventually, you're going to have a game where Maestros are going to hit every shot. Every shot that they have is going to be on target, and it could be a bloodbath. So Hey with Riz, they got to keep doing what they're doing. They got to keep up with their mentality, and if they're able to do that, then Maestros might be in a spot of bother. But when they've only got 2, they need another 2. And yeah, we'll see if they're able to get another one on the board here in game number 3.
Well, here's the thing about explosions. They seem to not be very discerning. They tend to have a lot of collateral damage around them, and sometimes when it does come up, Torres manages to at least focus it here. Revezi trying to take it out the corner. This jump up there finds the tightest angle, and Maestros, they'll be content with the first goal, but certainly didn't come through any calculated build-up plays.
No, that one is one of those that you will take to the bank with you if you are Maestros, and they almost got a second one there. Okay, trying to find the bottom corner. Kaka will have you believing that he was equal to it the whole way. He'll be like, yeah, no worries, guys, had it covered. As this one now comes through, Kaka again into the corner. Revezi to take it away, but Maestro's just that split second quicker. The Oro takes the shot, and it's 2-0 to Maestros. Maybe the explosion is here earlier than expected.
Now, I did complain, and I did throw a little bit of shade to the first goal in terms of its team cohesiveness, but that one was spectacular to watch. Maestro's fully deserving game number 2, and I think you may be onto something there, Rhino. I think this is a team that has been frustrated, beaten a couple of times, denied their righteous dues, and are now coming back with a bit of a vengeance and a fight to pick. Third shot gonna come in there. Revezi only just manages to get there in time.
And now Maestros will feel comfortable. And now Maestros, they will feel that they are settled, because you have to remember, they had not scored in this series until the start of this game number 3. They had been completely shut out by Hey with Riz. So they've now got on the board, got that monkey off their back, and they want more as they start moving forwards. It's a good clearance by Revezi. Double commit through from Hey with Riz. Kaka tries to find the pass into the middle, but it's beyond Ivan. And Maestros can reset again. Torres pass. VK gets challenged. There's a bump there, but there's no third man to come through. And that chip over the top will find its home. Lioro with his second of the game. Maestros 3-0 up.
Suddenly, the entire demeanor of this matchup right now has changed on its head. Hey with Riz looking a little discombobulated at stages, diving it a little too aggressive, not covering their back line, and Maestro's taking full advantage of this now. I don't know if it's because they picked up their pace or Hey with Riz just suffering from a bit of hubris, but right now it certainly is Maestro's in the driving seat, although Revezi certainly wants to try and change that as quickly as possible. Kaka tries to get creative as well, but Maestro straight away back into the aggression.
I have to say, people often talk about, isn't it the best feeling ever, like when you make a point when watching football or Rocket League and the commentator says exactly the same thing 20 minutes later. It's also very cool for a caster when they make a prediction, they tell you there's a blow-up game coming and Maestros are building up everything, and then it happens. Like, that's a pretty cool feeling for us in the booth as well. So, not that I think, hey, oh my goodness, Revezi trying to shut me up as best he can. Ball into the middle, going to try and be a chance for Ivan, but nothing doing. But yeah, it's a good feeling when you predict something on the desk and it comes through. I'm very much enjoying that feling right now.
It's because it was so tangible, though. You could feel it. You could feel the way Maestros was moving around the field. And I really hope my mic did cut out there and peak, because that was the highest pitched noise I think I've ever made. That was a close goal. So Hey with Riz certainly not out of it just yet. 2 minutes left on the board, but they're going to have to first and foremost just calm Maestros down. Just They've vented a little bit. Now we got to put them back in check. And no, when VK Salen's got to bully his way through there, denied only by a simple bit of geometry. And still, Haywood Riz yet to take a proper look at their opponent's goal.
Yeah, and this is going to be a chance here. Torres off the crossbar. All three members of Haywood Riz go by. Opens the door for VK Salen to turn on it. And just look at this. 1 miss, 2 miss, 3 miss. And the 4th does not. VK Salen, top right corner. Maestros taking game 3.
Game 3 pretty much does feel like it's in the bag, but I don't want this to be the rest of the series. I really want to see a rebellion coming out from Haywood Riz. They need to rally at some stage, and right now they were playing so fluidly as a squad previously. Now it feels a little disconnected. They kind of trying to make it all work themselves. The passing plays that they were relying on fractured a bit. Right now it would be nice to just see that cohesion coming back, and maybe this is the chance. Karka has it pushed into the corner, and Ravesi playing guard dog outside of it. Fortunately for them, Maestros look to turn it the whole length of the field with that combination play.
I have to say, I know it's a very we don't do that here kind of vibe, but I actually wouldn't mind to see Haywood Riz take a timeout after this game. It's really got away from them. Maestros are starting to warm up there. They've got those hot hands, as we like to say, and there's VK going over again, his 2nd of the game. And I just wonder if putting them on ice for a moment, just chilling everything out and getting Haywood Riz back into a sensible defensive shape. I question whether that's going to be the play here. I don't think it will happen, but if I was the coach, if I was in charge of this team, I would be really tempted to call that right now.
Yeah, I think this is a good time. Don't wait until you've lost the rest of the series. Break that momentum now. Figure out what's going on, because this is not, oh, what a save, what a save. That second one, though, much harder task, and Leoro does take advantage. But yeah, right now, Maestros is running away with the series. Haywood Riz has kind of lost their own flavor and are playing to the tempo of the opposition. I think a timeout right now would be the absolute best call.
See if they do. Still got another 48 seconds minimum before that timeout can be called, as Haywood Riz maybe just want at least a little bit of momentum. If they don't score for the rest of the game, I see no reason why they wouldn't take that timeout. But if they do get a goal, there's some momentum going forwards, and maybe this is the one! Karka over the top, and that is beautiful. I would say a solo play, but actually it was Ravesi off the right-hand side. He gets the bump, and Karka just steals the goal from the Englishman. That is outrageous team play. I would not be having that if I was Ravesi.
Yeah, you've taken the whole game to get 1 goal. Now he's looking for his personal vindication, and unfortunately denied, but that was a great. And shout out to Hazza for following that action there. That little bump coming out at the end of it was beautiful to see. Tough position for Haywood Riz though at the end, but at least they secure themselves 1 and starting to bring out more again of their mechanics is a nice show of confidence for them. So hopefully they have shaken off the other, 6 goals that they needed, but 1 at least is a sign.
Yeah, for sure. And I do actually think that now limits the necessity for a timeout. I don't think they'll take it now, because they've got that goal, they've got that momentum, they know they can score, they've just proved it. So going into game number 4, I probably wouldn't actually expect to see them use 1. I think they will just take that momentum that they've got for the moment and try and run with it. It wasn't their best game by any means. Their defense looked really shaky, but now they're going to have time to calm a little bit, try and figure it out, and go again in game 4.
Yeah, and they're going to need to, because Maestros is looking solid. Everyone coming to the party, still with the lion's share of the shots. They're dictating this game in every way. They're being more aggressive, and I think the worst thing that Haywood Riz could do right now is take a step back and become more tentative. They've got to keep that pressure up. They've got to be the ones to make the early challenges. If they give Maestro the space, Maestro is going to do ridiculous things. We saw such a variety of goals coming out from them. I mean, this VK carry into the corner just shows that they know how to slow it down. But then you got VK Salen, and then very next clip, speeding across there, the aggression of Leoro to take it out. Maestros has a game plan right now, and unless Haywood Riz can kind of shred that, they might be facing a similar scoreline in the next matchup.
There's an argument. There certainly is an argument to say that we we expected it to come. We didn't quite get our tickets on the plane to South America, but you know, the series is still young. Ultraism, if we do get that opportunity. But 5 fresh minutes. Hey, with Riz, if you can stay in it for the first minute or so, I think they've got a real chance. But they've got to shut Maestros down early, because that's something they were unable to do in game number 3.
And they have to do it as a team. That was such a nice little passing play to break it out. I want to see more of those, you know, get someone to challenge early like Revezi does. Actually get some space on that flip to try to chase it across there. Fortunately, doesn't pick up the boost, and Haywood Riz's attack starting to crumble a little bit. Ivan trying to salvage it now. Does carry it over 1 with Kaka. Close in tone. Revezi tucked back in there for safety. Does buy his team enough time. Haywood Riz don't get punished, even though they don't get anything out of it. Oh.
I saw concern. I saw a delayed challenge there from Revezi. He was not confident in going for that 50 on that far side. He knew he was third man. He knew if he got it wrong, it was going to lead to problems. So these are the kind of plays that I think Haywood Riz were making without caution in games 1 and 2. And now all of a sudden they're a little bit more scared of Maestros being quicker around the map. This is a chance though. Ivan backboard scores! Haywood Riz on the board first in game number 4.
I love that. VK Salen caught in no man's land. He didn't expect that first touch to be controlled so well, and Ivan makes absolutely no mistake. Sets it up, tees it up mid-air, and slams it home. Haywood Riz got to be feeling better right now. Got to be content without taking that timeout. Oh, that last demo at the backline could have put paid to that quickly. But it's Ivan once more to take the challenge. Tries for the musty. A bit of interception there by Leoro means that Kaka takes control and forces it towards the center. Decent attempt at a clear, but it goes straight back into that corner. Maestros now with a player down. Have some pressure on their hands.
Oh, Kaka, back post, surely. Oh, he hits the post. Haywood Riz so close to doubling their leads. You just saw it falling at that back post. It was a difficult angle. Kaka can't convert. But this is now Haywood Riz playing with their tails up. This is now Haywood Riz playing with Riz indeed, as they will be more than happy. Yeah, I was going to say, you know what? I just kept talking because I was just like, nah, there's no way that's going in. Far right side is Maestros. They have got to stop this Hay train that's moving towards them.
Yeah. Hay is moving with confidence. You can see it, how they're slowing down these plays, how they're waiting for Maestros. They're saying to Maestros, if you want to play as fast as you have been, we're going to make sure that you're not reading the play properly, and we're going to turn it on you at the last second. Kaka with the beautiful carry now does just that. Sends it bouncing off the roof, trying to find Revezi in the center, but Maestros at least hold it for now. Taurus without the boost tries to settle for 50. Does claim a boost and going to be able to reinforce fast enough. Leoro keeps it alive there. Ivan with a great touch sends Maestros back towards their own half. In control though, gives them another chance.
If they'd been able to find the end of that play, I would have lost my mind. That would have been absolutely insane. But Leoro bringing this one forwards. Ivan's the last man back. He has to make a play on this and does push it over to the side. It wasn't listed as on target by the game, so maybe not necessary, but VK Salen's taken out 1, he's taken out 2. He's on a demo rampage right now, but Ivan's still bringing this one away for Haywood Riz. Ball on Bonnet. Pops this one middle. VK Salen able to send it away, but those more aggressive plays from Maestros, they're getting more and more dangerous as the series goes on, Ultraism, and you'd think eventually they're going to find one. Hang on, long clearance, good save by VK.
Yeah, and Kaka's giving them no space in this. You saw how close he crept up, knowing Revezi was going to be coming in and tucking in to make that third man roll. He is so intent right now on just getting in the way. He checks VK Sale in the air, prevents him from getting first touch on the follow through. And again, Haywood Riz, they charge forward. 80 seconds left on the clock. Once more, not giving any space. Kaka now sends it up high and long. Torres, the only one with the read on this, has to make the save instead of claiming the boost. Now turns around, uses all that boost to again reinforce the back line, and still Haywood Riz looking comfortable.
It feels like games 1 and 2. VK Salem wants to prove that it isn't. Gets the reset, gets the pass. Good save by Ivan. 50 seconds for Haywood Riz to hold on. If they do, they take series point against Maestros. It's Revezi off the backboard. VK gets there first. That's surely going to be the equalizer. And Maestros are able to catch Haywood Riz lacking in the backlines. Revezi didn't get the clearance. VK's pass, Torres is first on the scene. 1-1.
Yeah, hey with Riz, they had been under pressure, and Kaka, he sees Revezi having first touch and goes, okay, this is my time to go for boost. Checks out for half a second, and VK Salen's aggression, just too much, gets it, not just a challenge. And you know what Kaka says? I wasn't not involved in the last play. Wait and see what I can do when I'm charging down the field. Gets it off the head of VK Salen and says, you know what? You put my player under pressure on the back line, I'm going to return the favor. 1 goal lead, 34 seconds left, and hey with Riz looking to take game points.
Ping difference? Where's the ping difference? Kaka goes over the top and manages to dunk VK Salen. Ball coming across, backflip by VK, 20 seconds for Maestros to prevent series points. It's over to the far side, that's going to do it! VK Salem from the midfield, hey with Riz, caught upfield. And I don't know why, but is that Ivan who's on that far side? Yeah, I think he just gets bumped out of position. Maestros, they fight back with another 14 seconds to try and take game 4.
Such a close play. Kaka did well to get it across. If he had gotten another touch, this could have been a completely set and sold series. And yet, hey with Riz, they got more work to do. They're going to carry it high. VK Salen makes the last save, makes the second one to keep it out. He forces the overtime by putting it down. Maestros, they hold themselves in contention. Hey with Riz desperately want to take this game.
They do. It would mean so much for their open qualifier too if they are to get this victory, and they're on the precipice of finding series point. 3 chances to take down Maestros in this upper bracket. That is huge. There are, I'm pretty confident, no SSA teams who can say that they have done that at all. What a save! How does that one make its way onto the bonnet of a Hey with Riz player? That one's back in. Cleared away by Kaka, and Hey with Riz, they are playing right back in their own half, and eventually Maestros get it over the line and they tie the series up 2-2.
Oh man, when it comes to just who wants it more, I feel like Hey with Riz should have taken that. But Maestros, they just insurmountable pressure there for too long, hammering and shot after shot, desperate defense, last minute deflects, and eventually there was just one ball a little bit too far away to follow up. 2 players dive at the end, and it's nice to see with Hey with Riz with a higher shot tally, but at the end of the day, VK Salen just made some heroics happen.
I do want to point out to the people, it may sound at some points like we are in a Hey with Riz team stream right now. We are getting very, very excited about the way that they're playing. But you have to understand the chokehold that Maestros have had on the region. It's just been unbeatable. These guys are so good, and they've been playing so consistently well that when a team challenges like this, when a team looks like they have a chance at beating them, we get excited because you just don't believe that there's a way that could possibly be the case given their dominance. Yeah. And we are here right now with Maestros. They're having to fight with everything they have to get past this Hey with Riz side.
Yeah, it's exactly that. This is the same squad that went undefeated 3 weeks ago. And it kind of gives you that same sense of deja vu as Cosmico versus Limitless. Because Limitless has been the team that has held the restrictions on the SSA squads, and now you get to see another squad chasing them. And it means that there's depth to this region. It is not a 2-pony race. Hey with Riz, Maestros, Cosmico, Limitless, any one of these 4 squads deserves to be in that grand finals. And Hey with Riz, they would love to have 3 attempts at it, like you say. Instead, we lock up our series at 2 games apiece. We're down to our best of 3.
If you are just joining us, it was Hey with Riz out quickly to a 2-0 lead in the series. Maestros dominated game 3. Pulled game 4 through in overtime. VK Salen off the side. Angle's not going to be found. Very, very close, but couldn't get past the post. Maestros with the first real attack of game 5.
Nice way to buy time at the back by Hey with Riz, but they don't utilize it properly. Still haven't got it out. VK looking for that top corner, even if it just became a pass for Torres, but No one up to the task. Leoro now, the only one that left here as Maestros decides to regather for another attempt. Here it comes though, VK Salen, so often that first charge into the foray. Has managed to come out with anything and instead has to take up his third man spot, watching and waiting.
Vezzy taking a risk there, playing that one off his backboard. Demo coming through onto VK, so now it's going to be Ivan, looks to get this one, tries to get the read off the ceiling, difficult to do. And now it will be Revezzi playing it over to the side. Almost no boost there on the side of Haywood Riz for a good long while. Karka no boost, Revezzi no boost. Ivan's the only one who's actually got anything in the tank. So they just need to kind of waste a little bit of time here, try and get that boost bar full. It's another boost steal, this time from the Oro, over to the far side. He's going to take the 100 again. And if you don't have boost, you're going to struggle to play Rocket League.
Yeah, at this stage, it seems to be Haywood Riz. They just need to get it out nice and long and denied, shut down, spiked like a volleyball serve. Parker gonna help again. This one's out. Torres has missed it. Torres doesn't get the read on the backboard. It drops down to Revezzi. Once more, it's Haywood Riz. Absolutely infuriating their opponents, and Maestros has to suffer as Haywood Riz takes the lead.
Another passage of play where Maestros are scratching their heads. How have we not been the ones to score there? How are they ahead? As that big clearance, the Oro's taken out too. Clearly very annoyed with the way this game is going so far. That's a nice put in from Torres, but play it away. Revezzi now down the left-hand side. Doesn't get the better of VK Salen. Try and find Torres, who does read that one. Now over onto the far side. Leoro comes through. Taking it in, looking for the pass, misses the ball. Revezzi under pressure. Torres tries to keep this ball in Haywood Riz's half, but Revezzi says no. Clears it away. Ivan's going to be moving forwards, uses a bit of boost to recover himself. Looks for the pass back, but VK Salen can bring it forward.
Half a game to go, and that's a dangerous position. Demo to follow up, and yet still Ivan going to be there to make the save. Keeps Haywood Riz alive, and this one now bounces out. Ivan so quick to turn. There's been a bump. Karka has been vacated from that third man position as Torres makes the pass. Leoro's not able to take it. VK Salen now has to try backtrack and buy time, which he does for his squad. Still, Maestros, it seems like when they go forward, they put themselves
This is where Maestros, they show off. They show exactly what they are made of. Ball off the backboard. Double touch! And that is Torres dunking that one down into the goal. Beautiful play from him. He was at fault for the Haywood Riz goal. There is nothing at fault with that.
Oh, you said it right, though. When you're calling a play and you know it's going to happen, it feels so good to see it come to fruition. And there you identified it. You said Maestros has got this. Wait, give it time. They do send it home. They level it up. Right now, Haywood Riz, can they actually sustain this a little bit longer? Eventually, it had to break for Maestros. Can they get it to happen a second time?
Well, we'll find out. That's a big clearance. Karka waiting, and it's just beyond him, but he will be able to maintain possession. Ball cleared away. Ivan to catch. Now this is where Haywood, they needed to make a bit more of a stand there on that midfield line. Cleared away off the backboard. Leoro equal to it. Revezzi has got a demo onto VK. VK's respawned, but it's actually a little bit of a mess in the backlines for Maestros. Ball into the middle. Won't be dealt with. Off the ceiling. Chance cleared by VK Salen.
Yet Kaka still lingering. There's been time for Haywood Riz to get back, and they'll have to utilize that as the clear comes out long, and Torres intercepts, holds it on that center line. Kaka with work to do. Gets one good touch. The second one, a little bit tougher to execute. Finds Ivan on the way down. Sends him scurrying into the play. Torres takes advantage. Looks for the way forward. Less than a minute to go. And either side really does feel like they could take this with a goal in regulation.
Certainly, as this one down the right-hand side, Leoro drops it down. Ivan almost out of position, but makes a good challenge. And kind of pancakes it off the sidewall. Still has possession. Trying to get around the Maestro's back line. It will be Revezzi given a chance. 20 seconds. Revezzi reset. Karka supporting. Might not need him. Good save by Torres. Ivan will try and get this one back in play. Looks to go over the top. Ball to the back post, cleared away by VK Salen, and the counter-attack is on. Leoro at the far post, needs a double, doesn't find it, pushed away by Revezzi. No, he doesn't find it. VK Salen gets the ball into the empty net, and Haywood Riz, masters of their own downfall.
And this is where big match temperament comes in. That ability when all the chips are down and everything's on the line. You've got 5 seconds to go. Revezi chokes. He misses the bounce back. Hey, Maestros, they take advantage. They've been waiting for this the whole time. And where the series was so stacked in the favor of Hey with Riz at one stage, Maestros claim a single 5-minute stretch. It's all that separates them from that finals tomorrow. Oh, goodness.
Wow. That is an end to a game that people will remember. I mean, 1-1, back and forth. You thought Hey with Riz had a chance, but the counter-attack from Maestros is so devastating. And they're able to get that one over the line. So they take series point. I would be shocked. We talked about timeouts earlier, Altruism. I would be shocked if now Hey with Riz did not take a moment to get back in voice comms and calm down.
Yeah, calm is needed right now. I mean, that must be the most tilting thing to happen to you, where when you're looking, 50 seconds away from the end and you've got that goal and you're getting flashbacks of, like you said, game number 1 and game number 2, where you had to win it out on that single goal, and you're waiting for that timer to tick down. You get to the other side of the field, you almost take the breath a second too early, and you give it all away. Now you've got the task, and how many teams have really ever been able to say that they were leading at the halfway mark of the series against this Maestro side?
I'm sure Bromeo, as the analyst on the desk, will have those stats for us when we go back, but the answer cannot be many as we get things back underway. And actually, it's a 1 kickoff by Hey with Riz. They put it over to the side. Revezi's going to have a chance here, but VK stuffs him on the sidewall. Ivan over on that right-hand side. Both teams trying to pick up some possession. Not able to do so yet, and the game can start to settle for game number 6, Neo Tokyo.
Game number 6. Neo Tokyo is always... Oh, the shot! The first pass. I was so heartbroken when Revezi was just stuck on the baseline. Yeah, oh, sorry, Kaka. He can't turn. He has to watch. He knows VK Salen is awkward. And it's Ivan who comes through. And a player who never hesitates gets that goal. And what I was going to say is Neo Tokyo is so often the field of broken dreams as someone looking for that way back to get to Champions Field. Yet Hey with Riz just showing that they're not blinded by the lights just yet.
Not just yet, as this one goes over the top. It's intercepted by Torres, but that's a free shot, really. Kaka just cannot get in front of VK to make it go home, and you believe that Hey with Riz with a 2-goal lead. They have looked good enough on defense to suggest that might be enough in a game like this. All across, Torres puts it down, and there is a ball into the middle. No, he cleared away, but Lioro absolutely nowhere near that one, but neither is anyone from Hey with Riz. So it goes into the corner, cleared away by Revezi.
Oh, the counter-attack again. Maestro is not out of the clear with those as Hey with Riz take to the skies. So one starts coming down. Kaka, the only one to jump for it, puts it up very high, and no forthcoming shots. Means that they have to now be pushed back. It's VK Salen who's been instrumental in the success thus far of Maestros. Yeah, from the angle, it hits 2 pieces of woodwork. This one gonna find the 3rd to complete the sets, and somehow Hey with Riz breathe a sigh of relief, even though it's hard breaths.
Ivan just being thankful to clear that ball away from his goal line, let alone into the other half. This one comes through, VK Salem pops it up for Torres. It's gonna be VK, what a save off the top from Ivan. And now the counter-attack can spark. Hey with Riz into the middle. Kaka needs a double. Kaka finds a double. He's got a man in the middle, but VK pushes it away. Hey with Riz close to a second. They've not found it yet. And now the counter-attack is in. Cleared for the moment. Lioro off the crossbar. Back post. Torres will score. And Hey with Riz, they are beaten on the counter-attack again.
It just had to happen, though. I mean, the number of shots that Maestros have put in the last minute overall has been... unassailable at that stage. It's just an onslaught that Hey with Riz again is having to face the brunt of. They've been able to hold steady for most of it, but they're certainly not putting in enough shots on the other side to feel comfortable at any stage. Okay, and we're down to the deadlock. 1 goal either way with half a match to go. Ivan has been put into an awkward position, but regathers himself and his composure.
And it is down to Maestros. They want to close this series out. It has already been closer than they would have wanted, and they probably would have thought it would have been. There's now Ivan off the right-hand side. That was an attempted breezy. He's not going to be able to find it on this occasion as EK clears away. Revezzi. Just a bit of ping pong at the moment. Hitting this ball back and forth. Ivan, the first real player to try and take possession.
Whoa.
Nice bump, but Leoro comes through to make sure it doesn't get worse for Maestros.
Ivan now going to turn, try challenge Torres, who's found his way onto the backboard. Doesn't get it high enough for that redirect, and Revezzi puts it into no man's land. Looking to check this down again. Actually now has the opportunity to pass it. Awkward touch from the Maestros player there. Gives Kaka some space. And Kaka finds it down. Ivan, soft shots. He could have taken the slam, and he doesn't. Maybe looking for some extra bit, but Maestros now have the opportunity for the counter-attack, and only just don't manage to get that. Maybe on the second attempt from Torres.
Every time you talk about a Maestro's counter-attack, you feel like they are going to score. Haywood Riz do not have that same kind of credit in the bank. All three members of Maestro's in a very similar position right there. And not going to be capitalized on yet with Haywood Riz, but maybe Ivan's going to do it now. Backboard double! Ivan! That is a ridiculous angle off the top.
Oh, my eyes were on Kaka, waiting to see how he was going to approach the next one. And Ivan goes, no, don't worry, I got this. Gets it through 3 players. There were guys on the backboard. There were guys waiting on the line. And somehow he still manufactures that area. Now, hey, with Riz, you've got that goal. 1 goal lead. You got a minute to hold on to it. Laser focus, the name of the game for the next 60 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Lock in. This is the time to take this game to a game 7. That's nice work from Kaka. Gets the reset.
Nice.
Gets the shot. Leoro able to make the save. Tried to be back in from Revezzi, but he's missed a few too many tonight for Haywood Riz. This one comes over the top from Ivan. VK gonna size him up. Ivan just trying to take some seconds off the clock. Game management from Haywood Riz. And Altruism, why not? You gotta try and make sure you win this game.
Yeah, throw everything onto the line right now. Maestro's doing just that. Torres takes it up high, goes towards the angle, and Ivan holds steady on the baseline. The two of them connect and form an impenetrable wall. That wall really is going to be tested here. 20 seconds to go. BK Salen looking to try and check Revezzi out of this play. Instead, he's got Kaka right behind him. Kaka takes the air. They're on the right side of the field. They cannot give it away right now. I need to see Champions Field.
We do. We do. As this one comes into the middle, it's going to be Leoro. No boost to work with. Gets demoed. So now it's a 2v3 opportunity for Maestros. Ivan just has to get this ball down into the ground.
There it is.
And Haywood Riz, after losing 3 games on the spin, finds something from nothing. And they're able to take us to Champions Field. And Altruism, I hope everyone stayed for the final series of today, because we've got an absolute banger on our hands.
Oh, I saw a lot of people in chat saying they were headed off to NA because that was starting, and they made the worst decision of their life.
Dreadful.
You could not ask for a better showing than this to end out the day. And I mean, wow, both of these sides coming through there. Haywood Riz opening it up with an early kickoff goal and then giving it away. And then the heroics from Ivan solo carrying this team back into the competition. And look at how many times Maestros were denied on the final push. It's going to game 7, so there was no more fitting end to this series.
It had to be. It simply had to be. The script was written from minute 1 that we were going to find ourselves on Champions Field. And it's worth reminding people, as chat are reminding me right now, if Haywood Riz win game 7, if they are able to pull that off, we are guaranteed that the grand final will not be Limitless versus Maestros. That is locked in. If this were to happen, Maestros, they have to win this game in order to keep us in with a chance of seeing that grand final. But at the same time, we want to see difference. We want to see changes. And maybe there's a chance here off the crossbar early from Haywood Riz.
Oh, Haywood Riz is just showing that synergy that I was hearkening for earlier. And right now, starting to link up together as a unified mind. Deny Maestros any space in this, but like you say, and I mean, the stakes go further than just that single grand finals. I mean, with
absolutely.
the points tally as it stands right now, with Limitless looking to challenge Maestros, and if Maestros end anything worse than second place right now, oh, that is going to just open up a can of worms, but there's work to be done. Great save comes out from Revezzi as he has to retreat back, and Still, Maestros, they're looking, they're poking and prodding, and Haywood Riz sitting back quite comfortably despite what it seems on the surface.
I would say, you say comfortably, I have to question whether Haywood Riz are now absolutely panicking. They are in Game 7 against the winners of Open Qualifier 1. There is no way you can be calm in this situation. They've got to keep their heads cool. They've got to play their own game, but that's so difficult to do. There's a chance. What a save, BK Salen, keeping the scoreline level.
This is what I'm saying about the synergy there. Revezi was going for the shot and rotates his car out of the way to fake it, knowing that he's got a teammate behind him. I love to see that mentality, those sort of psychological plays that you can put in on your opponent. Maestro is not falling for it just yet, and again, this game's shaping up to be a low-scoring affair where every mistake counts. Shot goes wide. Ivan gonna have a second. He cuts it across the goal line, past the two diving defenders, and sets Haywood Riz up with the lead.
And it's a huge goal in the context of Open Qualifier 2. Ivan into the left-hand side of the goal. Haywood Riz out to the lead. Now, we've seen this film before. We've seen this movie before. Haywood Riz go 1-0 up, and they are unable to maintain it. BK Salen proves the point right there. The movie script is written, and they are following it indeed. A kickoff goal through from the Maestro striker. And Haywood Riz could not hold on for longer than 5 seconds after going 1-0 ahead.
Man, credit where credit's due. All personal feelings about the imports coming to South Africa, you have to give credit to what BK has managed to pull off in this series. He has been the stalwart, the linchpin of what Maestros has been able to bring back. Every time they've been put under pressure, it seems to be BK Salen just giving them a way back into this. Looking again for the bump, and nearly finds it there as Maestro's looking to build up some sort of pressure.
He definitely feels like the quarterback of the team, doesn't he? He definitely feels like the guy that's giving the orders, that's getting his team into some kind of set play, and then trying to pull it through. This is nice work from Revezi. Ball towards net, but will be pushed to the side. It's going to be Ivan to challenge, and challenge he does. Nice take around from Karka, but no third man there. So VK Salen brings it forwards, backboard, wants a double, finds a double. Not going to be able to be on target. And luckily, Karka is able to push it away. But I tell you what, if Maestros keep putting up shots like that, they will be taking this Game 7.
I mean, that's been the story of this whole series. It's been Maestros putting on an assault course. And Haywood Riz surviving, turning it around, finding the pass to Karka in the center. He doesn't manage to get hold of it. Instead, VK Salen now. But Ivan, so cognizant of the dangers of a single goal, turns around, makes his own way back, and challenges Torres on the back line.
And I wonder if this is their kind of counter go-ahead right now from Maestros, because Ivan is playing that third-man position. He is playing like back further than anybody else. He is a stalwart on defense, and now he's not back. He's going to have to try and get back. That's a good save from Karka. But it does seem like whenever Ivan goes forwards, that's when Maestros have their moment of, oh, Ivan's downfield. We have to now spark a counter. We now have to spark an attack because he's out of position. And I think that's a dangerous kind of way of playing if you're Haywood Riz. But this is a chance. Backboard. Torres misses. Lioro does not.
Doing from VK again. He's trying to create some sort of offensive play, but the rest of Maestro is not confident enough to follow up on that. Set themselves up for a long journey. Still got possession. Given away, Revezi under pressure. Ivan has an intercept to make. He actually takes it up so well. Takes it as high as possible. Gets the reset off the roof to get it over VK. And Lioro has to tuck in. Doesn't have a lot of players there to back him up, and does well to clear the line.
Yeah, Revezi drops it down. Karka plays it through. Revezi has a chance. He just gets taken out by VK. But there's another chance for Ivan. He's not going to get there before VK Salen recovers. He's doing such great work for Maestros. That's a good save from Karka. Going to try and get that counter started. Does do so, but who is there? Once again, the man we've been talking about consistently in this series for Maestros, it's VK Salen.
On the other hand, Ivan has also been such an instrumental, the axis upon which Hay seems to turn. Revezi from the sky. He gets it. It flashes for a second. And Haywood Riz could have completed the counter-attack right there. Instead, they're going to go back, trying to bait it out. Finds the pass VK, but VK still turns it into a pass. Haywood Riz now shut against their back line. Would it be a game number 7 like this if they didn't go to an overtime? It will do just that. the entire game forced down to one single goal.
Golden goal for guaranteed top 4. Hay with Riz. Maestro's played such a good game. Is it Hay? Is it Karka? VK pushed it away. Chance for Ravesi. Saved by Lioro. And Maestro survive inside the first 10 seconds of OT. And the ball drops middle. Hay clear.
Terrifying to say that Maestro survive into overtime in game number 7, considering the standing of the rest of the series. But survive they do, and Hay with Riz come back again. They've been in control for the last 30 seconds, the entirety of overtime. Looking for Ivan to manufacture something out of the corner, slows it down. Torres, he's been that back line defender so far. Ravesi has to come and tuck in around. Ivan goes for it once more. Ravesi, the two of them working well together. We hit our first minute, and Ravesi looking to put it down in front of the blue net.
Not happening. Karka looks a little bit out of position, but he does make the save. Ball in again. Karka sends it clear. There's a chance. What a save! Ravesi keeps the ball out of the net. Now off the corner. Karka can send it away. Lioro drops it into the corner. Ravesi down the left. It's going to be met by VK Salem, but a clearance there. Demo on the back lines. There's only 2 current Hay with Riz players on the field, and they're going to try and work together to keep this ball in Maestro's half. Ball across the field, and it's just going to peter out for them, you'd think. Cleared away by VK, needs to be met, and is by Ivan.
Ravesi now again want to work out. That's a powerful shot. 2 players forced into the defense, and they do well enough. The game stays locked. Ivan, though, the last one at the back, is a demo attempt. Not a great enough clear, and instead Kaka has to come into the fray. VK now waiting on the wall, pops it softly, looking for Lioro, but neither player actually dives into this. And Maestro is still set up camp here in the orange half. Ravesi with work to do, has a long way to go, has got Ivan on the ground, tries for a solo play, and has to just settle with a 50, and yet still neither team managed to break this.
50 was so nice from Ravesi. There was a second man right there. No! That's a pinch. That's going to be it. Lioro off the sidewall. I wanted a proper goal to really get my teeth stuck into, but Lioro intercepts that ball on the sidewall. Out of position defense from Hay with Riz. And in the end, it's going to be Maestros to pull through against their Spanish counterparts. But Ultraism, and that does not tell you the whole story of this series. Goodness gracious.
That was close. That was insane. I mean, Lioro there picks up man of the match, but that was an entire a 6-man affair in every moment of this series. Lioro was quiet up until he picked up a couple of those little late to redirect or pinches off an opponent's car to set it in as a cheeky shot, but the rest of it was heroics from every part of the field. Saves on the goal line. I mean, Greybeard, you're back right now because you said at the beginning that this would have been an incredible showing had Hay with Riz been on the same ping, and yet they still did a magnificent job on 170.
And Hay with Riz suffered their first defeat to a European team, but my goodness. I mean, it couldn't be any closer. We're like 2.5 minutes of overtime in Game 7. They absolutely pushed Maestros to the very limit. And it does mean, Bromeo, that we've avoided a Maestros limitless face-off in the semi-finals tomorrow. And in a way, I'm kind of sad about that, because that would have put have been such a layered match.
Well, look, it would have added some spice for sure. I think that the way this went down, I did not see it coming. I was expecting a more dominant showing from Maestros, but hey, with Riz, they were scoring first every time. They just couldn't be the last one to score. That was left up to Maestros, and I think Game 7 at the end of this was deserving because they both went hammer and tong.
And the scoring first thing is very. I believe the Maestros only scored first once in those 7 games, and that was in Game 3. So I mean, Gee whiz, what a series. And Ultrazim, your voice though, I was concerned you were gonna blow that voice box out completely at one point.
There was the one save there that I said previously that I hit their record for my highest pitch, and then the save came out and we had the perfect vision, and I was going, I didn't even see the shot before he had made the save. That's how quickly the reactions came out. It almost felt like a pre-jump save, a desperation. But that was kind of the story, man. The delineation of not even half a second, not even a quarter of a second. It really did feel like 170 ping was the difference maker, because that was how fast these guys were having to react. I loved every part of that series.
That does mean we have a set bracket for tomorrow. We lost only 2 teams today. 6 of them remain, and they will be in action tomorrow. We have 2 quarterfinals, 2 semifinals, and the grand final. And there you see it, quarterfinals. Hayworth Riz, who you just saw, up against Labosh. And I think we're going to have a lot to talk about tomorrow when that comes up. And my goodness, have Cosmico got an almost immovable object in front of them with 77 blocks. If Twister plays like anything like he did today, but that's the entertainment that lies before us. And as we're wrapping things up, by the way, your last chance to go to acgl.gg/vote, vote for your driver of the day, because that's going to be coming up very, very soon. We're going to announce that driver. Rhino, is there any particular driver of the day that stands out to you? If you can cast your mind all the way back to Series 1 and scan through to the end of Series 4.
Listen, there is only one team today who were able to win 4-0, and there was only one man who was able to make sure that was the scoreline. It has got to be Twister for me, from 77 blocks. What a player. What a day he had. I was bigging up Badners before that game, but wow, Twister, just have yourself a day. That was an incredible showing in that game 1.
Well, it depends how many friends Twister has that went and voted for him, since it is one of those votes. And then Ultrazim, I don't know if anyone stood out for you in particular. Twister is an obvious one. Anyone else, or are you going the same route?
I mean, I got to cast that first game, and Twister really did put up a phenomenal show. So I would put him there. I think there are certainly contenders. You know, VK7 had a great showing in the end there. To Die For was always good in the previous one. I think Cams did a lot as well in his showing, even though they lost. Game number 2 was a quiet affair, so I don't know if any one particular person stood out. But yeah, Twister is definitely my vote.
Romeo?
I was initially thinking of Days from Labosh, because he had an immaculate game. He averaged assists and goals the entire time. But I need to get back on the Twister train, because the only person who scored more goals than Twister, which was 8 goals to 7, was Days, but he did it in 3 more games. Twister got 7 goals in 4 games. He was incredible, so he gets my vote.
I would have gone, if Hayworth Riz had pulled off the win in the end. I was very keen on either Kaka or Ivan. I think they were looking pretty dynamite in that series. But and it's so harsh to say if they had won. I mean, it can't get any closer than that in a losing effort. But yeah, probably Twister's a good one. But we're gonna see who it is, and we're gonna be having an interview shortly, and then we're gonna announce driver of the day. But I'm just gonna see, we might bring up the driver of the day now, if I wait to hear from production on that. But we are going to be speaking to Goose once again in a moment, the coach of Hayworth Riz. I did message Goose and say, we had you on the last time. Let's get one of the players in there, but I think
we got Leoro, actually.
I think we have got Leoro, yeah.
Oh, no, do you know what? I'm so drunk on the concept that I might have actually got my prediction right, and we were going to get Goose from Hayworth Riz in. I'm smoking something. Don't listen to me. I don't even know why I'm here. But we're going to be speaking to Leoro from the Maestros. Hey, Leoro, how you doing?
Hey, doing all right. What about you?
Man, I'm pretty good. I mean, you guys had the banger series of the day, but my goodness, you made it hard for yourselves today. Walk us through there. Were you guys having a slightly off day, or did Hay with Riz bring a better game?
Well, if I'm gonna be honest with you, these weeks we haven't barely touched the game. Like, we are just playing competitions, so we are kind of rusty. Like, we've been enjoying Cape Town and doing a lot of activities, so we didn't have much time to play. So it's on us, definitely. Like, they obviously played really good, but if we keep up the pace of playing more and more, it's gonna be really easy to win every game.
Well, you guys have been having a relaxing time, but certainly it feels to me like so many teams are grinding really hard. I mean, even just the improvement from 3 weeks ago. Have you seen that? I mean, we got to see Cosmico really challenging Limitless. You guys have been pushed now with Hay with Riz. I mean, 77 blocks looked great earlier. How have you felt in just this year's competition the teams have been developing?
Definitely, I think since the imports came to the region, like us, like I think everyone is grinding on. We're pushing like everyone's limit, and every team is getting better. So I think, yeah, everyone is getting better, and that's gonna make us grind as well. Because, like you see, we definitely need to grind, and we're gonna stop taking all these off days and get back to work.
That was going to be my question. Is you got a big day tomorrow, starting at around 5:00. So is there going to be some enjoying Cape Town tonight, or are you going to get some rest and get some scrims and do some work?
We're definitely going to go for work, and then we'll enjoy Cape Town all the weeks we have.
Yeah, you got 3 weeks. It's a nicest work time. You're here for a reason, and you got to do it. Looking to tomorrow, I mean, it's hard to really figure out who are the best teams or who you would rather go up against. Is there any people that have kind of stood up in the last couple of days, especially today, that you're going, we didn't consider them a threat before, but now suddenly we know we got to maybe brush up on our knowledge about that team?
If I'm honest with you, I didn't get to see much. Like, I just saw the Limitless versus Cosmico series, and I actually thought like they really put up a challenge to Limitless. Cosmico definitely could have won that, but it is what it is. But no, like, we don't really care who we go against. Like, we're gonna do our job, we're gonna win, and yeah, that's what we're here for.
All right, said like a man on a mission. Well said, congratulations, and we will see you guys in action again tomorrow. So enjoy Cape Town tonight, and we'll see you at about 5:00 tomorrow. Thank you, Liero.
Cheers, have a good one.
Cheers. And that brings us to the end of the day, just like that. And the desk are pretty much hot for Twister as driver of the day. But now we get to see, after a tally of the votes, who the voted driver of the day is. Saturday open number 2, and it was Cam. And you know what? That's fair. I mean, it's a pretty heavy SSA. The ACGL site, got a lot of SSA supporters there, and Cam always been a favorite of mine, and bang, congratulations to Cam.
First prediction that I got wrong today, unfortunately.
Oh, here we go.
And speaking of that, my predictions are in tatters. I needed one of those Hail Marys to come through for me. Neither did. And who would have thought Greybeard ending the day on the bottom of the prediction ladder? But you know what? One day it's going to come through for me, and you and everybody else are going to look pretty damn foolish. So, Bromeo, your day, as you look forward to the day tomorrow, what are your expectations? I'm not looking for predictions. I'm looking for expectations.
I'm just going on what we saw today. It was incredible. Every single game was great. And even the sweep, we saw some great entertainment from that. And I think going forward to tomorrow, every single game is going to be huge, and everybody's predictions are going to be torn into tatters because it is just that close.
I've loved the fact that it hasn't been sweeps. We had the sweep early, but since then it's been pretty hard fought every series, and hopefully that'll continue. Any big hopes for tomorrow, Ultrazim?
I really want to see Cosmico do well. I think they've got a tough road ahead of them. 77 blocks up first, and then I believe they go into Maestros after that. So, yeah, and then they're going to have to be on their A game. But from what I saw today, they've got the potential to do it. Hey, with Riz is still a team to watch. I think Limitless needs to be worried about them on the way up through the semifinals. But yeah, like Bromeo says, chaos and consternation abounds in tomorrow's predictions.
And in a universe we may not be living in, there is an all SSA grand final in the offing, Rhino. How close to that timeline do we live?
Oh boy, you're asking me that on this desk? Are you serious right now? Crazy.
Look at the future.
Listen, I don't want to say that this is a future that we can never live in, but I just don't see it happening this qualifier. My hope is that we do. For Cosmico versus Limitless as a grand final, I said it on the desk, I would love to see that again played out in the grand final tomorrow. The issue is there is a long road ahead of Cosmico. 77 blocks and Maestros both going to put up a big test, so I don't know, but hey, if there's a team to do it, if there's a team to prove that they're able to get to that level, I hope it's Cosmico.
That was an horrendous attempt at diplomacy, Rhino, and it needs work. But okay, fine. Thank you.
All right, we'll workshop it. We'll workshop it. I'll message you later. Yeah,
All right, that brings us to the end of today, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a banger of a day. 4 series, 4 best of 7s, and we saw a lot of game. We had great entertainment, and we're going to run it back all again tomorrow. And I've got to shout out all the fabulous people involved with us. In the background on production, we have Reggie, we have Blank, and we had Hazza in the house for us today as the observer, and it was wonderful. And my shot of the day was on Aquadome. We saw it as the angel fish swam by. We saw a game in the background. Fabulous stuff. Thank you for being there. Thank you for observing. And then, of course, our talent desk, the guys you see here, Bromia, Ultrazum, Rhino, Pyro, L'Australian, and we are thrilled to be doing it. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Thanks for being here. See you tomorrow. Peace.